Welcome to Paul Ricard and a brand new season of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. We start in France for a change. It's the first time the season has started outside Italy since 2018, and the Paul Ricard race reverts to its original duration of 3 hours. It is, as ever, a monster entry. 54 cars will take to the grid for this first endurance race of the season. The calendar including 3 hour, 6 hour, and of course 24 hours for the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa. There are some new drivers, some new teams, and some drivers switching brands as well, like Raffaele Marciello, for example, who after years of success with Mercedes-AMG moves to BMW. And that, in a sense, opens up the playing field to see which team and which drivers are going to come out on top. Not only is it a huge entry of GT3 cars here this weekend, the same is true in GT4 and the burgeoning GT2 category. And the Paul Ricard Mistral Straight was full of cars on Thursday evening for the photo shoot. It's a 10-round championship here in Europe that sits alongside America, Asia and Australia. There are 5 endurance races and 5 sprint races to look forward to. And over the course of the season, there's going to be a championship in endurance, a championship in sprint, and the combined overall title up for grabs as well across the various classes to reflect the driver grading. It's in the pro competition, though, where you can anticipate the race winner to come. And here at Paul Ricard, that category, which allows any grading of driver, is going to be fought out by a long list of potential winning cars. One such is the Get Speed run Mercedes-AMG, and in there as the star driver is reigning champion Jules Gounon.
The approach of this season, coming back after a double title, it's the same, trying to give our best. And hopefully when we enjoy, we have good weekend, this time with different teammates and different team. I'm actually missing a bit Lelo. The last 3 years I was always teaming up with Lelo, so we start to have a good bonding. But I think we have a very good lineup, a great team, and we have all the ingredients to try to 3-time repeat it.
Valentino Rossi is back for a 3rd season in Fanatec GT. Once again, he's with Maxime Martin, and for these endurance races, new co-driver in Raffaele Marciello.
The lineup of this year is fantastic. It's a stellar lineup. Very happy and very proud to share the car with Maxime, like last year, but also with Lelo. I think that they are 2 of the best GT drivers in the world. We arrived from a 23 season that was good. That was a big step from the 22. So the target is continue to improve and try to fight for the podium in every races.
Rover Racing came close to winning the Endurance Cup last year in Fanatec GT and is aiming to take the title this season. Philip Eng, one of the drivers on board once again this year. Great continuity within the team.
We finished the runner-up in the championship last year, so we didn't do too bad, but it was just not enough. We didn't have enough pace in Barcelona. That's why we didn't clinch the championship. But we won the most important race, Spa 24 hours, which was extremely cool. But we are very confident. We know the team knows us, so I feel very prepared. And I really hope we can add the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Endurance this year.
Last year's Sprint Cup champion Riccardo Fella stays with Audi, and he's hoping that the momentum of last year's success carries on into 2024. Let's see.
Obviously, it gives us a good flow, or I hope it brings us in a good flow. And yeah, I hope we can bring the success back to the track this year again. From the feeling in the team, I think it's very positive. Everyone is super motivated, and that helps a lot. So yeah, I hope we can keep that and convert it to results again.
Another season, another championship, another team for Mercedes stalwart Mauro Engel. This year he drives for the Winward Racing team and is, as ever, a likely champion.
Fanatec GT World Challenge is super competitive, stacked with great teams and cars, manufacturers and drivers. So really looking forward to it. We have a very strong team with Winward Racing, and obviously with my teammates Lucas Auer and Daniel Moret, also a very strong driver lineup. So I'm very excited and looking forward to this season, and we'll give it a good crack and see what we can do.
There are some new cars on the grid as well. Take this, the Ford Mustang, for example. The Multimatic-built car is new. It is still being developed, but with Christopher Mies, Fred Vervies and Dennis Olsen as the 3 drivers, expect that development to continue apace. It looks good and it sounds stunning. Another new car is the Aston Martin Vantage GT3. It's a new car for 2024, and ComTU has switched from Audi to Aston Martin, and one of its star drivers is Nicky Thiim.
Aston Martin brought the new Vantage on the market now, and it's absolutely amazing. Obviously, It's really nice to see the Come To You team picking the Aston Martin green as the main color, so it's a new adventure for us. We have the perfect package, so we are ready to go to war.
The Gold Cup, which caters for 2 gold-graded and 1 silver-graded driver, was really competitive in 2023 and expect more of the same in 2024. Santa-locked Audis will be a force to be reckoned with, and Jim Pla moves from Mercedes to Audi for this season. And for Jim, it's a very different feeling car.
The driving style is completely different, so yeah, I have to work on it. I have to adapt my driving style as well. But the feeling is good with the car, so let's go. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to work with Gilles Magnus, my teammate, with Podium and with Centelock team. So I think we can do some good things. Let's see this weekend, but yeah, I'm really happy.
The Almanar Racing Mercedes is another likely candidate for a win in the Gold Cup, and Dominic Baumann returns to Fanatec GT after a season away. He's delighted to be back on the grid and in a competitive car.
I'm excited to be back. Missing 1 year without SRO GT World Challenge is not the best, but I'm really happy to be back. It's a difficult track, and if you have it right, you can do some good lap times. We push as always, and then for sure after the first race we know where we are.
The Silver Cup caters for the GT stars of the future. 3 silver-graded young guns, all in the same car going for glory, and it produced a great battle in 2023. One of the stars was Nicholas Bart, and he'll be a man to watch this year as well as he switches with the family Come To You team to the Aston Martin.
I think we did a great job last year. No new targets, being the new champion in this silver category, in endurance at least. I think we have a strong lineup and the team put a lot of effort to get you on the best performance level. So I think we are well prepared and we'll do the maximum we can to reach the top.
The familiar Boots & VDS team switches brands for 2024 away from Audi to Mercedes-AMG. Aurelien Panis goes with the team, and he's looking forward not only to a good season but to success on home soil.
Really happy to start the season in Le Castellet. I think we will have some good support here, so I'm really happy with that. We have a really strong lineup for the Silver Cup, so we will fight at the top. And first time for me with the Mercedes GT3 AMG, so we will see, but I think everything is ready to have a good weekend.
The Bronze Cup has to have 1 bronze-graded driver within it, but you can have silvers or even platinums as your co-drivers. A man to watch here is the Omani racer, Ahmad Al-Hathi. He's been away from the Fanatec GT Europe scene for quite some time, but he's an experienced driver and will be a man to watch this season for WRT.
I'm really happy to be back. It's great. I always loved this championship. Since I rejoined again, the level is extremely high. Experience is very important, and I know how important consistency is. To be back with OQ by Oman Racing and also with WRT, who are the backbone of this team, is great.
Mark Radcliffe for Optimum Motorsport with the McLaren is relatively new to GT racing. He's racing in British GT this year and was rapid in the Gulf 12 Hours last season. He's up for a full season and learning fast.
I did a year last year in the GT3, which is my first year in the GT3. Prior to that, I was in Porsche Cup cars, so there was a bit of a change to adapt to with the aero on the car. That's probably the biggest thing I've had to learn. It's just in the aero, but confidence-wise, yeah, I'm full of confidence. It's just a case of applying what I've been learning last year and taking it into this year.
The Herbert Motorsport team are Porsche stalwarts. They're back for another season with Ralph Bowen, the bronze-graded driver. He's been 3rd in the championship in the past. He was runner-up last year. Now he wants a win.
It doesn't matter when we go to Paul Ricard. It's always nice here to have a good weather, to have a good track, and have also a good competition. A lot of very strong teams in the Bronze Cup, and so we're looking forward for an interesting season. We have been 3rd the year before, 2nd last year. Let's see what we can get this year.
The Sky Tempesta racing team go back to a Ferrari. Chris Froggatt again heads the driving force, and although Ferraris have moved on while he's been racing other brands, it's like going home.
Excited to get started, see where everyone is. I think it's going to be a case of the first couple of rounds to sort of settle in. Obviously, we've got a new car. Again, third year, new car, so it proved to be quite competitive last year, so we're hoping that we can gel again very quickly and get up to speed in the car. The focus is to prioritize points. I think that's always been our strategy, is try and finish all the races, which we did last year, and hope to get a few top steps. But I mean, last year we didn't win one race. You know, it's a lot of podiums, but never won a race, and that combination seemed to work, so hopefully we repeat that and win ourselves another championship.
20 minutes to start time. Welcome to Paul Ricard then. The grid is starting to form up. Cars making their way from the pit lane round to the grid. The days of doing multiple installation laps are gone. You leave the pit, you go straight to the grid. Anybody that comes back into the pit lane is trapped there and will have to start the race from pit lane. 54 cars, as we've been talking about. We had one or two with dramas in the qualifying session with damage, like the Matt Bell, John Hartshorn, Ben Tuck Ferrari. And number 72, Barwell Lamborghini, has had to have an engine change, and as a consequence of that, it forfeits its grid position and is going to start effectively last, but from the pit lane. Casper Stevenson will be the start driver. That car notionally, therefore, at the back of the grid. The benefit, in a way, though, from starting from the pits is that you've got a bit more time to work on the car, and an engine change is not the work of a moment. It was only something like 4 hours, wasn't it, between the end of qualifying and the start of the race, never mind the time taken to get to the grid. David Addison and John Watson, trackside as ever, looking forward to a great season of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS action. Round 1 of Endurance Cup here, round 1 of Sprint Cup Brands Hatch first weekend of May. And John, the Paul Ricard circuit is always a dramatic place.
I have to say, the view from our drone is stellar. There is the map of the circuit, 5.7 kilometers. 15 turns. You go from turn 7 on to Mistral straight up to turn 10 in this configuration because we're using the chicane on the main straight for the support events. So it's 15 turns in total, 5.7 kilometers, and a lot of it is high speed, flat out. Sector 1 very tight on the far end, and the return leg, sector 3, lovely sweeping, swooping curves. But that final turn 15, easy to tag another competitor. So everybody, and in particular, the pro drivers, they are warned, you tag another car, you're going to be held responsible.
There's the long, fast blast down the Mistral straight. There are some fast corners and there are some tight and technical and twiddly bits as well. We've got new teams, new drivers, new cars. One of the standout cars, might not be the quickest, but it sounds magnificent. The new Ford Mustang. We'll touch on that, no doubt, during the course of the race. But it's a familiar car-driver combination on pole position, isn't it? Mirko Bortolotti for pole, his 10th endurance pole position. His first endurance pole was also here back in 2015 in a Grasser Lamborghini. This time it's the Iron Lynx car, and there for second on the grid is the Porsche from the Schumacher CLRT squad. The CLRT bit you might be familiar with, Kohn-Ledegar Racing Team and Eduardo Schumacher's squad merging, and another couple of teams kind of amalgamating as well to make this big powerhouse. It's a really busy Paul Ricard as well, particularly around the start and finish area. There are loads of fans here. There was the usual huge queue for Valentino Rossi's autograph earlier on in the day. Valentino back for another season with Maxime Martin and Raffaele Marcello in GT World Challenge Europe. So, John, there's a great deal to look forward to across all the classes as well.
Yes, I think it's a sign of that spring is here. And we've got a good crowd here at Paul Ricard. They're coming out for a bit of Sunday afternoon entertainment. It's a 3-hour race. The traditional Paul Ricard event has been in the past a 6-hour endurance, starting at 6 in the evening, running through to midnight. So it's a much more comfortable length of time to sit and watch a motor race. And there you can see the fans of all ages. I mean, David, you were probably like that young child, plus the dummy.
Not that long ago, surely. Yes, that's a GT4 driver in 16 years' time. No, it's great to have so much enthusiasm from the fans, and it's certainly interesting, isn't it, every time we come to Paul Ricard, how many more people are here, because for many years this was a closed track. It was only a test track, but more and more public race meetings, and this has been a real GT festival. We had 2 GT2 races yesterday, we've had GT4 action as well, and yeah, a 3-hour GT race with such a big grid. There's going to be action all the way through. There
is, and I think part of the reason why we've got such a good fan following is because they love GT racing, because it's unpredictable, because you don't have one brand dominating year upon year upon year, that they don't know who's going to win. We don't know who's going to win. We've got our thoughts about who might come first after 3 hours, but there's no guarantees our thoughts are going to correlate with what might happen on the racetrack.
Now there, the Sky Tempesta racing squad back with a Ferrari. Bronze champions last year on points, not race wins, but they're kind of feeling at home again with an AF Corsa run Ferrari as the French national anthem plays in the background, and we are 10 minutes away from the start of the formation lap. It will be, of course, a rolling start. A 3-hour race means there have got to be 2 mandatory pit stops. They'll be just after the hour mark, really. The maximum you can do for a stint, 63 minutes these days. Worth pointing out as well that we're on a different fuel, a completely 100% biofuel now.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. It's a very important element because we've now got a 100% biofuel across the field. Every car is running the same fuel. It's Total Energies Excellium fuel, and it's brand new for this year, and it's a step forward in terms of looking after the world.
Yeah,
and that's a very important element indeed as part of the series.
There's the Ford Mustang I was talking about. It's had one key change since I saw it on Thursday, which is to get the spelling of Fred Verviche's surname correct on the side of the car. They found an extra C to put into that. Let's go to the grid. Antonio Rankin is down there to talk to drivers for us. And the first one on the hit list, Maxime Martin.
Maxime, you're starting a little bit further down the grid today, but the BMW is looking strong.
Yeah, we had a really good qualifying. At the end, we all three of us had a good qualifying, clean qualifying. A bit of bad luck in the beginning with this red flag situation, but it was the same for everyone. And yeah, P6 is a good starting position. It's a long race, so we have to go to the end. And I think we have quite a strong race car, so let's see what we can do.
As the track cools down, do you anticipate there'll be a few challenges?
Yeah, I think it's a bit better for us. I think cooler the track is, better is for our cars. So we hope it's not too sunny and that we can have a good end of stint.
Rossi earlier was saying he's aiming for top 10. Why not first?
He said top 10. I think we can do better.
Brilliant, thank you.
Maxime almost looked offended then, didn't he?
Yes.
Only 10th. Valentino Rossi, just to make the point, is the other driver along with Raffaele Marciello of this car, but there he is in the background, Valentino. It's always kind of known as the Rossi BMW. It's in his colours, his number. It's the one number on the side of a car that isn't the regulation because it's his trademark 46. Now there, the new Aston Martin Vantage GT3 and a new member of the of the Aston Martin squad from Audi, Mathieu Drudi, last year's Sprint Cup champion, getting ready for his stint. Comtieu also moving from Audi to Aston Martin. Those cars still being development, but I think Aston Martin has high hopes over the course of the year, not having to worry about GT3 and GTE machinery anymore, because GT3 goes into other championships, the WEC most notably, so they can concentrate all the resource on getting an absolutely, top dollar GT3 car.
Yeah, there's a major commitment from Comtieu Racing to, obviously, with Audi as a factory withdrawing, still Audi's competing, but not with the support that they used to enjoy. And they've chosen to go with the Aston Martin brand, and it's a major decision. They've got 4 cars running here. They've had 2 cars damaged through the Saturday running, but have been repaired. But nonetheless, it's a new project, and it will take time to embed into the competition around.
Let's go back to the grid. Antonio has found Stéphane Rattel, and it's a key place, this, for Stéphane. It's here it all started for him many years ago.
Stéphane, welcome back. Another year of GT World Challenge.
We're very pleased to be here. Another fantastic grid, another fantastic season ahead for Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS. And a special anniversary for us, because on this very circuit, exactly 30 years ago, was the first race of the BPR series. I was the R of the BPR, which really marked the revival of GT racing in Europe, a category that had ended at the end of the 70s, and that we relaunched in '94. So 30 years later, we're here with more cars, more brands, only one category, GT3, and this amazing grid of 55 cars. It's quite unique.
Absolutely, and we're going to hear a little bit more about that now.
That first BPR race here back in 1994, and the BPR series morphed into the FIA GT Championship. It went to some amazing venues like Zhuhai amongst other places, and it was the early days of GT racing, very similar to road cars. Then we had the McLarens come along, which moved the goalpost a little bit further as the BPR series spread its wings to Japan, and drivers from sports car backgrounds, from Formula One backgrounds, all came into the championship. Donington and Silverstone in the UK hosted rounds. Dave Price, the late great Dave Price, ran those Gulf McLarens, but there was also the Harrods car. We had the Thomas Boucher West McLaren as well, and it created what we have now. GT racing has continued to go from strength to strength. That first BPR race was a Porsche win. Jean-Pierre Jarier, Jesus Pereira, and the late great Bob Wallach were the winners. They've got a good grid, and the BPR series, as I say, that gave way to FIA GT FIA GT1 World Championship came along, and then what we have today in terms of the GT World Challenge across different continents, Europe, Asia, Australia, and America too, giving us this incredible growth in GT racing. And over 30 years, I don't think Stefan Rattel could have really expected it to be quite such a success. Of course, the GT catalyst was the demise of Group C sports car racing that had morphed towards manufacturer entries. The costs went skyrocketing, and by the end of 1992 it was all but done, and Stefan identified with Patrick Peter and Jürgen Barth a need for some sort of international sports car racing. GT racing was felt to be a much cheaper, much more cost-effective way of bringing sports cars to the grid. And although the cars now have moved on from those almost road car-esque chassis of 30 years ago, GT racing is still a massive success, and we can't wait to get this race underway. 5 minutes before season 2024 is underway. We saw earlier Porsche 911 GT2s in that archive footage. That's a much different looking 911, John.
Totally different. And of course, just going back to what you were saying, what this series, certainly in its infancy, it was encouraging amateur drivers, not just your pro drivers, so it was available across different subdivisions within the overall race. So you can have gentleman race drivers, or you can have the pro driver, or you can have something in between. Now there is David Pittard's Valkenhurst, Aston Martin. So Valkenhurst have also jumped ship from BMW to Aston Martin, as Come To You has done from Audi to the British brand. So Valkenhurst of the two Aston Martin entries was the slightly more competitive in qualifying. Best of their cars was on the 6th row of the grid. I think the best Come To You Racing was a little bit further back on the 9th row of the grid.
So, as you look down to the grid once more, Ferrari well represented, AF Corsa with its usual plethora of cars. 51 there is Alessio Rovera to go first. And we know how quick Alessio is. Single-seater racer turned GT champion. 3 minutes to go to the start. Mechanics now strap in the drivers, or the cabling plugged in, so they've got the intercom to the team, then they can talk back and receive instruction. And Alessio Rovera for the AF Corsa team then for this opening round of the Endurance Cup, starting on the 6th row of the grid. The grid, in case you weren't with us for qualifying, based on the aggregate of the three drivers' times. That's the Barwell Lamborghini starting in the pit lane. Our reigning Sprint Cup champion, Riccardo Fella, still for Audi, is on the grid, and he's with Antonia.
Looking forward when I get home.
So, ready when you are. Oh, well, I'm here with Riccardo Fella, and he's a little bit further down the grid.
Yeah, unfortunately. A bit of bad luck in qualifying, but car is working well so far, so let's try to fight forward.
How are you going to make up for it during the race?
We just have to overtake many cars now.
Great strategy, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Nothing like optimism, is there? He's got to overtake lots of cars. The Audi is going to be interesting to watch in this race, because we know that Audi Sport are effectively done and dusted. They are still paying for some drivers. There are still people like Riccardo Fella and Christopher Haas on the payroll, and they've been dropped into other teams. There is a notional Audi Sport presence here, but it's a well-developed car, John, and we know that it can, you know, at the end of last year, it was still winning championships. So that team with Haas, with Alex Arca, with Riccardo Fella, they can still deliver a good result.
I think that car could, in certain circumstances, win an event this year, maybe or the brand win events, because it is so well sorted. I mean, there's so much information and knowledge about how do you make the car fast. It is pretty much reliable, bulletproof in terms of what racing cars are, and it's a package that everybody who's raced it loves, because it's a car that's slightly more front-endy than, say, a Mercedes-AMG GT3 or possibly the Aston Martin in its Evo form. And it's a great package. So although the dynamic has changed in terms of where Audi is and its company's future, that car is still a very good car to be a driver amongst.
Well, there, looking down from the drone, is the grid. The green flag at the back says that everybody is in position for the formation lap, that the engineers are pretty much all back through the access gates and off the circuit, and therefore the race control team, the race direction team, can now take charge, ready to release the cars. Looking down onto the grid, we know that number 72, the Barwell Lamborghini of Casper Stevenson, Gabriele Rindoni and Patrick Kujala, will start from the pit lane because of an engine change. I'm looking to see if there are any other gaps down there, but as the Lamborghini leading car blasts away, it'll be another Lamborghini that chases it. Mirko Bortolotti's pole sitting Lamborghini. The cars now blast clear of the grid. Last opportunity to get some warmth into the rubber. Pirelli tyres, of course. Again, Pirelli loyal supporters of this championship. Rover Racing BMW, AF Corsa Ferraris, the Rutronic Porsche, Winward Racing Mercedes, top drivers, top brands, top teams as well coming into the championship this year. It is absolutely wide open. We thought we had a handle yesterday in the pre-qualifying session on what might be the best brand, and then Lamborghini came along this morning and just found a whole load more pace, looking really, really competitive. So Mirko Bortolotti on pole position, Aenshin Guven will be alongside him. Then the second row, Jules Gounon and Christian Engelhardt. The third row of the grid, Augusto Farfus to BMW, and another BMW out of the Team WRT stable. That is going to be saddled by Maxime Martin first, ahead of Charles Weerts, and then Louis Pret for Garage 59. Another McLaren next, Benjamin Goethe. Marco Wittmann alongside him, ahead of Alessio Rivera and David Pittard. Then it is Patrick Niederhauser, new to Porsche. Lucas Auer's Mercedes next, with Faisal Al-Zubar's Mercedes on the Porsche of Joel Sturm. 16th on the grid. 17th, Mathieu Drudi, we saw him on the grid. 18th, the new Ford, Fred Verviche at the wheel of the Mustang, ahead of Chris Froggett's Ferrari and Luc Hertog's Porsche. Then Paul Everard for Sandslock in the Audi. Ezequiel Perez-Companc in his Mercedes from the Mad Panda Motorsport team with Ralph Bowen, and the reigning British GT champion, or half of that combination, Darren Lung next. Adam Christodoulou starts on row 13 for Boots and VDS. Tanat Satrantirakul alongside, then Vincent Abril and Romain Carton. Next, Ahmad Al-Hati returning to the SRO GT scene, and the Israeli-American driver Rui Meerhouse alongside him. Then you've got Matteo Larena, who had a spin with a bit of help in qualifying, and alongside him it is going to be Mark Radcliffe. Then Andrei Mukovoz with the Audi. Next up, Alex Arca comes after Alban Varruti. Behind him, Christian Hook, returning to the championship as well. Then Till Bechtelsheimer in number 78 Lamborghini. Go back a row, there's Patrick Kolb and Martin Kodrich ahead of John de Wilde, and there would have been Casper Stevenson, but that car starting from the pit lane. Everybody moves up, so Jot Reponge and Yannick Mettler come next. Then it's Nicholas Bart, Tim Kresick, Louis Machils and Lewis Proctor's McLaren, and on his outside is Leonardo Moncini, who we saw last year in the Honda. Next comes Nicola Rossi, quick Ferrari driver for Kessel Racing. Philip Zaga in the Porsche from Dynamic GT. Then Sam de Jonge, who had an off yesterday. Michele Beretta quite a long way back. And then you've got John Hartshorn, and from the pits, it'll be Casper Stevenson. Right, what about Matteo Cairoli? He's new to Lamborghini, his car's on pole.
Starting on pole today, but you're last in the car. Do you feel a big sense of responsibility?
Well, a bit, yes, of course. I mean, we know that we have to do an excellent job, all of us. So it's not only up to me, of course. It's up to all of us. But for sure, I mean, taking the responsibility for the last stint is always a bit more, I would say, I mean, tougher, but you know, I mean, I'm used to this feeling already. I'm racing since a few years now, and I know I can deal with it.
Brilliant. Thank you. Best of luck.
So the cars now putting themselves in the side-by-side formation, ready for the rolling start. Mirko Bortolotti then on pole position. You're riding on board with Jules Gounon in number 2 Mercedes. We were a little bit surprised, John and I, that Jules was doing the first stint rather than the last. I suspect the intention here is that he punches through and gets the car into the lead. But normally, because of a late race safety car fear, you'd put your fastest driver in last, wouldn't you?
It would be normal, I think, to put Gounon back into the car for that third stint and have Lucas Stolz start, and then the middle stint up by Fabian Schiller. But for some reason, GetSpeed have chosen to put Jules Gounon in for the start. So that's their choice. It's probably been well considered and well discussed by the team, and I'm sure everybody's entirely au fait with the decision.
Absolutely. The cars now make their way up towards the lighting gantry. You saw Andrea Caldarelli then, who was a champion of sprint and endurance, and therefore the combined champion too in 2019. That was the dominant year from the FFF racing team. Now it's Iron Lynx and Grasser racing team that's kind of come back really to the Lamborghini forefront that are going to be upholding honour. The cars come out of the last corner then, heading up towards the timing line. The clock will start as soon as the cars break the timing beam. It's a long run down towards the first corner, and the start's going to be given with the flag. The drivers accelerate up towards the line. Round 1 of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, set to get underway here at Paul Ricard. The flag is waved. We go racing then as the cars accelerate down towards turn 1. Good getaway by Bortolotti, good getaway by Guven as well. The cars fan out across the road, 3-4 wide in mid-pack. side by side to turn one. Guven is late on the brakes on the outside. He's run deep into the corner. He's up the curb. He's off the road completely. He's going to cut the corner. He rejoins second. There's a spin. It looks like it's possibly 163. Christian Engelhardt that's gone around. That was the Grasser Lamborghini on cold rubber that's rotated. Let's look down from the drone and see what we can find. There are cars off the road and back on again. So turn two has been the first pinch point. And look at this. Three abreast. Dive down under braking. The drone outbrakes many of the cars, but it's a great shot this as you hover above the pack down towards turn 5. Up the curb on the inside, there are drivers, there are cars all over the place.
Well, it's not turns 1 and 2. You can expect to see cars cutting the inside of the corner, but not down at the far end of the circuit through turns 5 and 6.
Mercedes there, I think, with a bit of damage, slowed right down. Looked like one of the Boutsen cars. So come the end of the lap, you might well have 1 or 2 heading into the pits. There are cars sideways, cars way off the racetrack. And look at this as they blast down the Mistral straight. BMW versus Ferrari et al. You've got the McLarens in that battle pack as well. So it is Bortolotti leading Guven in second place. Jules Gounon is third. And Augusto Farfus in the BMW on the inside. He goes third. That was brave.
That was a brave move. He got a good run down the Mistral straight to get himself up alongside the number 2 Mercedes Get Speed and made that pass stick up the inside into seen at the speed of these cars, 215 kilometers per hour in the corner. That is brave.
So Bortolotti leads the way. Einstein Guven chasing after him in the Porsche. Then you got Jules Gounon in third place. Well, he did, but now up and past him, Augusto Farfus and Christian Engelhardt trying to recover. Farfus, though, on a mission. The BMWs looked really good yesterday. This morning was rather more, if you like, Lamborghini dominated. And the car's now heading up towards the end of the lap. So, through the Virage du Pont towards the timing line. Bortolotti gets 1 lap in the book, but do not be surprised if we didn't have a few cars heading for the pit lane with damage after all the fun and games around the first, third of the lap, really.
Yes, for turns 1 and 2, always going to have contact, but down the far end of the circuit, it continued. Here we are now. This is the exit for the first time in 3 hours of Virage du Pont. And already Bortolotti has come through turns 1 and 2, and he's got that, well, he's got about a second of an advantage now over the Porsche, but Farfus is of that top 3 cars is the one that looks is going to make a challenge. He got past the Mercedes relatively easily, all the way down that long Mistral straight, and he'll be lining up an Ian Gavin in the Porsche.
And into the pit lane at the end of the opening lap has come Mark Radcliffe with the Optimum McLaren with a problem. And Christian Engelhardt, we saw him spin, so he had started the race 4th. He came through 46th at the end of lap 1 because after the spin he then had to try to find a gap in the traffic.
Well, I think what he was doing, spinning at that part of the racetrack on the exit of turn 2, he just probably put his head down, shut his eyes, and hoped that nobody was going to tag the side of the of his Lamborghini. So that's a bad start indeed.
Yeah. So Mark Radcliffe's Optimum McLaren pits probably with damage, and Michele Beretta's Mercedes AMG in as well. So 2 teams already in strife, and there you can see the damage to the Mercedes. Front to left corner has taken a pounding. So Bortolotti leading, but Einstein Guven is going with him. Farfus in 3rd place, Jules Gounon 4th. So you've got Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW, Mercedes AMG, Ferrari 5th as well. So 5 different brands in the top 5. Alessio Rivera is hanging on to that leading battle pack.
So the gap first, second, but second to third, third to fourth, fourth to fifth. And you got Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari. He's set fastest sector time on this lap in sector 1, and 46 just about holding his position.
I got hit turn 2, and I got hit turn 10. Repeat. I got hit turn 2, and I got hit turn 10.
Maxime Martin talking to the team, explaining he got hit twice on the first lap, turn 2 perhaps inevitably, and round at turn 10 also getting a knock at scene. So Maxime Martin's car may not be 100%, and he's got his teammate Charles Wirtz now right up behind him. Now Gounon here, I don't say this very often, Gounon's under attack, isn't he? Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari, he's really up on his toes. He's right on the tail of the Mercedes AMG.
Well, the Ferrari has been quickest in that final set. Well, the lap has got the fastest race lap, in fact. So of the top 5 cars, that is the quickest. And he is right under the rear wing now of Jules Gounon, who was overtaken on the opening lap by Augusto Farfus in the 998 BMW. Somewhat unexpectedly, but it just seemed to have enough straight line performance to catch, get alongside, and then pull ahead of Jules Gounon. Which again, you know, we are always looking to any car that Gounon's in, you always think that that's going to be a car that's going to lead and win a race.
Well, right now, he's trying to go defensive. Alessio Rivera right there behind him. And while they squabble, so Maxime Martin is trying to close up. Rivera has done the fastest lap of the race thus far. I know it's only one flying lap, proper flying lap, but it's game on. 4th overall and 4th in the Pro Cup here. Gounon's Mercedes a little bit wide. His dad, Jean-Marc, is here to cheer him on. And right now, Jules is going to have to really stick out his elbows because Rivera is all over him like a cheap suit.
He certainly is. But whether he's got the pace where it counts to find a way past the Mercedes is a large car. Gounon is exceptionally talented, and he knows how to drive a Mercedes, and he's had so much success behind the wheel of a Mercedes, so he's not going to offer up any opportunity. Look, coming into the final turn, plonks the Mercedes right in the middle of the racetrack to prevent the Ferrari from trying to dive under or dive down the inside.
Mirko Bortolotti over the timing line. He leads from Guven in the Porsche, from Farfus in the BMW, and then this Gounon-Rivera battle as they come through. Maxime Martin, 6th, has done the fastest lap of the race now. And just look how close Gounon 4th and the red Ferrari 5th of Alessio Rivera are. You're looking down from the drone. This fantastic shot that we have as it hovers over the racetrack down at turns 3 and 4. But while Rivera has got a bit stuck behind Gounon, so Martin, even with contact on the first lap, is closing up.
Yes, he has. I mean, Rivera made a big charge to the back of the Mercedes and it's kind of stalled out, but Maxime Martin has closed down the gap between the 5th and 6th positions. So we saw a good pace from Augusto Farfus earlier in his BMW. Has Maxime Martin got similar straight line performance, and he's being followed directly by his teammate in the 32. There's the Ford Mustang. It's running right now in 12th place. It's overtaken the McLaren. So the new Mustang, not only is it looking great, is it sounding great, it's actually looking competitive.
Yeah, it's gained a place on the last lap because Fred Verviche has gone ahead of Louis Pret, and Pret's quick. So this new car, first time out, going nicely. Rivera getting closer to Gounon, and Maxime Martin 6th in the, in quotes, Rossi BMW, part of that gang almost now because he's getting ever closer. The Mustang goes through. Fred Verviche, the man behind the wheel of it. It looked really imposing, that car, and boy, does it sound good.
Well, if it sounds good, that's certainly, for me, a big box ticking exercise. He's running directly behind David Pittard in the 34 Aston Martin. So that's going to be a challenge. It's two big cars, two powerful cars. So whether that'll stall out any further progress for the 64 Ford Mustang, wait to see.
Well, they're going through is number 159, Benjamin Goethe, who we've seen winning Silver Cup in the past. Safety car has been deployed. Safety car on track. Now, I'm not aware where the incident is, but there is the safety car, and quickly scrambled that. So we're on lap 5, just starting, and safety car deployed then. Now, I have a suspicion that with all the incident down at this section of the circuit on the first lap, they may well have demolished all of the bollards that are there to try and keep people away from the curbs. And if they're not put back in place, then it's going to be almost free-for-all for the remaining 2 hours, 50 minutes.
And of course, as a consequence of the opening lap in particular, there's a lot of rubbish on the racetrack. You can see that head-on shot coming into turn 1. There's little small bits of gravel on the just on the outside of the entry in to turns 1 and 2, and it'll be pretty much like that all the way around the racetrack. It will eventually get cleared away by the traffic, but it is there, and that's another factor. You know, if you run over a sharp bit of something on the racetrack, it can cut down a tire.
So this will deny Mirko Bortolotti the chance to build that lead. And as we've been seeing, Alessio Rivera attacking Jules Gounon. We'll have to take a small break, but when he starts the attack again, Maxime Martin will be a little bit nearer to him. Now, let's get it out of the way for the season. Safety cars can breed safety cars. You've got 52 of them still in the race, and they're all now going to be in one long line ready for the restart. There's some of the debris from lap 1 having to be moved away. That's probably quite an expensive pass as well.
Well, if you have to go and buy a new one, I can guarantee you it is. You're trying to trade one in, it's worth nothing. And that one, well, a lot of these parts can be reconstructed, put them back into a jig. They're carbon fiber in most cases. That looks like that's a biffer bin job, I would say.
Let's have a replay of the start then. Mirko Bortolotti making that good getaway on the run down towards turn 1. But it was in the mid-pack where we had cars fanning out all across the road, desperately trying to find clear track space. Maxime Martin's view, there's just nowhere to go. Crowded road ahead of him. Augusto Farfus BMW just ahead, and Farfus then getting into Engelhardt. Now that pushed Engelhardt a little bit wide. Look, he bounces across the road, and he's just lost it.
So That was all happening directly in front of the 46. That was Maxime Martin. So Martin recovered well, could have been involved in that issue now directly behind the tail of the Ferrari.
From another angle, just have a look on the outside line at the blue Lamborghini, because Christian Engelhardt comes back onto the road. I don't think there was any contact that caused the spin, but certainly he'd already run wide, and that was what unsettled the car. He was lucky not to get collected.
Well, what he did, he got off the brakes, and when the car was in the course of its spin, eventually it comes out of it and was rolling backwards, and he let the car continue to roll backwards to get it off the racetrack rather than putting on the brakes and sitting there and being a sitting target for those cars that were coming on the line. But look at what's oh dear me, it's nuts this opening lap. 54 cars all think they're going to win the race on this single opening lap.
You're on board the Mustang right now. This is Fred Verviche's view. Just savour the noise. And that from the high shot of the drone, showing the cars diving down towards turns 4, 5, 6, where some use the curb on the right, others on the left. And down at the bottom part of the circuit here at Virage du Camp, you just cut the corner completely. Look, the Audi there, the Santa Lock Audi number 25, Paul Everard's white Audi, just completely ignores the corner, but at least that way he was safe.
Yeah, now there's getting hung out on the outside of a corner, and as you can see, one of the BMW is virtually coming to a standstill. Here's again to see where Engelhardt is. The back end just snapped oversteer, and he's facing the traffic coming at him at about 120 kilometers an hour maybe, and lets the car roll back safely to the inside of the circuit.
I think because he had the spin, he was the one that touched Maxime Martin's BMW. So Maxime Martin said he got hit at turn 2, and it was by a spinning Engelhardt, wasn't it?
Must have been. We don't know who it was on turn 10. We didn't see any contact, but there may be some video evidence of that contact. So there is the blue 46.
Safety car in this lap.
So we're going to go back racing then. So one safety car use, but with the track cleared, we're going to go racing this time. The voice you just heard is that of the race director, Alain Adam. He tells the teams what's going on. It's all on the message line of the timing screens that are up and down the pit lane. And so now Mirko Bortolotti gets ready to go racing.
So he will control the restart once the safety car has pulled ahead, and will go into the pit lane. So it'll all be in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti. Everybody else, we all know from previous years when we've seen safety car upon safety car. Oh, and the McLaren is out.
That's Mark Radcliffe rejoining, but he's 4 laps down, so they've got the car back in the race. He might salvage points in class, but it's going to be a long 3 hours for him, Ollie Milroy and Rob Bell. Right, lights off, said Alain Adam. That means that the start procedure or restart procedure is underway. There is the Lamborghini safety car, new for this year, ahead of a very different looking Huracan. And Mirko Bortolotti now drops right back, ready to control the restart. The pace car, as it is, will the safety car dive for the pit lane? And then Mirko Bortolotti will decide when to accelerate. What he wants to try to do is outfox Einstein Guven and make a break.
Yes, and he can do it at any part of the racetrack from now on, but nobody can overtake until they've gone across start-finish line. So as close as you can get to the car that you're following, you can't find a way past.
Green flag.
So the green flag instruction given as you hear, and Mirko Bortolotti quickens his pace. Einstein Guven in the Porsche right there with him. Augusto Farfus third. So we go racing once more then as the cars now power up towards the line. What can Rovera in that Ferrari do about Jules Gounon in the Mercedes? Alessio behind the Andorran-based driver as they come over the line. Bortolotti's made that break, hasn't he, of about 2 or 3 lengths, being chased by Guven, being chased by Farfus, and Maxime Martin will be on his toes. Look at Verviche in the background, all over the back of David Pittard like a cheap suit. The Mustang is on a mission.
Yeah, but Pittard made a pretty dramatic move to the left to block the Mustang trying to get up the inside. So Fred Verviche would have not been overly happy about it, because he probably felt he had a legitimate chance to get alongside the Aston Martin on the run up into turn 1.
Out of turn 4, they will come to the bottom of the circuit then, from Virage de l'Hôtel to Virage du Camp, and then to Saint-Baume. Many of the corners here named after either neighbouring landmarks or towns. There is Verviche, and he's coming under a little bit of pressure from Louis Pret.
And that car, that Mustang, has been the single fakest car all weekend down the Mistral Straight, where they're now on. They've begun out of turn 7, and this car has been on average about 4 to 5, 6 kilometres an hour quicker than anything else in the field.
Right, here's the pack, then onto the Mistral straight. Ignore the chicanes for GT World Challenge for Fanatec GT because they keep going all the way up to Signes. And now you'll start to see who is quick in a straight line. Our overall top speed is the Ferrari of Christian Hook at the moment. Just shared that with Fred Verviche, 288 kilometers an hour. So John's right, that Mustang, along with the Ferrari, aero-friendly from the Ferrari. Lots of grunt and go for the Mustang. Quick in a straight line.
And Verviche has found a way around David Pittard, but Pittard comes back, goes up the inside in the Bousset and gets that position back. So Mustang overtook in straight line speed. Look at Verviche trying to find the best way to get back at the Valkyros Motorsport Aston Martin.
Is this a GT car or is this a GT car? Fred Verviche in the Mustang, you're riding with him.
Turn up the volume and listen to that V8.
Oh, just wonderful noise. 12th you were there when you came across the line. Fred Verviche, your chauffeur. Now, Mirko Bortolotti leads by 7/10 of a second from Ian Guven. Augusto Farfus still there in 3rd place. Maxime Martin still has the best lap of the race, and he is in 6th place. There's a yellow flag in Sector 3 right now. So, again, with the pack all bunched up, perhaps something had to give. The one that we've lost from the race, Michele Beretta's Mercedes, that's still stuck in the pit lane. Yellow flag withdrawn. Ferrari battle going on here. Chris Froggatt ahead of Vincent Abril. Then Joel Sturm in the Porsche. And behind all of that is the Audi of Alban Varuti, who was the dominant AM in GT4 European Series last year.
So Bortolotti trying to make that break, which he successfully did on the opening lap, and has got a comfortable, what, a second and a bit, it was 3/4 of a second across the line at the restart, probably been extended up to about a second. The Porsche trying to hang into the pace the Lamborghini's got. But it's Augusto Farfus who's been in this lead 3 cars, has been really, really, I think, the biggest challenge.
Yeah, Farfus chipping away at Guven. There's also this Gunon-Rivera battle. Interesting, isn't it? I mean, Bortolotti still leads, but he's never really scarpered. Guven has kept him honest. But this might change now with Ian Guven having to start defending 2nd place from the BMW, because there going through is Augusto Farfus then. He started on the 3rd row of the grid, the Rover racing car. It's in the different hue from the sister car. A little bit further back is where you will find the 98 sister Rover car of Marco Wittmann. But Augusto Farfus at the moment is very much the BMW pioneer. He is the best placed of all the BMW drivers, and it's Rover outpacing WRT just now. There's Gunon 4th, then behind him is Rivera, behind him is Martin, then Wirtz, Niederhauser, Goethe, and then Marco Wittmann to round out the top 10. Over the line goes Mirko Bortolotti, and the margin is just under 7/10 of a second, and on that lap, fractionally quicker was Guven.
Yes, the gap was 3/4 of a second at the restart, fractionally under that now. So Guven has managed to claw back. You're talking about 10ths of seconds, but they all count. But at the end of the day, it's going. There's the Mustang. There is behind is Louis Pret in the 188, and that's not the lead. That's the 2nd place of the Garage 59 McLarens.
Yeah, Louis Pret 188 is currently the bronze leader in 13th place overall. 2nd bronze is the Porsche, 1 car but 1 behind. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. There, you can just see the yellow roof of Loic Hartog's Porsche, and then 3rd in bronze, Chris Froggatt in the Sky Tempesta Ferrari, and he's a couple of cars further back as they pound once more onto Mistral. In the Gold Cup, it is treble 7. Alfazal Al-Zubar leading for the Almanar Motorsport team. It's the Get Speed Run car, but under the Almanar banner. There it is. And Alfazal Al-Zubar in 16th place, ahead of Paul Everard, 25 Audi, and 3rd in gold is number 60, Martin Kodrich. Safety car again. Safety car again.
So, this safety car is with the issue we have with the lights at the starting gantry that remains on and change color. So, we go safety car, and we will try to solve the issue with the lights.
So very honest explanation from race control, race director Alain Adon. That was the reason why the race started with the green flag, not the lights. And so what he doesn't want is for the wrong light to show and confuse drivers or affect the race. So it's easier to neutralise things such as this and try and sort out the problem. Completely out of any SRO hands, isn't it? It's a circuit electrical drama, but it's got to be resolved.
Yes, and we're just 20 minutes into this 3-hour event. So depending on how long it takes them to resolve the sparks or the power, whatever it is, that is in the bridge that literally at the end of the pit lane. So get that resolved as quickly as possible. Let this race get back underway.
Now, a stint this year, maximum time 63 minutes. It used to be 65 if you are a student of the rules of Fanatec GT, but the biofuel and also the BOP and new cars, combination of factors, has adjusted the stint to 63 minutes. Now, there's always been an extension if there is a safety car at the end.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
Good news from race control. There's always been a 5-minute allowance, because if you're on your last lap of your stint and there's a safety car, your pace slows down and you might not be able to get in on time. So therefore there's been that extension. Now, if there is a safety car or a full course yellow period at any time of your stint, that 5-minute extension is applied. So rather than the teams now calculating to pit round about the 63-minute mark, they'll all be doing that at 68 and working out their strategy accordingly.
But the pit stop window will be between 25 and 35 into the race. The actual pit stop window doesn't change. It's just the...
Well, there's no window as such. I mean, the window is 68 minutes.
Okay,
you can't stop until then, and then the next stint maximum is 68 minutes, and so on. The only, if you like, regulation for the pit stops in terms of a time is that you must be connected to the refueling hose for a minimum of 43 seconds. That's then add on your drive time in and out. But the one key regulation for the pit stops is 43 seconds that you are coupled up to the refueling hose. But the driver's now working towards 68 minutes as the maximum of a stint. So lights out on top of the safety car. Mirko Bortolotti gets set to go again. And the good news is that after that just one lap spell behind the safety car, the lighting issue seemingly sorted, and that means we can go racing without further drama. But again, people are all bunched up. A little bit frustrating, if you like, for one or two drivers that they've had to race slow, but now they can race again, and hopefully we'll be able to get a good chunk of mileage.
Green flag.
So green flag shown. Bortolotti accelerates away once more as the cars speed down towards Virage de la Tour. Turn right, come up towards the timing line, and so there, Mirko Bortolotti leads the way, and he wants to try and stretch that lead again.
Yeah, the Porsche's a little bit closer this time at this restart than it was on the previous one, so Bortolotti comes across start-finish line. What is the gap? Wait to see, it's 0.4 of a second, so it's fractionally down. Marcus Wittmann in the 98, just seeing a message on the screen, but that's all been withdrawn. So the gap has opened up slightly more than it was literally when they came across the line. You can see it, and of course look behind Augusto Farfus as we watch what battle going on for 11th and 12th position between David Pittard and the Aston Martin, Fred Verviche and the Mustang.
There going through is the Benjamin Goethe McLaren. Then you've got the Pittard-Verviche battle, the drone right on the back of Maxime Martin. So you're kind of in 7th place at the moment, on the back of Martin 6th in the BMW. He's attacking Rivera. Rivera is attacking the yellow Mercedes AMG of Jules Gounon. There is Bortolotti, and he is getting away again from Guven, just as we saw before that more recent safety car interruption. Guven, though, has got Farfus right behind him, and Joel Sturm, the wrong side of the bollards, coming onto the Mistral.
Yes, I wonder will that be observed and reacted to, because that is not the racetrack, that's off the racetrack.
Look back, Martin on his toes. He's alongside Rivera. Ferrari on the inside, BMW on the outside up towards senior Maxime Martin. He's going to try to go all the way around the outside of the Ferrari. You're on board with the BMW. Has he done it? Has he done it? Yes, he has. Maxime Martin all the way around the outside, gets his nose in front, but he's hung out to dry on the outside at Le Beausset.
Yeah, he's going to try and make the undercut. I mean, that was a courageous move by Maxime Martin, and also not to run wide on the exit I've seen. So now the Ferrari has come back and got the position that he'd lost literally 2 corners ago, got it back. But Maxime Martin had that very good run down Mistral Straight to get in a position, and what Rivera did was fair. He didn't try to move around, didn't try to squeeze any more than any racing driver would do, but within rules and regulations. Now, having to defend coming into Virage de Port onto the start of coming up to the end of that 10.
Bortolotti leading from Guven, 9/10 of a second, half a second back Farfus. Then it's Gounon from Rivera, and here Maxime Martin goes through. Charles Wirtz is 7th, Niederhauser is 8th, Wittmann is 9th, Goethe is 10th, and Verviche is up into 11th. The Mustang has got ahead of David Pittard.
Yeah, so he dropped back a little bit prior to the safety car, then he closed up again. It's the straight line performance the Mustang has, and that's where he's having that kind of advantage makes your life a lot easier, and you can defend if you're ahead, but trying to attack if you haven't got straight line speed. Look how much, where's the Aston gone?
So Verviche now closing on the traffic ahead with Benjamin Goethe, his next target. Good little scrap going on lower down. Mathieu Drudy involved in dramas, and also there you can see Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. I think Louis Pret may have fallen back a spot or two in the traffic as well as we work lap number 12 here. So it's been a busy start to the race, but the one constant has been Mirko Bortolotti leading the way. Now he wants to get a good number of laps, good stint in, if you like, to try to stretch that margin. And Farfus, who was one of the good overtakers early on, catching up to Ian Schoenguven. So you've got Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, BMW, McLaren to round out the top 10.
Wow, I'm breathless. I mean, it's just what you expect an opening stint of a 3-hour endurance race to be. But Mirko Bortolotti has been consistently able to stretch just to about a second the advantage over the second place Porsche, but Farfus is just under half a second behind the Porsche in third place.
There you've got Marco Wittmann all over the back of Patrick Niederhauser. Interesting to see how Patrick goes in a Porsche. We've seen him in Audis for the last few years. Very quick former single-seater racer. And now Niederhauser for the Klaus Graf managed Retronic Racing team, fending off Marco Wittmann in the Rover Run car. There he is, Marco Wittmann, Spa 24-hour winner last year, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The next endurance round, incidentally, we've got 2 sprint races to come at Brands and then Misano, but the next Endurance Cup race after this will take us to Spa-Francorchamps. Leaders through, and they're going defensive again. He's Gounod. Rovera has shaken off Martin by a length or two, and he's right back up with the reigning champion.
So it's not been an easy run at all so far for Jules Gounod. He's having to defend now against a potentially quicker car, the Ferrari. Eliseo Rivera behind the wheel. There's the first 3 go through. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. I mean, it's just in the blink of an eye before you get down to the 96 Porsche. Patrick Niederhauser, who was a major star in my book. I think, David, you equally concluded that Patrick Niederhauser in an Audi was pretty impressive.
Absolutely so. And we've got another yellow flag out at the end of the lap, but the leaders coming on to the Mistral. They go through that turn 7 kink. Well, look, Rivera and Gounod go side by side. Marco Wittmann's been the quickest driver through that section of the circuit, and Maxime Martin makes it 3 abreast. Fantastic. And all of a sudden, the Mercedes looks breathless because the BMWs, plural, come up and attack. Martin has gone through, and look at Weert. Picks off 1, picks off 2. He got a mega tow, and all of a sudden, up to 4th goes Martin. 5th is Weert, 6th is Rivera, and down to 7th is Gounod, but he fights back on the outside line. Look at this, John.
Wow, courageous driving by both drivers. In a scene, you don't take too many prisoners. But again, Rivera can hold that tighter lower line and maintain it. So Jules Gounod, I mean, almost speechless, because we anticipated that car to be challenging from the lights out or the flag full, the lead Lamborghini, but that's not happened. But he's trying to come back, the Ferrari. Because of the circumstances of the race that Rivera is looking forward, he's not really bothered too much yet, but he should be, because Jules Gounod is going to try and dive down the inside, but he's decided the better of it. But he's got the Porsche now directly behind him. So he's got to be on his toes, not just for what's happening behind, but look for opportunities. Now Charles Fiat is going defensive, trying to prevent Rivera in the Ferrari taking that position.
And also, look, Niederhauser et al. Have closed up, because there's no gap really between Jules Gounod and Patrick Niederhauser, who is dragging Wittmann and Goethe and Verviche, and look, Hartog along for good measure. Bortolotti is still only half a second up the road, and the fastest lap of the race from the man in 14th, Louis Pret, has now, for Garage 59 in the McLaren, done the fastest lap of the race. This is in Pro, the battle for 5th, and it is Weert, Rivera and Gounod. Great racing. And there's plenty more to come, because we've still got over 2.5 hours of the race to run as they now work their way towards the Mistral. Bortolotti leading them. Ian Schoenguven's Porsche still second. The Mustang flashes underneath the drone. And Fred Verviche is giving that car a really impressive debut.
Absolutely. He's directly now behind Benjamin Goethe in the 159 Garage 59. There you see, he's going to pull out and pass it. He's got so much straight line performance. He's just got alongside, easing his way all the way down. Look at that, the 98 BMW likewise finds his way past Patrick Niederhauser and the Porsche.
Those BMWs like long straights. So that's Patrick Niederhauser checking the car up for senior.
I mean, if you're on your own, whether you would brake, you might downshift, you may not brake, or you might just very lightly breathe the brake pedal. But certainly in traffic, you've got to be a lot more circumspect.
Number 19, Matteo Lorena in the Grasser Lamborghini, a 10-second time penalty is being applied for causing a collision. Number 19 Lamborghini, 10-second penalty already. That's the car that he shares with Hugo Cook and Haytham Karajuli. So we've got the leaders coming up towards the end of the lap. Fastest lap of the race, as I mentioned, is Louis Pret. Right, Bortolotti, he's not getting away, is he?
Start of car 7 and car 13 under investigation.
Leaders go by. Bortolotti still only 6/10 up. New fastest lap of the race. Maxime Martin, and somebody goes straight on. Look down at turn 2. Is that Guven in the Porsche?
I think that is good. It's hard to tell that. The drone shot so far away, but clearly missed the entry into the corner, and not only missed the entry, lost the Aston Martin.
34 David Pittard, therefore, and he might have a problem.
I think he does. I mean, David Pittard, under normal circumstances, would be very unlikely to miss his braking point. So maybe he is now carrying a problem because he doesn't look to be running at a pace.
No. Yeah, I mean, I think he elected to go straight on, didn't he, rather than try to fight the car into the corner. So David's an experienced driver, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year. So if he feels there's something not right, he'll try and bring that car safely back to the pit lane. It's got some pace, but not enough, if you like. Right, Charles Weerts then ahead of Alessio Rivera. And now, look, Wittmann has caught right up to Gounon in the space of a lap. And again, that BMW just breezes by Jules Gounon, powerless to repel him unless he can brake late, but it's all done and dusted before the corner.
I mean, you mentioned off camera beforehand, is there any adjustments to the BOP for any of these cars? You would have to say, looking at the pace of the number 2 Mercedes, that is not the pace the car was running at throughout the weekend, or certainly in qualifying.
Yeah, and the rest of the Mercedes are struggling too. 15th is where you find our Faisal Al-Zubar, and then go further down, 22nd Adam Christodoulou. So the Mercedes at the moment, yeah, not having the pace you might have anticipated. And drama also now. Number 159 is off the road.
Benjamin Goethe.
Yeah, and he was running in the top 10, wasn't he, early on? So Benjamin Goethe has just pulled off, we understand, rather than spun off. Oh, has he got a suspension problem?
Left rear's broken, I think.
It's all crab-like.
It's either a puncture, but I think it's the suspension, the way it's crabbing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, is that a curb strike, or has he hit another car to break that? But that's the game over, I would have thought.
Yeah, it is, and the car is in a place where I suspect, because that's technically part of the racetrack, but they want to maybe remove that car, not to leave it there, so that's a disappointment for Garage 59. Their lead car is now sitting motionless, and Benjamin Goethe's day is over.
Whether we, very frustrated driver. Whether we get any message to say an incident between that car and another is under investigation remains to be seen. That would piece it together, but if it just broke on its own, that would be rather unlikely. There, number 64, Fred Verviche, getting a replay here. And, in the background, Verviche was right up behind the McLaren. Now, had the McLaren broken and came across the front, or did the Mustang get involved in any contact? Discuss.
Well, also in the process, Verviche has lost 2 positions.
Yeah.
So that contact was costly. There's a BMW in trouble as well.
Is that Weerts? Charles Weerts, 32, I think. That looks like a tyre that may have gone.
The left rear tyre looks to me as if that's been cut down.
It is, so there's dragging the debris. Charles Weerts, and it's all let go. Bodywork flies onto the racetrack. There's hardly any bodywork left on that side of the car. Charles Weerts' BMW does not look like a BMW at all. Look at it now.
Oh dear me! I mean, when you run quickly with a deflated tyre, the tyre starts to flail and fall apart, and the force with that tyre coming apart is more than enough to take the carbon fibre bodywork. I thought there might have been a contact. Now there was. The Ferrari, I think, must have tagged that left rear corner, and there you can. Oh, what was all that about?
Contact between Weerts and Rivera, and the tyre's gone there. Look.
Yeah, I think the tyre had gone. That's why he had to turn to the left. It wasn't intentional.
This is how Patrick Niederhauser saw it. There's the contact, big whack, and that does for the tyre. So Niederhauser gains ground, but now there's debris all over the racetrack, and another car trying to limp to the pit lane, and the leaders are all bunching up, aren't they? Because Bortolotti, Guven and Farfus looking nearer to one another. It's going to be Lappery time soon. Bortolotti is closing on Till Bechtolsheimer, the new owner of Lola, who had a spin in the Barwell Lamborghini a few laps ago. So there's Guven second, Farfus third, gap back, Martin fourth, still with the fastest lap of the race to his credit. Big gap fifth, Marco Wittmann now. Sixth is Gounon, and seventh should be Patrick Niederhauser. It is. And then 8th, the sister car of Loic Hertog. 9th is Rivera. And in 10th place, it is Mathieu Drudy. We're going full course yellow.
I'm not surprised. I mean, the rubber that was thrown off, the bodywork that was thrown off the 32 BMW will need to be cleared because that is too large to leave it either on the racetrack or close to the edge of the racetrack.
So we're on lap 17 and full course yellow for the debris.
So we have big debris on track in the straight that needs to be removed.
And Alain Adom and his team are having a pretty busy time right now, aren't they? Trying to keep everything on track here.
How are you going to get... Are you going to have to pull off that sort of side skirt? You're going to go into the garage clearly because they can only have 2 people in the pit lane working on the car. So that's going to be rotated. I mean, how much spare bodywork they carry and how quickly it can be reattached or attached, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's probably day done because the time spent trying to repair that car would be huge. You'd be so many laps behind, but a lot of damage done in the impact. You'll see that again here. It was Wirtz that made a little mistake over the curb. That gave Rivera a chance, and Wirtz slides towards him there, coming into the corner.
Yeah, I think that the tyre had been cut down, and when he turned right, all of a sudden the back stepped out and he put the lock on it to counteract, and then, of course, that was the Ferrari was on the outside.
So there, not the start of the season that WRT wanted. They'll have a look at the damage. I mean, on the one hand, you think, well, it's worth getting back into the race and trying to go for points, but there are so many in the class, you'd be hard-pressed to get points. The only thing you can do is get mileage and testing ready for later in the year, but it's not like they don't know the car anyway.
No.
I think that might be the last we see of it.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the corner workers throwing away the remains of the carcass of the Pirelli tyre that was on the 32 BMW. So that's why the track has had to be cleared. There was too much rubbish, particularly body panels, but also that tyre carcass. If a car was to hit that, it would do a lot of damage.
So full course yellow, and 2 hours and 23 minutes remain of this go-stop start to the race. Lights on as the cars turn through. Now the full course yellow, remember, doesn't mean everybody bunches up because you can get everybody slowed down to that delta speed straight away. The delta speed for the full course yellow as the cars come up towards the end of the lap is 80 kilometers an hour, and the safety car can go quicker than that, as you saw earlier on. Depending on how long it takes to remove the debris, we might be able to go green again without a safety car, but the safety car is there because it takes a little bit of time to get the tyres turned on again after they've lost the temperature. So we'll wait and see whether this is going to be a long full course yellow period. Now, we saw 34 Aston in strife a little bit earlier on. Ross Gunn can explain to Antonio what's going on.
Ross, what's going on with the car? We've heard it's a steering issue.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of laps ago, David reported a loss of power steering, so he lost a couple of positions immediately and couldn't keep the car on track. We did a reset in the pit lane, and unfortunately, it didn't solve the issue. So, yeah, massive shame. We were running just outside the top 10, which was a pretty strong showing for the first race of the car. But unfortunately, yeah, we've got an issue. We're trying to fix it, get out later on to do some endurance runs and learn more about the car.
So we're realistically looking at a retirement here.
Sorry, what's that?
We're realistically looking at a retirement here.
Potentially. I think the guys are working super hard right now to try and get us back out there. Obviously, a result today is not going to happen at all. So this is the first European GT World Challenge race of the car. So there's a lot to learn about it on this tyre, in this championship. And yeah, we'll get there.
Brilliant. Well, all the best. Thank you.
Ross Gunn, Aston Martin factory driver. His dad, Ian Gunn, was a very good competitor in the superb British Mini Melia Challenge quite a long time ago. So he comes from good racing stock. But right now, he is a spectator more than a driver, much to his chagrin.
It was interesting hearing Ross say that the power steering pump, or whatever it is in the power steering, is an issue and it's impossible to drive the car. I mean, power steering is now virtually a standard feature in a lot of high-end race cars, here the GT3 in particular.
That BMW did something break before the corner, because it's like a little hop and a step. Have a look at Wirtz coming towards turn 5, because the car's already kind of wrong. Here you go. Look at it now. There's a little, as he turns in, look, it hops. He doesn't hit the curb. That's a hop, as though something fails. And that possibly, John, is why when he gets to the next corner, comes across the front of the Ferrari, because there, the car doesn't turn in. There's a trace of smoke. Rivera on the outside, I think, was really the innocent party in all of this.
Rivera, any contact that occurred in turn 4, by the time they got down to turn 5, the problem was already embedded in the 32
Yeah.
BMW. And then when Weert's turned to go right, the car snapped, and that's why he had Rivera on his outside, and that's where he then turned into the Ferrari on the outside of the corner. Oh dear, look at that.
There's the big damage. Let's listen to the radio traffic from earlier.
Is he confirming you lost drive? You got it back?
So lost drive, and so something I think had broken to cause the car to struggle through the corner, and you can now see the damage. Right, let's go to the lead where Mirko Bortolotti has the advantage over Ian Schunguven. We are now under safety car conditions, so because the full course yellow was it long enough to drop the tyre temperature, there's a safety car lap at least, so the tyres can be switched on again, ready to go racing. So we've had 2 safety cars, then a full course yellow into a safety car, and we've not had an hour of the race yet. It's been busy, John.
Always going to be a bit like that, you know, opening race. A lot of new drivers, new
Safety
cars,
car in this
new
lap.
packages.
So the safety car in this lap.
And the safety car running at a good old lick because the pace of this field has quickly been elevated. So as you pointed out, David, get some tyre temperature back in to the Pirelli tyres, that when they all make the charge down into turn 1, they don't find themselves with cold tyres and not slowing down because they've locked it up.
So Mirko Bortolotti leading in pro. Look, Hartog now is the leader in bronze. In gold, it's still Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, and in silver, Alban Varuti in 15th place. And we've lost Charles Weerts, that car retired. We've lost Benjamin Goethe, that's been declared a retirement already. Mark Radcliffe did rejoin in the McLaren, we saw that, but has come back into the pit lane. So I rather fear all might be coming to an end for that car as well. Right, you can tell we're about to go racing, can't you, with the amount of weaving that's now going on. Mustang update for Jay Watson, 11th overall, it's looking good.
Well, it was good, but of course that contact that occurred in the exit of Le Bousset a few laps ago lost Fred Vavish 2 places. He'd done really good job to get himself up into the top 10, but as a consequence lost those places. Now just outside the top 10 in 11th position. But we know that the Ford Mustang, I shouldn't call it that Ford Mustang, the Ford Mustang has got that prodigious straight line performance, and he will be starting directly behind Matteo Drudi, who had been behind Vervish up until that contact in Bousset. So he'll be lasering the Mustang into the back of that number 7 Aston Martin, and wondering, is there any way I can find a way? I got past one of them and straight line performance. Can I do anything with Matteo Drudi? But Drudi is maybe a slightly different competitor, very, very high quality driver indeed.
I mean, the level of quality of driver is so high across pretty much every entry this year. And Mirko Bortolotti gets the green flag. We're back racing again. Well, he's well versed in this from this race alone, isn't he? He's got Ian Schunguven behind him. The Iron Lynx Lamborghini up towards the line. This will be the end of lap number 19. So once more, we go racing. It's a different order from that we had after the first safety car lap. And you're on board now with the Get Speed Jules Gounod driven Mercedes. He's hanging on in there in the top 6, but this has the feeling of being quite a long afternoon for Jules Gounod and his co-drivers Lukas Stoltz and Fabian Schiller.
So the top 11 get through cleanly into turn 1, and looking through the deeper part of the field, the 91 Porsche makes it through. Again, it's the Augusta Farfus BMW that looks like the most challenging car of that lead group.
And everybody there, look, using the curb on the inside as part of the racetrack. It's not something to be driven round, it's driven over. Back onto the power. Bortolotti trying to stretch that margin once more as they come down through turns 5 and 6. That's the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes. It is Patron at the wheel of it, Ezequiel Perez Compact, 22nd overall. And that car currently 2nd in silver, chasing after Alban Baruti, number 26 Audi. So the Mad Panda Mercedes looking strong. So there, Ferrari versus Mercedes. That's Al-Faisal Al-Zubair in the white Mercedes. The Ferrari behind, Vincent Abril, the Monegasque driver, who thinks about where he can make his move, but it's not going to be on the inside up towards Senior. The Mustang of Vervish on the back of the Aston of Drudi. This will be a tasty old fight.
Yes, it will be, but he needs to be careful because directly behind you've got Louis Pret in the McLaren, and he's still, I know, Maxime Martin's got the fastest lap, and Pret gets through. Fred Vervish went very high in La Bousette, and the McLaren just dived under, took the place away. Now, is that a a function of what the Mustang is going to have to deal with over the duration of an hour stint, because that just looked too easy.
Indeed so, as they come up then towards the end of the lap. So out of turn 16, out of Virage Dupont, comes Bortolotti, the race leader, past the pits. And way wide in the background goes the Trésor Attempto 1 Audi, which is the Christopher Haase, Alex Arca and Riccardo Feller entry. Alex Arca at the wheel of it, there it is, going through shot. Right, Bortolotti's advantage, up to 9/10 of a second now over Ancient Guven, and Guven is still a bit busy trying to fend off Farfus. You see that long line of cars go over the line, but down at turn 4 and 5 here, Guven ahead of Farfus, and the longer Augusto is stuck behind the Porsche, the closer Martin and Wittmann in their BMWs are going to get.
Yeah, and I think Bortolotti is now probably relatively comfortable with it, even if it is a second or just under a second advantage over the Porsche, because the Guven's now going to be focused more on what Farfus is doing than trying to run down the lead Lamborghini. And you got then the three BMWs, Farfus, Martin and Wittmann, running more or less nose to tail.
Right, so here you go on the Mistral. Jules Gounon ahead of Patrick Niederhauser. That Mercedes just does not like straights today, does it, as Bortolotti comes up towards Signes. So it's good for Lamborghini right now. The BMWs getting themselves together here for 4th and 5th places. And not only is it a battle of BMW's drivers, it's also a battle of teams. You've got WRT versus Rover. Both squads, of course, trying to position themselves as the top BMW team. There is Bortolotti, who again, on a restart lap, is able to just edge away from Guven, especially given that Guven is a bit busy with Augusto Farfus behind. So after a really dramatic first, what have we had? Almost 45 minutes of the race or so now. Starting, one would feel, to settle down ever so slightly as the cars bounce towards us. Now the Boutsen VDS team have Olympic shot putter Frédéric Gagui here, and Antonia has found our Olympian in the pit lane.
Frederick, welcome to GT World Challenge. How are you finding it?
It's my first time, and I'm very happy to be here today. I was invited for Mark VDS team, and I'm very, very happy to see this race.
Brilliant. Do you like cars? Are you a fan of racing?
Yeah, really, yes.
Perfect. And of course, I'm sure you're cheering for them today.
Sorry, I don't understand.
I'm sure you're rooting for them to win. That's all right, no worries. Thank you very much.
Frédéric Gagui then, a guest of Boutsen VDS. Thierry Boutsen is here as well. So it's been a slightly frustrating start to the race. Adam Christodoulou in one of their cars is in 19th place, and the sister entry a little bit delayed early on also, but it's where you are at the end of 3 hours that matters. There is the Farfus, Martin, Wittmann. It's almost like Formula BMW, this, isn't it? The three M6s running together as they make the climb up now to Signes. Through the right-hander they go.
Yeah, the gap is just a fraction over a second between first and second, and it looks like, oh, up the inside, was that a pass or not? Because as Fred Vervies, did he overtake the McLaren, and then the McLaren came back?
Another quick, sorry, I was going to say another quick BMW there in a straight line. The Oman Racing WRT run car, the OQ Racing by Oman there, goes up towards Signes. And another big shuffle around with Ralph Bowen's Porsche falling back slightly in the queue. And the McLaren diving up the inside as well. So an awful lot going on further down the order.
Well, there's this gaggle of cars. You know, it's almost an overtake by a corner, but further down the field, the car we saw spinning out in the opening lap, Christian Engelhardt, has restarted. He's back in the race. He's made his way up to 33rd, having been, I think, as far back as 46th when he got going again. So good progress, but every car he's going to come to attempt to overtake is going to get more and more difficult. And by the time he concludes his hour, which is only going to be about 10 to 12 minutes away, maybe 15 at most, if he can get into the top 30, that would be a pretty good result.
Yeah, they need to do something trick on the strategy, don't they, to get 163, which is now 32nd. Christian Engelhardt's car up the order. Now battle is on here. Look between Rovera in the Ferrari and look Hartog. I think Rivera now having moved ahead of him. So 8th is Rivera, down to 9th, Loic Hartog, and then 10th, Mathieu Drudy in the Aston. And Drudy getting a bit more comfortable in that car. The overall top speed still headed by Fred Vervisch in the Mustang and Christian Hook in the Ferrari at 288 kilometres an hour on our race vision powered by AWS graphic, as you can see. And there goes the Mustang. It rumbles past us, chasing after Drudy. So Vervisch up into 11th place.
Yeah, he reclaimed 11th from Louis Brett, and that again was probably an overtake coming up into scene. Look at the speed of the Mustang coming up behind Matteo Drudy in the Aston Martin. Is he going to be brave enough and try? He has. He made it. He had a clean overtake even before he had to get out of the gas and go down a gear into scene.
Andrei Mukovov's Audi has stopped at turn 15, so there's a yellow flag in the last sector. Drudy goes deep through Le Beausset and junked to 3 lengths against Vervisch. That's what we saw Fred do a lap or so ago. Right, they're coming up towards that yellow flag zone. There is Mathieu Drudy then on the back now of the Vervisch Mustang. He's caught back up quickly. Lap 23 we're currently on, as the field wriggles its way once more up towards Virage Dupont. Again, you use all of the curb at Virage de la Tour approach there. There's the Mustang, Fred Vervisch hustling on, going after Carrera Cup star Loic Hartog. And the Multimatic built Mustang growling its way up towards the line. Right, Bortolotti's lead finally is over a second, and he's done the fastest lap of the race now. Gouven is second, and look, he's managed to shake off Farfus all of a sudden.
Yes, don't know why, but 3 BMWs are getting closer and closer. So it's Farfus, Martin and Wittmann, and the gap between second and third is up to 1.3 seconds. So that's going to give a little bit of relief to Gouven in the second place Porsche, allow him maybe to refocus again on how can I think of challenging Marco Bortolotti, who has led from this race getting started, what, some just 49, 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're approaching the end of the first hour. As you look at Fred Vervisch then down in turn 6 with Mathieu Drudy right up behind him. Drudy is, of course, the best of the Aston Martin drivers at the moment. Aenshin Gouven has just done an absolute best in the first sector. So the car's getting lighter on fuel, I'll grant you. Tyres perhaps coming to the end, though, of their ideal life span at the end of the first stint of the race. But Gouven suddenly is absolutely flying, as now a car slows right down there, and that is 34 back out after its pit stop. David Pittard, and he's still got big problems with the Aston.
Oh yes, the flames are not meant to be coming out of the exhaust like that. So what is the cause? I don't know, but that car will be straight back into the pits. Hopefully the flames will get blown out before it makes its way into the pit lane.
There's your race leader, lap 24, and Aenshin Gouven quicker in sector 1, quicker in sector 2. So that Porsche having a real push before we get to the end of the first stint, which is about 10 minutes away. The maximum you can do now, 68, because of these interruptions up towards the timing line. They will come in a moment. Bortolotti, fastest lap of the race. He led by 1.3 seconds, but let's now see whether Gouven has been able to bring that down at all. Here towards the line they come. Lamborghini versus Porsche, and David Pittard out of the car, and if that's caught alight, then the marshals are going to have to be on their toes.
Yes, something is burning. You can see the whiffs of smoke, and Pittard running around the car, anxious to try and get a marshal to come on over the barrier to get an extinguisher onto that, and unfortunately it's on the left-hand side of the car, which is the side of the car that's nearest to the circuit.
And we're going to go full course yellow because of that, so another interruption is going to come. Full course yellow is imminent. The countdown is given, and then full course yellow is going to be, well, briefly, it said cancelled. That's why my voice changed, but it's going to happen in 10 seconds. I think there was a decision to see what the flames were like, but we have gone full course yellow. Whew, right, we've got there. So drivers preparing to jump on board the car. Now the teams need to reverse engineer this. If we do 63 minutes and 63 minutes, what's the earliest under this full course yellow we could bring the car in for a pit stop?
Well, that's the people in there, in the garage, working bank upon bank of computers, laptops, and there's the Aston. You can see, finally, they've managed to get extinguishment onto the left side of the car. That flame was coming from just basically directly beneath the driver's seat. So that was going to be an uncomfortable situation, and the right thing to do is immediately pull the car over to the side and let the marshals get at it with their extinguishers. He looked for a part of the racetrack where he could pull the car away safely, and it wasn't going to be directly in the line of fire of anybody following behind.
So full course yellow then for David Pittard's Aston to be retrieved and the flames to be extinguished. What they don't want is extinguishment drifting across the track and obscuring visibility either. So another safety call on the full course yellow, And like I say, the team's now trying to work out if the last stint was 63 minutes and the middle stint was 63 minutes, when can we bring the cars in? Now that is the 163 you caught a look at. Christian Engelhardt, after the dramas on lap 1, he's back up to 32nd. Another safety car period would help him, because then the field will be bunched up, and not surprisingly, he has done the most overtakes as he tries to recover from that spin. He was 4th on the grid, but he's got past 14 cars, and that's an overtake. That's not gaining places with somebody pulling into the pits or expiring and then dropping out of the race. That's a genuine on-track pass for position.
Well, he's got a quick car, he's a quick driver, he's a good race driver, and he knows how to overtake, so he's got almost all the cards in his hand.
So we had one car on fire on track, the driver is okay.
So he basically is making, it's quite easy to make passes on cars that are in the bottom third, let's say, of the field, but as he moves into the middle of the field, then it becomes more difficult. And forget about getting, the only thing is going to get that Lamborghini all the way up to maybe into the top 10 is going to be other circumstances, full course yellow, safety cars, whatever, and good teamwork to get that 163 Lamborghini all the way up. So from Grasser Racing, they've got Frank Pereira and Marco Mappelli. So a 3-strong driver lineup.
Yeah. Just before we went full course yellow, Ian Schengouwen did the fastest lap of the race. So that Porsche, there it is, the Schumacher CLRT entry, looking decidedly racy and getting quicker towards the end of the stint as he comes in. And I think, did Bortolotti come in front, possibly? He got out of shot, so I think the Lamborghini might be in the pit lane as well. So the teams are getting ready. Yep, Bortolotti in. This is the end of lap number 25. Bortolotti pits, Gouwen in as well. So they're pitting under the full course yellow, as you might anticipate.
So are we going to have Matteo Caroli? I suspect it will be Matteo Caroli in the middle stint, and Andrea Caldarelli will do the final stint in the case of that leading Lamborghini. Never been challenged in real terms, never had a big advantage at the other hand, but they're in the pits, as is the Porsche. So that car will come in, and again, who's going to go into it?
Just going back to the Lamborghini, I thought we heard from the grid that Cairoli was going to go last. I think Caldarelli might be in the car next. So there's your on-the-road leader then. Marco Wittmann takes over the lead from Jules Gounon and Alessio Rivera. So BMW, Mercedes, Ferrari, the top 3 on track. And this is now lap 26 that we're on.
So roughly about, just about a third of the field has opted to come in at the earliest opportunity, including the 2 lead cars.
Silver Cup leading car goes through. Alban Varuti at the wheel. He was a really, really impressive driver in GT4 last year to win the AM Cup. Many of the races he did on his own, even without a co-driver, and had a slightly longer pit stop and still overcame that. So Alban Varuti is ahead of Lucas Auer, who you would really have anticipated in the Mercedes to be higher up than that, but he's struggling, as there you can see on the pit stops, 22 Porsche has jumped ahead of the Lamborghini, so we've had a change there on the pit stops. The Porsche is ahead of the Lambo.
It certainly is, and that's a huge disappointment to the Lamborghini, that they have lost the advantage that they've enjoyed since the lights went out, the pole position, and a great drive by Mirko Bortolotti, and an equally great drive by Nushin Gavin in the Porsche, but the team have turned that around, and the advantage has swung to the Porsche based on the pit stops. Remember, the Porsche came in maybe about, well, by the time they're in the pit lane, maybe about a second directly behind the Lamborghini, but where that went wrong in the pit stops is very difficult to see, and until we get, that's Iron Lynx running the Lamborghini.
It's Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel of it, so it is Andrea to do the stint there, 998, that's now Dan Harper. Look at that, 46, which is now Valentino Rossi. So interestingly, they're keeping Marciello for the end. You might anticipate that will be a shrewd move. He's in the mix as well. Remember, we're under full course yellow at the moment, so they can't bunch up. They can't go above the 80 kilometres an hour. There is the Ford Mustang back into the race. You'll notice it's missing its boot lid, which is a regular feature of the Ford Mustang. It was exactly in that configuration, having lost the boot lid in the IMSA race in Daytona and Sebring and WRC in Qatar. So boot lids and Mustangs, they don't go together well.
Strange design flaw. I don't know what it is, but anyway, as long as it's not in breaching any regulations, then, and you know, how much effect will it have on the aerodynamics of the rear wing? Stranger things have happened that actually makes it better.
Well, yes. I mean, its top line speed looks pretty good, doesn't it, from the graphic we've had from our Race Vision powered by AWS data. So, full course yellow. So, if you're thinking, why are they all going slowly? We are under full course yellow conditions while this flaming Aston Martin has been sorted out. We were hearing from Ross Gunn, who said, I think we're probably looking at a retirement. They certainly are now if the car has caught a light, and there it is being retrieved. We'll go safety car again, surely, to get everything back up to temperature. And as David Pittard's car is craned away, let's just hear earlier radio traffic from the car.
Yeah, something's burning, something's on fire.
Something's on fire, says David Pittard, and he wasn't wrong. So he parks the car as soon as he can near the marshals. We saw him jump out of it. David, the much underrated British driver, but very, very fast. And he's been part of the Valkenhorst equipe for a long time. He was a regular with the team doing the old VLN type races, and then finally got the recognition he deserved. He was an Aston Martin Junior last year. He was again in the Nürburgring 24 Hours and won that last season. And I think finally people are opening their eyes to how good David Pittard is, but it's a real shame that we've lost him from this race. In comes Wittmann, and you're riding with Gunon, who is in as well.
Yeah, and I wonder, has that been an error in strategy, because they're coming in and the lead cars are going to gain, I would say, a significant advantage over the BMW, and the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes.
Alessio Rivera in also in 51 Ferrari. So you're riding with the Get Speed Mercedes. The pit lane here slightly distorts the race order when people are pitting, because some pit bays are before the timing line and others after. So, for example, Gunon has just completed a lap by going over the line. Those that are pitting at the top end haven't gone across the timing line. So everything looks a little bit distorted when you break the pit lane like that and you have these pit stops. But on track, of course, it all starts to sort itself out. So Dorian Boccolacci then is the race leader for the moment in the Porsche, as the best of those that have made a pit stop. There he is, the reigning Carrera Cup France champion, ex-single-seater racer. He was teammate to Alex Albon in his FIA Formula 3 days, and in come more of them. But the Porsche, having jumped ahead of the Lamborghini, is certainly in for a big battle.
So the bulk of the field, certainly the top 9 all in the pit lane.
Right, there going down the pit lane, look, is the Rover BMW, but on track, it's going to fall to second, to third, to fourth. Let's have a look where they are going to be. So Porsche leads after the pit stop. Second is going to be the Lamborghini.
51 and car 9 in the pit lane under investigation.
And back into fourth place will be the Rover Racing, Rover oil liveried car. And sixth, I reckon, is going to be number 2 Mercedes. So Nick Yellerly has taken over 98. And number 2 is Fabian Schiller. But the order on the timing screen is a little bit distorted because of those that broke the beam in the pits and those that didn't. So it's at the end of the next lap where we'll have a proper order. Nick Yellerly's not the race leader, as you've seen from where he fed back in, but he was ahead when he crossed the timing line. But others overtook before turn 1 on the pit exit, if you're still with me.
For all those Mustang fans out there, Dennis Olsen is now behind the wheel, and if he can follow the sterling job done by Fred Vervish, that'll be, again, just wonderful to see the Mustang make its progress through the field.
There is Valentino Rossi, waiting to go racing again. But I was going to say, I'm sure we're going to have a safety car lap or 2 to bring tyres up to temperature. There's the Mustang. That'll buy back some of its lost time also, because they'll all bunch up behind the safety car. There is a regulation speed for the full course yellow, this 80 kilometres an hour. The safety car is allowed to go quicker. There's no set speed for it. It's whatever the safety car driver feels is appropriate. But if you'd like a generalised term, motorway speeds. So the car's then coming up towards the completion of lap 27, and Davide Rigon has taken over 51 Ferrari, Mauro Engel has taken over 48 Mercedes. So at the end of a proper lap, we'll start to look at the order. Boccolacci from Bortolotti, third is going to be 998 looking at the queue. That's now Dan Harper. Nick Yellerly is fourth. And in fifth place, 96 Porsche with Julian Andlauer at the wheel. Sixth is Fabian Schiller in number 2 Mercedes. Seventh is Davide Rigon. Eighth, Valentino Rossi. In ninth place, 97 Porsche. That's now Dustin Blattner. And in 10th, I'll say it again for him. 10th, Watty, your Mustang. Dennis Olsen at the wheel.
Excellent, excellent news. A new mark. Well, it's been, what, since 2011, 2012? We've had effectively a factory Ford entry. Wonderful. And a Mustang, you know, it's the epitome of what you want as an American sort of brute force performance.
Yes, given your level of support, it is truly Ford popular. Heading up towards Scene It Comes.
Did you rehearse that one then?
It's nice to see old friends, isn't it? Right, through the right-hander they crawl, and in race control they'll be waiting for the road to be clear, then they can go to, no doubt, safety car procedure. Number 78 Lamborghini from Barwell is under investigation for short refueling. You have to be connected to the fuel hose, and that data goes back to race control for a minimum of 43 seconds, and if you're under that, then there is a case to answer. 78 was the one that spun earlier when Till Bechtelsheimer was behind the wheel of the car, and 78 could well be finding itself with a penalty if found to have contravened a regulation. Antoine Doquin is the man behind the wheel right now. What's hanging off the back of the Porsche?
Oh, it's the connection. I think that might be the earthing connection when the car's being refueled.
Yeah, there's something connected to the rear wing of the Porsche. It's a cable, as you say, from the pit lane. Yeah.
I think they earth the car when it comes in for a pit stop to ensure that if there is or stop any static, essentially, and the dangers that would be consequential. So that is not ideal.
No, and the danger for the team now is that the scrutineers say, we want that car in, and pull that cable off, and then they're going to lose a handful of places, a huge amount of places.
Hanging off the tail of the Porsche as well, the Porsche P1. There's something hanging off the rear right.
So that's Andrea Caldarelli saying to his team there's something hanging off the Porsche. And there, look, the black and orange mechanical warning flag. The scrutineers want the Porsche in because of that cable attached. And that is an absolute disaster because they're going to go from first to pretty much last, aren't they? Because to come in, take the cable off and then rejoin, everybody will go past.
And is that the reason why the car, the Porsche, got ahead of the Lamborghini? Did it move before it was given the signal to go, and as a consequence the engineer, the mechanic in the pit lane didn't have the chance to manually pull that cable away? So I don't know, it's all supposition, but certainly I think the two issues are actually connected.
I think you're right, it all makes sense, doesn't it? So big disappointment for the CLRT Porsche team. Technical flag is what came up on the timing screen, that meatball flag, the mechanical problem you may not be aware of flag. Let's go to the pit lane. Antonia has got Mirko Bortolotti.
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure.
Mirko, it was all going so well there until the pit stop. Did anything go wrong there?
No, everything's going according to plan at the moment. Obviously, due to the full course yellow, we had to anticipate our pit stop. And obviously being first car in line, there are a lot of cars coming into the pit lane. So sometimes you struggle to get back into the pit lane. You need to wait a bit. So we lost a little bit of time, but not that much. I think the 22 had an unsafe release or something. So I think, yeah, we will probably get the place back and everything running smoothly, leading the race. 2 hours to go, so let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, the car that overtook you in the pits is looking like it's going to have to come in, so you will get the place back.
Yeah, that's what we expected, but I don't know what the reason was. I didn't see it myself, but I got told that they had an unsafe release, so if that's the case, they will probably get a penalty, and then we will probably get the place back then in that case. But it's still a long race to go.
Well, that's the hope. Thank you.
Yeah, Mirko Bortolotti touching on a kind of double whammy. It's one thing being brought in to get rid of that cable, but if the reason it's got it is an unsafe release and a penalty comes for that, they're going to be hit twice.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the penalty is coming into the pit lane to have the cable removed, but there will be a further penalty for the reasons why that car moved before all the connections had been broken between the car and wherever that cable is attached to.
I mean, you can see it dragging along the ground, it's flailing around. It's not something that the driver can do anything about. It's not something that anybody can reach over the pit wall and suddenly drag off the car. It's well and truly connected in there, you know, bouncing it over curbs or weaving left and right. That's not going to dislodge it, is it? That's stuck. That's rooted in there.
The only thing that Caldarelli could do if he's being a really friendly mate is drive the Lamborghini's wheel over that at some point around the lap, but of course he's not permitted to do it. And secondly, in doing so, you know, you might do it because you think it's a funny thing to do, but you could end up damaging your own car in the process.
48 now, Maro Engel at the wheel. That car in 15th place, but it's soon to gain one. Now the leader is in, so Dorian Boccolacci, having taken over the lead, comes down the pit lane.
Safety car in this lap,
and he is just going to hemorrhage places.
So the cable's been already disconnected. The Porsche is still sitting there. Now why?
Off he goes.
Yeah, but it could have moved a little bit more quickly, I think, because once the engineer got to the car, withdrew the cable, then the signaler on the pit lane said, let's go, and didn't quite get the reaction that was anticipated.
So Andrea Caldarelli into the lead of the race. Lamborghini is behind the Lamborghini. The safety car leads the race car. And Caldarelli, then Harper, then Yellerly, Andlar, Schiller, Rigon, Rossi, Blattner, Olsen, and then James Cottingham up into 10th place. That's the order.
Yeah, great run from that McLaren, and James Cottingham having his first ever, I believe, outing in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS.
I want to say second because I think he was on the grid of the Spa 24 Hours last year. And
you may be, and he would have been in the Mercedes.
He would, correct. Yeah, I'm willing to be proved wrong, but I thought James was on that grid last year. However, first time with Garage 59 in the championship, certainly. For somebody who made his name in historic racing, James has become a very, very good modern GT racer. Watch him hustle an E-Type, for example, or any historic sports car, and he's really impressive too.
Safety car lights off.
Right, so we've gone safety car procedure, as you heard. We're going to go green flag procedure now. We're into the middle hour of the race.
We saw a great run on the 998 BMW by Augusta Farfus. We've now got Dan Harper, sort of the young gun, if you like, of the Rover Racing second car. Totally different colour scheme, but you see. Now, I wonder what Dan Harper's going to be able to do in terms of matching or even getting on terms with the performance of Andrea Caldarelli, the wily Andrea Caldarelli, who enjoyed so much success, 4 seasons ago, when they literally decimated the championship.
Right, get set to go racing once more then as the cars come down towards the Virage de la Tour. Just quickly, remember 163 after its lap 1 spin. It's up to 28th now. Marco Mappelli in the Grasser car. He's making progress, but Andrea Caldarelli needs to fend off Dan Harper, who is no respecter of reputation. Dan, last year's British GT champion with Darren Lung, who is also in this race. His car's given over now to Toby Sowery. Green flag waved on the start line. We are back racing with an hour and 48 minutes to go here at Paul Ricard. Andrea Caldarelli leads Dan Harper. Nick Yellerly is third. Julian Andlar fourth. Fabian Schiller is fifth. That's your lead battle pack there going down towards turn 1, and a big move coming in the background. Dennis Olsen was lining up to have a go at the Porsche of Dustin Blattner. Caldarelli leads. Look back. There's the Mustang. He's gained a place. So Dennis Olsen goes 8th. This car going really impressively.
Nothing beats cubic inches. And that's what the Mustang has got, and it's got the grunt modern, just a modern V8. But what we're saying from Ford here with the Mustang in its first run in Europe on Pirelli tyres, quite a different tyre from what they may be using around the world in other championships.
So onto the Mistral they come, and the next target for Dennis Olsen is going to be Valentino Rossi. This will be an interesting one, because we know how good the BMW is in a straight line, and we know how quick the Mustang is in a straight line as well. Dan Harper now inching up onto the back of Caldarelli. Lap 30, heading up towards Senior, and the BMW is edging ever so slightly closer.
Yeah, and he's managing to stretch a little bit between Nick Yardley in the third place, 98 BMW, so into Scene, and Caldarelli has, he's got his mirrors full of Dan Harper. Who's going to stay high? Who's going to stay low? Well, Caldarelli hugs more or less the middle line as you come into Beausoleil, and continues just to be able to control the racetrack, and that's what Caldarelli is really, really good at. He's an excellent race driver. He's got great race craft, race strategy, and Dan Harper in this stint will learn watching a man like Andrea Caldarelli. Just show him how you can maintain an advantage, even though you may not be in the quickest car, albeit the Lamborghini has been pretty much the class of the field all day.
This is Fabian Schiller, and he is chasing after Julian Andlar then as the cars come over the timing line. So through they go. And as this lead fight goes down towards turn 1, remember the Porsche that led oh so briefly, 46th, Dorian Boccolacci in number 22 now. Big challenge in the background. Look, Mercedes dives to the inside, and that is Dennis Olsen around the outside, and Valentino Rossi into turn 1 for 7th place. Job done. Take that, Valentino. Dennis Olsen, he's clearly not a motorbike fan, is he? Moves himself up past Valentino Rossi. What a move.
Well, he managed to get into turn 1 and not run wide, run off the racetrack. And then once he was there, Valentino was compromised. He couldn't drive down on top of the Ford Mustang. But look, he's right behind the Mustang as the far end of the racetrack. He'll try and use the slipstream from the Mustang and maybe get himself back into a position to challenge. But I do have a feeling there's the gap. It's opening up literally by the corner. I don't think Valentino's got anything in the tank to challenge, certainly in a straight line, the pace of the Mustang.
Yeah, the Mustang is ahead. Dennis Olsen is trying to break clear, but we have seen the BMWs be good, certainly against other brands like Ferrari or like Mercedes in a straight line. But Valentino Rossi, if anything, is just dropping away ever so slightly. That Mustang's getting smaller up the road, isn't it, as it goes into senior. There are more Porsches behind Dustin Blattner than Alex Malikian, who's taken over 911. And look what is there, the Audi number 99. That's Ricardo Feller, and he has jumped up now past Marco Sorensen and past Mauro Engel.
There's a lot of stories hard to understand. The Mercedes performance this afternoon has not matched the performance that we saw over Saturday running and this morning in qualifying.
Engel's just got ahead of number 7, Marco Sorensen, or 007, as Aston Martin still like to number the cars. In the Fleming novels, of course, Bond starts off as a Bentley driver, but courtesy of the movies, you always associate him with Aston Martins these days. And 007 up towards the end of the lap, Marco Sorensen, with Nicky Tim still to go in that car, taking over from Matteo Drudi, comes up towards the line. Right, Andrea Caldarelli has just done the fastest lap of the race, so his first flying lap of the race, and it's the best. Dan Harper 6/10ths back. And in terms of the overall top speed, it is still the Mustang. Fred Verviche, when he was driving that car, did gulp 291 kilometers an hour.
Mega! Fantastic. What a story.
Note to Ford, what he wants to test drive a Mustang, please. Right, down towards turn 4 goes Dennis Olsen. Remember, he was no slouch in Porsches. He was the IGTC champion for Porsche. He was a Porsche Super Cup champion. So he must feel there's great potential in this car, this brand, to switch camps. And there they look on in the Ford Multimatic pit bunker. Further down the order there, you've got Mauro Engel in the man filter Mercedes, right onto the tail there of the Ferrari. And that's the Thomas Neubauer car, and he's going to jump ahead of him, and he's going to take Marco Sorensen with him by the look of it in the Aston Martin as they speed up along the Mistral straight now. Everywhere you look, there's a battle going on.
Yeah, it's a Ferrari right on the tail of the Aston Martin as they come up midway down, and Mauro Engel really going to be struggling. Sorensen, and who's that? Well, that's Neubauer in the Ferrari, yeah. I think.
So they did jump ahead of the Ferrari, so Engel and Sorensen moved past him. Ricardo Feller in the Audi up the road, he is making great progress because the car was 13th, it's jumped a couple, and Feller is on the attack. Look, he's all over the back now of James Cottingham. Now, okay, that's pro on a car out of bronze, but even so, Ricardo Feller is trying to make progress up the order.
Yeah, I mean, for James Cottingham, it's all about learning about a McLaren. He's going to be racing a McLaren later in the year, and there is Valentino Rossi. No answer whatsoever to Dennis Olsen. And Olsen is looking at his 2.4 seconds behind Davide Rigo, who is in 6th place in what is now the lead Ferrari in the top 6.
So the leader's over the line, and the margin is 0.7 of a second. Caldarelli still is clear of Harper, Yellowly 3rd, and Lauer in 4th place. Bronze lead, 97 Porsche, Dustin Blattner. Well, he's about to lose a place overall, potentially, because there Ricardo Feller goes ahead of him. And what that is going to do is push 97 closer, if you like, to the clutches of there. You can see it, one car but one behind of that Garage 59 McLaren. So that's James Cottingham's 2nd bronze, and he's going after the very distinctive Porsche there on the back of the Audi. So wait, that is your bronze leader, and that McLaren is 2nd in bronze.
Yeah, so we've got just Mercedes in the middle, so whether Cottingham can get on terms with Mauro Engel, don't know whether that's going to be possible. He's also got a rear mirror full of Marco Sorensen in the Aston Martin in 14th place, so we'll be looking one eye forward, one eye in the mirror to see where the Aston is it going to come. But a good drive by James Cottingham amongst a group of top GT drivers in the world.
And bear in mind also, James Cottingham was a late booking, as it were. He only got the call, I think, midweek because Miguel Ramos was unable to come and take his seat in the car. So James is super sub. Dan Harper in 2nd place has done an absolute best in the 1st sector, but Dan Harper is under investigation, track limit abuse with a gain of position. So 998 is under investigation. The silver battle absolutely together. Just quickly to say, look, you've got there in the silver battle Ivan Klimenko in number 26 Audi. Behind him is number 90, the Mad Panda Mercedes of Patrick Assenheimer. There is Dan Arrow in 57 Mercedes, the Romain Larue Aston Martin, and Cesar Gazzo for Boots and VDS in the mix as well. And Marco Mappelli in 163 Lamborghini recovering. He's involved with them as well.
I don't understand why Dan Harper's under investigation, because that car at the restart was in 2nd place, and he's still in 2nd place. So how can he have gained a position?
Unless that's an old offence committed by Farfus in the first stint that only now has come to light. But I agree with you, I can't think of anything Dan Harper has done wrong.
No.
Anyway, it could be that it's just taken a while to come through the system.
Yeah.
Maybe it's been reported by a team, it's gone to the race control, and they've had a lot to do and a lot to look at, so it could be an earlier offence. But Dan Harper is 7/10 of a second back from Andrea Caldarelli. There going through is number 10. That is Cesar Gazzo. Ahead is Mapelli, look, in the blue Lamborghini. Now remember, that car there, going out of shot, was 4th on the grid, had a spin at turn 1, and it's been a long fight through for Christian Engelhardt, now Marco Mapelli, to try to bring it back into the mix. Meantime, the Mad Panda Mercedes, there it is, the black and white car. Patrick Assenheimer at the wheel has got Dan Arrow behind him. Dan Parle, as he was christened, but because literally nobody could pronounce his surname properly, he got rid of his Dutch surname and went for Arrow, which is much more straightforward. And Dan Arrow, we saw a few years back in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Quick driver, good to have him in the championship, and he's trying to make progress through the silver classification, 3rd in class at the moment.
Yeah, you got it. Drouet in 17th place, Assenheimer in 19th, and Arrow in 20th. Those 3 Mercedes have got Jim Pla and the 26 Audi between them. And the lead Mercedes is actually Fabian Schiller, who's in 5th place, and that's in the number 2 car, the car that started on the front row. I'm just looking down to see where it did start. Started on the 2nd row of the grid. Anyway, there is that battle going on with the 90 in the meantime.
There's 63, your leader, Andrea Caldarelli, and Dan Harper chasing on behind him, trying to shave a 10th here and a 10th there. Up towards the timing line they come. This will be the end of lap number 34, and so as they come across the timing line, Lamborghini, and their second is the BMW that is under investigation, and this is the reason why. This is lap 1 of the race. Now there, look, off the road, all wheels over the white lines went Farfus, and by the end of the straight, look, he's ahead, he's up into 3rd place, so effectively he was off the racetrack to make the pass. This is how Jules Gounon saw it on lap 1 of the race. Ooh. So it was brave by Farfus, but he was all 4 wheels off the racetrack, John.
It's not the first time I've seen a driver with 4 wheels off the racetrack, but in this instance, it's being investigated. Jules Gounon sitting there not looking overly happy as Lucas Stoll stands beside him. So the performance of the number 2 Mercedes, currently running in 5th place, but just under 5 seconds behind the race leader, Andrea Caldarelli.
And of course, it's all out of Dan Harper's hands. It wasn't his offence, but he's going to, if there is a penalty, he will have to serve it because he's the man in the car right now. And look at this, these 2 are getting away from the rest. What's going on in Silverland? Well, it's all getting busy, that's for sure. Ivan Klimenko's Audi was the class leader, as they head onto the Mistral. Dustin Blattner is being reeled in by James Cottingham, so a change for leading bronze is imminent. 25, the white Audi of Jim Pla coming out of the traffic. There it is, look to have a go at Thomas Neubauer. Just up the road ahead, the white Mercedes is Dominic Baumann, and he is leading gold. And then you've got the bronze leaders ahead of gold and silver. But as they come up towards senior, the Porsche of Dustin Blattner versus the McLaren of James Cottingham. That gap's coming down, that's Dustin Blattner. He is the bronze leader and he's doing a really good job.
I expect Dominic Baumann running behind James Cottingham will probably ease his way past. He's a lot more experienced. He's been in this game for a long time, and that will impede a little bit of Cottingham's progress to try and get into the lead of the bronze category.
Through they turn, and right now Dominic Baumann trying to fend off as many cars as he possibly can. He wants as big a buffer, if you like, between himself and the class rivals. There's Patrick Assenheimer being given a bit of hit and shoulder on the outside. Cesar Gazzo in the Boutsen VDS Mercedes is his aggressor. And also closing up behind is the BMW, run by Nathan Freak Century Motorsport team of Toby Sourick. At the head of all of this, though, now look, is the charging Marco Mapelli. That team regrouping and lap by lap piecing together again something of a result as they come up. Let's hear from number 90, Patrick Assenheimer.
Fight for that position, fight for that position.
So, if he needed to be told to fight, he certainly is fighting now, Patrick Assenheimer, because he's fighting for class position and class points. So, the Mad Panda, there it is, Mercedes hustling on, but he's actually dropped behind Gazzo on that lap, down to 24th overall.
Yeah, that group of cars in the silver category are all fighting amongst themselves, but you've got Marco Mapelli, as you say, running in 19th place. He, in theory, ought to be able to clear the lead silver car relatively easily, and likewise Thomas Drouet, who is a pro car, but he's dropped back.
So the race leaders are on lap 36, And we're about to have a move, are we? Because looking into the traffic there, you can see the second of the Audis. That's Ivan Klimenko, and I think it's going to be Marco Bappali's Lamborghini to make a move. Further up the road, Jim Pla closing on Thomas Neubauer. Audi alongside Ferrari. And you've got the bronze leaders just ahead. That's Blattner, and he's being caught by Cottingham. There is treble 7 going through, which is Dominic Baumann. And if Jim Pla has now cleared Neubauer, which he has, that puts him directly behind Baumann for the lead of gold. So you've got the top 2 in bronze, then the top 2 in gold, and then all the silvers running behind them, and then nose to tail as well. So great class battles here. Dustin Blattner with a little bit of breathing space, but the one to watch is the white Audi of Jim Pla, because he is on the move now, ready to take over the lead of the Gold Cup at the expense of Dominic Baumann.
In the meantime, James Cottingham still managing to keep ahead of Baumann in the 777 Mercedes as they come up to the final 2 corners.
And Neubauer, I think, was going to go back at Pla, wasn't he? Where's the Ferrari in all of this? There on the inside. Neubauer splits the gold lead battle, and Jim Pla will not like that.
So, but he had the Ferrari sort of compromised itself on the exit, so Jim Pla made the undercut and has gained the advantage, and now the Ferrari having to go very defensive indeed against Klimenko in the Audi. So a pass down the inside is always going to be a compromise on the exit in that final turn, the Virage du Pont.
This middle stint, which again, because of that safety car period earlier on, will be 68-minute maximum. There you've got Jim Pla going through the lead gap down to a 10th. Caldarelli being reeled in by Dan Harper for the overall race lead as well. It is all happening, and we're about 4 minutes away from half distance. There's the lead fight. Remember how good the BMWs have been in a straight line. Dan Harper edging closer to Caldarelli. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to make a move up at senior, but what a lead battle we're getting now. This is lap 37, and the BMW is almost pushing the Lamborghini around.
Don't know why this has occurred at all. Just happened in the space of the last lap. They're up the inside. Can he make it work? No, he just hasn't got the space to get the nose of the BMW sufficiently close or alongside the tail of Caldarelli's Lamborghini. But that is a story in itself. Where did that loss of time for Caldarelli come from? I'm wondering, his last lap was a 1:55.8. The last lap for Harper, 1:55.4, roughly 4/10 of a second. And that was half a second previously. So just the last lap for Dan Harper, that little bit quicker than the Lamborghini. But watch for try and get the undercut on the exit. Try and get a slightly better drive off that final turn, and then use whatever you've got left. You've got your rubber going about a third of the way into your stint. But look, he's really managing to stick to the back of the Lamborghini. Not a great place to try and pass Andrea Caldarelli. And Dan Harper acknowledges that, pulls back, doesn't bother with it. His best chances are going to come, I suspect, on the exit of turn 7, onto the Mistral Straight.
Yeah, the BMW towering over the Lamborghini as they come then down through turn 4. The BMW M4 on the back of the Lamborghini. Caldarelli to Harper over the line was 0.168 of a second. Still Caldarelli has the fastest lap of the race to his name. Behind these two in third is Nick Yellerly, and he is lapping quicker than these two as well. So with Dan Harper being a little bit stuck, if you like, running in slightly dirty air, the Rover Racing sister car behind in the Rover Oil colours is the quicker of the leading 3. Julian Andlau runs 4th in the Porsche. Meanwhile, back to the classes. Gulp, deep breath. Blattner is still ahead here of Baumann. And what about bronze? Cottingham has dropped back in the pack a little bit. There is Jim Pla, who is chasing on. So you've got Blattner leading bronze, then Baumann leading gold, then it's Cottingham, then it's Pla, then it's Neubauer in the mix also. So they're all shuffling themselves through in this fight for currently bronze, gold and silver class leadership.
Now James Cottingham's the one who's probably going to lose out in this battle because he's seeing quicker cars, quicker drivers filtering their way through. He wants to get on terms with the 97 Porsche Blattner, and he's being denied it because all these quicker, some of them are pro cars, some of them are silver cars, are all coming through.
There is Jim Pla, so second in gold, and the car that leads gold is just ahead of him there, the white Mercedes. So Pla has gone ahead of Cottingham. That's bad news for James, as John was suggesting. It shuffles him further away from the class-leading Porsche of Dustin Blattner. That said, if Baumann and Pla can get ahead of the Porsche, then James Cottingham gets a sort of clear run to try to catch up again.
Yeah, but he's probably now nearly 2 seconds, if not more, behind the Porsche, and he's got these other cars lining up. They'll all make their way by one way or another, and he's powerless to do much about it, and all he can do is see the 97 Porsche just... Now, at some point, the Porsche will then be subsumed by this group of cars that have just sort of engulfed James Cottingham. So it sort of swings and roundabouts. But right now, it's Cottingham is the one that's having to take a certain amount of pain.
Leaders go by once more then. That puts 39 laps in the book, and we are at the hour-and-a-half mark, so half distance. Here, look, you've got Fabian Schiller ahead now, Julian Andlauer, Davide Rigon in 6th, but a change for 4th place. Mercedes buys back a position, and that hasn't happened very often today.
No, it's not something we can say. A lot we've seen from Mercedes, unfortunately. We don't know where that performance that we had anticipated has appeared to have gone from, but Fabian Schiller doing a good job finding his way. Julian Andlauer on the Porsche. So side by side, up into turn 1.
That's brave, that was Schiller on the outside.
I mean, you could break that a little bit later if you're on the right coming into turn 1. Oh, again, the battle for the lead was for half a second the last time they came across start-finish line.
The danger here is that Harper is caught by Yellowly before he's had a proper go at Caldarelli, who goes wide, door open, Dan Harper up the inside. But Caldarelli sort of V's off the corner, so he's able to cut back and defend and keep the race lead there.
And Dan Harper had to be conscious of the fact that Caldarelli was going to literally dive bomb down on top of the BMW. Unless you could get yourself fairly and squarely alongside the Lamborghini, then you had to do what Dan Harper did. That's good racecraft, good understanding of his trade. Again, coming through these final 2 corners, you don't want to get any much closer. Look, he's using a lot more of the left-hand side of the racetrack with the Lamborghinis hovering in the middle of the racetrack. That ought to give BMW and Dan Harper a slight advantage coming off Virage Dupont as they now accelerate all the way up to turn 1 once again.
The Rover team looking on with its cars 2nd and 3rd. So BMWs looked good yesterday, didn't look quite so sparkling this morning, but come the race, there they are 2nd and 3rd, and Caldarelli just not able to build that lead. It was 0.2 of a second when they came over the line. He's still got the fastest lap of the race. What about 46 BMW? Because Valentino Rossi is still hanging on in there in 8th place, although Dennis Olsen 7th is just up the road.
Yeah, so I mean, in fact, Valentino's managed to claw back a little bit of the loss he had when the Mustang got ahead of his 46 BMW, so he's now just 0.6 of a second behind. Olsen in 7th place.
Battle on there. Thomas Neubauer going ahead of Dominic Baumann, and Jim Pla is ahead as well. Look, the Audi has gone through, so we've got a new gold leader. Jim Pla has moved through in number 25 Audi. There it is. So Pla on a mission into the class lead.
I mean, we've always been saying, you know, Jim Pla, why is he not in a competitive car? We know the guy is great. He had a few runs last year, but this is one of the best drives that we've seen from Jim Pla in a competitive car. Look, Dan Harper can't get any closer going into scene than he is. Had to maybe back out a little bit because he was close to catching the tail of the Lamborghini. There are the differences. Personal best sector 1 on the previous 3 laps.
So Harper all over the back of Caldarelli. Still 3rd is Nick Yellowly. And then in 4th place, nearly 4 seconds adrift, is Fabian Schiller. So the cars swoop once more up towards the Virage de la Tour. This lap number 40. And it's in a straight line where the BMW seems to have the advantage. Over the curb, rattles Harper. Now he wants the undercut coming out of the corner.
I think Dan Harper can use more of the racetrack than he's maybe seeing from Andrea Caldarelli, because on some corners he does appear to be able to hold a more aggressive line on the entry, whereas Caldarelli is having to let the car sort of find its own natural speed before he can really commit to the corner.
So 998, Dan Harper, 0.3 of a second back last time over the line. So on the pit straight, it seems that the Lamborghini is able, possibly coming out of the last corner really, it's got the get up and go there to just stretch the margin a bit, but on the Mistral we know how good and how brave Dan Harper is. For Caldarelli to keep on having to defend like this for another 27 minutes is quite a tall order, but if anyone can do it, it's him.
But look how Harper, he's able to take lines. The Lamborghini coming through that sequence of turns 4 and 5 wasn't able to just nip the nose into the apex quite as good as the BMW following was able to do. So back onto the scene, onto the Mistral straight and the run up to scene. We've seen how close Harper has been previously. Whether he's got enough of an advantage, he's closing. Caldarelli just going marginally from the right of the circuit across to the left to take his line. He's quite entitled to do so. It's not a block. And he's preventing Harper. If he wants to pass, he's got to go the long way around. And that's a big ask.
But Dan is also jinking left and right, trying to force a tiny error out of Caldarelli, who does run wider at senior there.
Watch here now coming into Busset. See how much lower the BMW. On this occasion, Caldarelli is lower than he's previously been.
Yeah, he's wise to it now, isn't he? He's been under attack there for a couple of laps, so this time he plonks the car on the line, and Dan Harper dives up the inside, but Calderelli tries to close the door. Harper up the curb, still can't do it.
I don't think Andrea Calderelli anticipated getting this kind of pressure from the 998 BMW. Certainly the car appears to have come alive, or the 63 Lamborghini is maybe struggling with an issue which we're not aware of, but Dan Harper doing everything that is possible other than literally driving over the top of Calderelli's Lamborghini to find a way into the lead.
But look what's in third place, the ever-closing sister Rover BMW of Nick Yellerly. Harper, you do get the feeling, is a little bit stuck now because Yellerly lapping faster, and then in fourth place, Fabian Schiller, who has just done that car's best lap of the race. So through go the race leaders. The gap last time, 0.271 of a second. Calderelli versus Harper for the race lead. Nick Yellerly's BMW runs third. So Dan Harper, who helped Darren Lung to the British GT Championship title last year, swings out of turn 5 on the tail of Andrea Calderelli. And
Pit stop of car 22 under investigation.
Able to get a tighter line through the corner there, onto the Mistral straight. They will come. Right, 22, the Dorian Boccolacci Porsche, unsafe release. Well, it's already been handicapped in a sense by the penalty. It's up to 36th, but now that it's being investigated for the unsafe release, it's going to be even worse result potentially for that car. Right, the race pace graphic shows you how Andrea Calderelli has been going. The last 5 laps, he is faster than the average of the class. He's hanging on to that race lead, so the green arrow shows you how much quicker than the average in the class he has been, and Dan Harper right with him.
Yes, but actually, if Dan Harper could find a way around the Lamborghini, he would be the quickest car on this racetrack, because I think the BMW's handling is better than that of the Lamborghini at this phase. But finding the way through, I mean, you're talking about tenths of seconds, to find a way through is the challenge. Once he would get ahead, I think he'd comfortably pull away from Calderelli.
I think you're right, yes, and we've seen in the past how the BMWs in the early stint were able to really gobble up traffic on the Mistral. It's not happening like this right now, and up towards the end of lap 42 they come. We're just under 24 minutes away from the hour mark, which is when you can anticipate people to be pitting. Augusto Farfus standing there is watching all of this. Max Hasser is watching all of this because they're the other two drivers of 998, 98 behind. Nick Yellerly still in touch. Over the line they go, 3 tenths.
Yes, the reason Yellerly's closing in to the lead 2 cars is because the pace of Dan Harper is being dictated by what Calderelli's doing. So Calderelli's doing all he can to sustain his lead. Harper's doing everything he can, but the pace of the BMW is totally dictated by the pace of Calderelli in the Lamborghini.
And there the race pace judge graphic showing you how much quicker than the average class fastest lap Dan Harper has been over the last 5 laps. So he's, if you like, of above average pace, which is borne out by the fact that he's all over the back of the race leader. Rides the curb going out of turn 5 and 6. That's 7 that brings you onto the Mistral.
And again, just watching what Harper's able to do in the BMW, he's able to pick his line, and he can take a tighter line in pretty much every of the corners of 15 turns around the Paul Ricard Grand Prix circuit.
Quick word about Porsche 22, Dorian Boccolacci. I know he's got this Damocletian unsafe release investigation hanging over him, but he's up to 33rd overall, and he's still on the lead lap. So, you know, another full course yellow or a safety car particularly, and that might throw a lifeline as opposed to throwing a cable type line. There are the leaders then, out of senior once more. This is lap 43, and again, Calderelli goes a little bit wide. This is Dan Harper's chance on the inside. He's through, he's done it. Dan Harper leads, comes out of the corner ahead. Calderelli fights back, applause from BMW, but not too soon, chaps, because Calderelli's on the outside line. Oh, no, you don't, says Dan Harper. Elbows out, he leads.
Oh, how close can you get? Are you going to bang into the driver, or are you going to drive him off the road? I mean, literally, Calderelli did everything possible to get back at Dan Harper, but the BMW was able to hold that very tight line. Now watch the dive down the inside into turn 15. Dan Harper has made the overtake. From now on, he should be able to pull away from Calderelli, which he's doing under acceleration, partly because he's accelerating that little bit earlier on the exit. But that was a well worked out, took a long time to get to the position where he could move up the inside in Bousset.
And Calderelli didn't like it. I mean, the way that he fought back, that was touring car style, wasn't it? But he was not taking it lying down. But now I think you're going to be right. Dan Harper will get into a rhythm, and he'll just, and you can see it starting, edge away. Caldarelli good on the brakes, but they're coming up to a part of the circuit in a moment, the Mistral, which will really favour the Grunt & Go BMW.
Yes, and again, as I've been pointing out through this stint, Harper's got a car that is really working. The car is really working. What you do in a straight line is a different matter. That's partly down to the horsepower you have, but largely also to the aerodynamics. And look how much he's pulled. I mean, he's pulled over a second already since that overtake.
And if one BMW can do it, another one's on its way. Now, this was the move. Let's have a look from the outside, first of all. This is Dan Harper's bid for the lead.
Look where Caldarelli is in relation to the BMW. He runs that high line. The intent is to be able to drop down and make a late apex, get there. And effectively, he almost achieved it. He almost had enough power, enough speed off the Busset corner to get himself into a position, but he was on the outside when the track goes left as you come up into the Virage du Bandoul.
So that's Dan Harper a lap later. And now Nick Yellerly is all over the back of Andrea Caldarelli. So that Lamborghini that did have the race lead now hanging on to second, and drama coming up potentially further down because James Cottingham has been pushed back to third in bronze and is under investigation, track limits with gain of position. Now, we've not seen him lose second in the class to Toby Sowery, but it's happened. Well, we've been busy watching the leaders, understandably, but in bronze, bad news for James Cottingham and thus Garage 59. Right, Yellerly now tries to do to Caldarelli what Harper from the same team did to Caldarelli. We've got about 20 minutes before they need to worry about pit stops. And again, Caldarelli has got to make that car as wide as possible. The green Lamborghini in second place.
So Yellerly has closed the gap as Felipe is looking to see the progress of his teammate, to see whether he can make it a BMW 1-2. The gap was only 0.3 of a second as they came across to go on to lap 45. And Andrea Caldarelli, having fought, to keep the lead, did everything he needed to do, but eventually the BMW of Dan Harper forced the issue in Busset, particularly in the middle part of the corner, and Caldarelli came back but couldn't really get on terms. Now that he's in second place, he's sitting there waiting to see whether Nick Yellerly will do a similar kind of thing. Harper's car looks to me to be the best handling car currently in the field.
Car 55, car 60 and car 30. 30 seconds time penalty to be taken at the next pit stop for track limits.
So if you have 6 warnings, then the 30-second penalty comes, and that's what has been accrued by all of those numbers that you've just been hearing from the race director. I'll worry about who they are in a moment because we're a bit busy looking at this next fight. 52 Ferrari is on the move and trying to squeeze through on the inside. Kirby Powell's former rallycrosser and second-generation rallycrosser keeping Jeff Machiels at bay. Good Benelux battle going on there. With an hour and 18 minutes of the race to go. This overall is a fight for 31st place. Look what's up the road ahead of them. Dorian Boccalacci still pounding on in 30th place overall, trying to gain ground back. His next target, David Perel, the man behind the SimGrid Esports concern. And this is on board in 93, the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. Jonathan Hui at the wheel, 34th, quite a long way back in bronze, surprisingly. And so there's a bit of work to do in the last stint from Eddie Cheever.
Yes, I mean, I would have expected to see the Sky Tempesta Ferrari much further up the field. But somebody who is making progress, we haven't really seen a lot of it, is the 163 Lamborghini Marco Mappelli, up to 15th place, running directly behind, 3 seconds behind Thomas Neubauer in the Ferrari in 14th.
There going through is the blue Ferrari of Nicola Schiro. Nicola Schiro, the former Formula 3 Open champion, and he's just put himself past the McLaren there. James Cottingham, I fear, may have a problem. He's dropping a lot of ground in this stint, it seems.
Well, he's sort of in the middle of this Silver Cup battle, and his battle is not really with these cars, but the problem is he is falling further and further away from what are there now 2 bronze, well, in fact, he's got 4 bronze Cup cars now ahead of him, so he has lost pace, whether it's because he's just been very careful and not getting involved in the battles are going around him. Look at this battle. Sky Tempesta down the inside.
This is Jonathan Hui's view of the car that he's trying to find a way past. Number 30 BMW of the Omani driver Ahmad Al-Hathi over the line. Don't forget, we've just been touching on James Cottingham's travails. He's also got this investigation for gaining a place off the track as well, or the car has. But he's the man behind the wheel of it at the moment, so he might cop for it. Back on board with Jonathan Hui, the Hong Kong driver, who along with Eddie Cheever will do the Sprint Cup as well this year. Chris Froggatt just doing endurance, and the Ferrari came over the line in 34th place. And I think he's lost a spot, hasn't he? Lorenzo Petresi's Audi, to my eye, is ahead now. Now this is what is going on for 5th place, where you've got Julien Andlauer ahead of Davide Rigon. It's Porsche versus Ferrari, and Davide Rigon carrying on the good work of Alessio Rivera. The Ferrari doesn't look to have the absolute outright pace, but they're in that leading mix, aren't they? And you never know what might happen in the 3rd hour.
Again, it's running behind a car which may be, and a lot of Ferrari, side-by-side contact between the two cars. Trying to go the long way around was never going to be a great deal, so Davide Rigon just had to sort of back off. But look, you can barely see the Ferrari under the rear wing of the Porsche.
Over the line they come, and then behind you've got Riccardo Feller in the Audi, and in 8th place, Dennis Olsen in the Ford Mustang. So Julien Andlauer right now is having to make that car very, very wide indeed as they drop out of turn 2. Even wider, though, goes Rigon up over the curb. The leading 10 cars still covered by just under 19 seconds. So were we to have a safety car in the 3rd stint, it would not be beyond the realms of possibility that any one of those 10 could be winners, because it would certainly bunch them all up. And Andlauer a little bit scrappy coming out of turn 5 there, seemed to go wide and not get the bite out of the corner.
Yeah, and the Ferrari, immediately in slipstream, is able to choose that tighter entry into turn 7, which should give you the advantage when you cut through turn 7 onto the Mistral straight. But
now there you can see the relative lap times, the Porsche having been a little bit slower than the average in the class over a couple of laps, and then speeding up again. So it's a bit yo-yo, the pace of Julien Andlauer, possibly depending on how much he's got to defend from Rigon.
Well, also it depends, or there's an Aston Martin problem. So what is the cause going on there?
Sebastian Ogier heading
coming
for
in
the pit lane.
yeah.
Has he lost bodywork at the front right?
I don't know whether the bodywork has been lost or whether it's detaching. Hard to tell, because the arches are quite open.
James Cottingham, no further action being taken against his 188 McLaren. Dan Harper then is now 2 seconds clear as you see Sebastian Ogier coming down the pit road. Another of the ComTU Aston Martins. It's been a tough weekend, but they will have learnt a lot this weekend. As now, further back, you can see 97 of Dustin Blattner about to lose the bronze lead, because alongside him is Nicolas Hiro in the Ferrari, and right there behind is the BMW of Toby Sowery. So the top 3 as one up towards Scene, and the Ferrari right round the outside. That was brave by Hiro. Up the inside comes Toby Sowery, and he's going to go through, is he? The Century Motorsport BMW takes the place. And another one is about to be lost as Romain Larue, who is a silver, gets up on the inside as well. So Blattner, having led bronze for so long, now suddenly finds himself 3rd in class.
And 3 cars overtaking the space of 2 corners, so at least he can breathe. He hasn't got the pressure. Sometimes the pressure is also a factor in whether you want to have that pressure going on. Now, we're not a million miles away from the end of this 2nd stint, about what, 13-14 minutes.
That's right, so pit stops will be being factored in now by the teams. Dan Harper 2 seconds to the good up the road. So the race leader on lap 48 look back as the Boots and VDS Mercedes go through in formation there, with Cesar Gazo ahead of Thomas Drouet, 10 from 9. And they are 1 in silver, Cesar Gazo and Thomas Drouet in the Pro Cup. That's number 8, which is, as you've been seeing, the new bronze leader, Nicolas Hiro. In silver, it is Jim Pla. In gold, I should say, it is Jim Pla ahead of Dominic Baumann. In silver, it is Dan Arrow ahead of Cesar Gazo and Patrick Assenheimer 3rd. Let's look at gold then. This is the battle going on for 2nd place, where Dominic Baumann has got Adam Ateki not that far behind him in number 111, the Audi, and then Dan Arrow is behind them on the road, and he is your leading silver.
Just a bit of interest in the top 15. Marco Mappelli is 15th. He's just set the fastest overall sector time in Sector 1. Where does that time come from?
Still pushing, isn't he? The Lamborghini factory driver. That going through shot Dominic Baumann. That is Adam Ateki, who has got better and better and better every year he spent in Fanatec GT in Europe, and taking the battle to a very experienced Mercedes driver, Dominic Baumann. Behind them is Dan Arrow, who we were praising earlier on, and Dan is the current silver leader, with Cesar Gazo about 3 seconds adrift.
So that battle in the silver has been really the battle of the whole race. These cars have been basically, about 5 of them all running around more or less in the bottom end of the top 20, fighting each other like a pair of ferrets in a sack.
So up towards the end of a lap come these class battles. Mapelli did that absolute best in sector 1, as John was explaining, and the absolute best in the last sector was done on that lap by Mauro Engel, as now Adam Matecki tries to line up to have a go at Baumann, and he swings to the inside line, dives down for 16th place, and job done. He's got to get it round the corner though. He's all right at turn 1. Here comes turn 2, runs wide, gets sideways, but he hangs on to it.
Yeah, and that was a big commitment to dive down like that, but he got himself, he got his braking spot on, and that was going to be key to whether that overtake was going to be a success or be, let's say, something he wouldn't want to talk about. But anyway, great, and it illustrates again what a great race car the Audi is.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be venerable. It's the Evo 2 of the Gen 2, isn't it? But Adam Matecki hustling it along. And of course, it's got all that data. The team's on top of it, the car well developed. It's got a good balance. You know what you're dealing with there. It's always been one of those really good, solid turnkey race cars.
He doesn't need to be weaving about on the straight as he's doing. In my view, you're allowed to make it one move, but he's had about 3 of them all the way down. He's only halfway down the straight.
And he's still weaving, still trying to break the toe and fend off the challenge of Dominic Baumann. Would Race Control take an interest in that, I wonder, because he's done that pretty much the length of the straight.
He has, and I think that it'll be observed. If he continues to do it, then he may well get a warning for it, because to me, to start weaving around, okay, the Mercedes isn't sufficiently close behind it for it to be a problem, but it's the principle of, are you allowed to weave around to try and break the aerodynamic toe of a car that's following you? And my view is, fundamentally, you make one move, then you stick to that part of the racetrack.
We've had another change in the top 6. Riccardo Feller has got ahead of Davide Rigon. This is Marco Mapelli in the somewhat battle-scarred Lamborghini. He has been pushing on. He's up into 15th place now. Dorian Boccolacci, after the extra pit stop that the Porsche had to make, that is in 27th. So he's getting himself up the order. He's still on the lead lap as well, remarkably, as there is Mapelli. That car coming back after its lap 1 spin. And Marco Mapelli, well, he's done a lot of overtaking, hasn't he? Currently that car is 14th in the Pro Cup, because there is the gold leading Jim Pla Audi further up the road, but you can see how much quicker than the average lap time he's been, lap after lap after lap after lap after lap. Marco Mapelli hustles on, and 163 will be given over to Franck Pereira, who was the fastest qualifier at the start of the day. Yeah,
but just the right front part of the bodywork where it attaches to the chassis looks like it's detaching. So it's beginning to flap around. You can see just on the right-hand side, the airflow is beginning to lift the body. So probably not a problem at the minute, but when the car makes its pit stop, they may want to look at it, maybe get a bit of gaffer tape and just stick it down.
Where would a race mechanic be without gaffer tape? Yeah, the last thing they need is the meatball flag, mechanical warning flag like Boccolacci had, where the scrutineers need the car in the pit lane because it's got a problem that you as the driver may not be aware of. The team will try and keep it out there for as long as possible, but yeah, I think sticky tape on the pit stop is the answer, and those pit stops are round about 8 minutes away. If you stop near the hour mark, you could stop a little bit earlier because the maximum stint could be 63 minutes, so come in about 5 minutes and you'll still be good to go to the end.
The race leader, Dan Harper, who took the lead about 5 laps ago now, he's now got a 3.2 second advantage over Andrea Caldarelli, who's now being subsumed by Nick Yellerly in the 98 BMW, the Rover racing car.
That is Riccardo Feller ahead of Julian Andlau. Up into 5th place is the Audi. We said before the start of the race, don't write these cars off, and Riccardo Feller is under attack again. Julian Andlau to the outside line. Riccardo Feller, the reigning Sprint Cup champion, fends him off, stays in his newly won 5th place. Andlau eats up the curb, going through turn 4 and 5 now, but Riccardo Feller stays ahead into turn 6. Again, up the curve goes the Porsche. Behind them is Davide Rigon, so the 3 of them are together as they approach the end of the next hour. 7 minutes and change before you hit the hour mark, but Riccardo Feller has driven really impressively here.
Indeed he has, and he's just gained enough ground coming onto the Mistral straight to probably keep the Porsche, deny the Porsche the chance to catch, get alongside, overtake before they come into Scene corner. So Riccardo Feller, you can almost see the car by the meter stretching its advantage. Yeah. And of course behind the Porsche you've got Davide Rigon. He also will be thinking, oh, well, if the Audi can get through, maybe I can do the same thing.
Yeah, Rigon in that Ferrari, and he is upholding Ferrari honour. But Riccardo Feller in the car that's always gone pretty well around here. Accelerates out of Le Beausset, that long looping right-hander. Then comes up towards Bendor. Meantime, Dan Harper still leading the way. He's 3 seconds clear of the opposition. We've not heard any more about that investigation from Augusto Farfus being off the road on lap 1. So that's still in the system, still being looked at, no doubt, by the stewards.
I wonder how the stewards would deal with that, because it's an incident that happened fundamentally on the opening lap of the race.
Remember Barcelona last year?
Well,
Mauro Engel got the penalty late race, didn't he? Or Mauro Engel's car, which was leading. But that was a penalty applied within the last few minutes of the race. So it could still happen. You know, they want to make sure they look at all the evidence and come up with an answer that gives you a result in the race, if you like, not hours afterwards. It's not an easy situation, I suppose, to resolve if you need to talk to people and look at footage. Now, Boutsen VDS, I mentioned earlier on Thierry Boutsen was here, and Antonia has found him in the pit lane.
It's lovely to have you here. Obviously very different to the old F1 world that you know. How are you finding it?
Well, this is much more sophisticated than the Formula One races I did when I was there, you know, a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, I don't come to races very often, I mean, once or twice a year. But when I see the evolution year after year, it's just amazing. I mean, this would have been the winning team in Formula One many years ago, and just amazing.
What's so special about seeing it in person and being here?
Well, I stopped racing after 22 years of racing, and I'm involved in something totally different now. I'm selling business jets. So I don't follow races like I used to in the past, but really enjoy being here, being back in the old atmosphere of the smell of fuel, tires, you know, oil and everything. So it's nice to be here. I mean, it reminds me a lot of things that I've done in the past, especially in endurance races. It's good to be here.
Absolutely, it's a great atmosphere. Thank you so much.
Good to see Thierry Boutsen here. The name has been a familiar one in GT racing for a decade plus, I guess. But as Thierry says, we don't get to see him at races very often. He doesn't look to have aged that much.
No, he doesn't. I mean, his hair colour is the same as it always was. He now is, I think it's an aircraft, particularly a jet aircraft broker. And looking across to the other side of the Paul Ricard circuit, there's an airfield and there's a number of executive jets. I just wondered, did Terry happen to pick one in particular to drop in and give us his time?
Which one is yours, John?
Which one is mine? The biggest one.
Of course, of course. Lap 53 we're on here at Paul Ricard. 64 minutes of the race to go. That's Ricardo Feller's Audi. That's 5th. 6th the Porsche behind Julian Andlau. 7th Davide Rigon. And then a lapped Aston Martin is behind. So 8th is Dennis Olsen in the Mustang. And 9th was Valentino Rossi. But I just wonder whether Marco Sorensen might not be making a bit of progress too. That's the Andlau versus Rigon battle that's gone on for largely the bulk of this hour.
Yeah, but we've seen that Ricardo Feller did a great job getting himself up into 5th place ahead of the Porsche. Rigon wasn't able to follow the Audi through. So he's now basically being pace dictated to by that of Julian Andlau and the Porsche, running in 6th position. Back onto the Mistral straight, and you sit there, your foot flat to the firewall, just trying to make the thing go quick. You almost, if you could move in the seat to rock yourself, you would do it, but the seat belts now have to be so tight because of the cornering loads, the braking loads, to keep you in position up into seeing Ricardo Feller, Julian Andlau, Davide Rigon, and then a further 2.5 seconds behind the Ferrari is the Ford Mustang. And who's into the pits in the McLaren? Is that James Cottingham?
We've got Marco Mappelli in the background, and I think you might be right about the McLaren. James Cottingham, yeah, and I wonder whether he's got a problem because he's fallen back to 40th place. So James Cottingham may have had a problem, which is why the car was dropping places. That's now going to be Franck Pereira, and they brought Mappelli in early. That means that Pereira will be up to speed when everybody else ahead, like Andlau here, comes into the pits. It's going to be a clear run. He will gain a lot of places, potentially, as others now serve their last pit stop. They got him out of the way early on. And
Franck Pereira was particularly quick when he did his qualifying this morning, so that's a very strong driver lineup in the 163 Lamborghini. So Barwell Motorsport have got one of their 2 cars rolling, and Dennis Olsen has come in as well. So you've got Julian Andlauer, Dennis Olsen, Valentino Rossi, 8th. No, where are we? Looking at it, well, it was. So it's just the timing and scoring is changing because of the anomaly of the pit lane here.
Now there's Franck Pereira, who has rejoined just ahead of the leader, Dan Harper, and does not want to drop behind him. He wants to stay on that lead lap. Dan Harper tries to make his move. We know how good that BMW has been in a straight line, but Franck Pereira is fighting to stay on the lead lap now. He's got the inside line all the way up to Signe, and Dan Harper will try to go all the way around the outside, and he has done so. In fairness, Franck Pereira drops back and slots in behind.
Yeah, and Dan Harper didn't even have to make an awful lot of effort once he got alongside the Lamborghini, and he was the lead car, and the Lamborghini was making its way back, having made his pit stop. So Dan Harper not losing time, which would have been critical for him, albeit he's probably only a lap or a couple of laps away from making his pit stop. But he didn't want to have that gap to Caldarelli, which is now just a tenth of a second short of 5 seconds, and Nick Yardley, who's 1.2 seconds behind Caldarelli.
I know the car retired a long time ago, like on lap 16, but the team manager of 32, the Weerts van der Linde Vanthor BMW, being summoned to race control, interestingly. Right, we just had the Mustang, Christopher Mies at the wheel of it, rejoin the race, and the order again, John, is shuffling with these pit stops.
Yes, the 46 BMW managed to get ahead. Raffaele Marcello behind the wheel of that, and we're going to see Christopher Mies. You know, and I love these two drivers, Christopher Mies, a warrior, and Raffaele Marcello, well, what a legend he is. So those two guys, but it's a swap of position, and that'll be a disappointment for Ford. But, you know, WRT's pit stop is legendary, and undoubtedly that's been a major key in how they were able to swap the 46 with the I think it's the 40, the Mustang.
Yeah, 64 Christopher Mies. In has come now number 2. That's Lukas Stolz to take over from Fabian Schiller. We've also got Nick Yellerly in to give way to Philipp Eng in number 98 BMW. So that's the Mercedes stop. That's the BMW pit stop. New Pirelli's going on. Philipp Eng is in, and Nick Yellerly, work done, walks away from the car. What this means is that Rover are cycling this car through first. They're keeping Dan Harper out, so that part of the pit lane will be clear for him. They don't want to double stack the cars. And Andrea Caldarelli, 4 seconds off the lead. He has stayed out as well. Now there is the 96 Porsche. That's pitted and has rejoined the race now. So remember, it's a Pro Cup car, 96 Porsche. Sven Müller is at the wheel of it. So we'll see when it comes across the line where that feeds into the order. Away goes number 2, Lukas Stolz, given the last stint for Get Speed, and they're right at pit out, so he blasts away now.
Yeah, just caution on the exit. Make sure you don't clip the demarcation line. Everybody's been very well behaved. I don't think we've seen anybody getting penalised for an abuse as the Porsche comes up. And so well, that was the Riccardo Fellow Audi, which has now fallen back behind the Porsche.
Yeah, and there goes the Valentino Rossi BMW. So Nick Yellerly's car now with Philipp Eng at the wheel. That looks to have dropped back a lot of places, does it not? Came in a lap later, but it's fallen back into the clutches of the Mustang. So 98's had a long stop there.
Yeah, and also just behind the Mustang is now dropping back, or has dropped back.
Right, most of those recent pit stops, 1 minute and 27, 1 minute and 28, 1 minute and 26. Philipp Eng's pit stop, 1 minute and 45. So something went awry in the pits. That's why 98 has fallen way back. So we need to send Antonia down to Rover Racing and see if she can charm them to tell the truth. But Philipp Eng's pit stop, very slow.
So there's our race leader, lapping the field, coming down into turn 6, and just he needs to be a little bit cautious because the Aston Martin may not be fully up to speed or not be fully aware that the race leader is directly on his tail.
So Dan Harper will be hoping that whatever happened for one Rover stop doesn't affect him as he comes up to try and get himself through the traffic. We've just had Andrea Caldarelli in to give way also from second place. So Harper out on his own. And a second stop due. Davide Rigon's car has yet to come in. Mauro Engel and Marco Sorensen likewise yet to come in. So it's going to be another shuffled order, isn't it, after these pit stops. Dorian Boccolacci for the moment after his travails, 7th in the Porsche number 22. That led oh so briefly, but he's going to fall back again when he brings the car in at the end of the chosen lap. That's your leader. So does Dan Harper bail for the pits this time, bearing in mind that more and more of them have served a second stop and the road is clear. That's 63 Matteo Cairoli to do the last stint. Let's see what he can do to bring the car back into the mix.
So big decision now for the Rover Racing team. They've had a poor pit stop. We don't know the reason why. It may have been an issue which the team hadn't anticipated. I wait to see when the 998 car, I mean, an outstanding stint from Dan Harper, and that car will be now taken over by Max Hesse.
That's right, he'll bring it to the end. There is Lukas Stolz then in number 2. Mercedes, Dan Harper is in. So the race leader serving the last pit stop. And now those that are on track and have done their second pit stops, trying to press on and gain track position if they can. There's the line of cars coming in and or out of the pit lane, because some have served their stop at the top end. There, midway down the pit road, is Rover Racing. So out gets Dan Harper. Great stint, Dan, well done. In gets Max Hesse to bring the car home. And he'll be hoping he can keep the lead and just tick off the laps to bring the car to the checkered flag. But it might not be quite so straightforward.
Yeah, trying to get the belts attached. Dan Harper helping Max Hesse get, and that's taken quite a long time anyway. They've got the netting attached, so all good in the cockpit. Dan Harper's day is done. Excellent drive.
Yeah, true enough. Now they've got to get that car out and stay ahead of this one. Matteo Cairoli, then in number 63. Remember, for many, many seasons, he was a Porsche specialist, elected to switch to Iron Lynx and to Lamborghini for this year. And Matteo Cairoli has always been a fast driver. Away goes 998. This is Max Hesse then. And he's got half the pit lane to go. And when he breaks the timing beam at the end, we'll be able to compare its pit time to that of the sister car. But it's going to be about 1 minute and 25 seconds, I would have thought, as he exits the pit lane now. 1:27, in fact, to the timing point. So certainly better than the sister car. And it keeps 998 in the lead with their second, Matteo Cairoli, and their third is Lukas Stolz. So Mercedes, number 2, is back at the races.
Well, that just goes to show that it's not all over until the checkered flag falls. So Lukas Stolz, who has had to, I mean, the performance, well, just cutting back now to Max Hesse, but just where the Mercedes is, Lukas Stolz de facto in 7th position, but actually by the time this unravels with all the pit stops, we will see where the Mercedes finally ends up.
Absolutely right, and now we need to see whether Lukas Stolz, who knows that car inside out, is able to do anything about Matteo Cairoli, who is still new-ish, if you like. He's done a lot of mileage in a short space of time, but it's his first year of racing for Lamborghini. And then Max Hesse further up the road, who's given the responsibility, really, which is what it is, of bringing the car to the checkered flag. 54.5 minutes are on the clock here at Paul Ricard. So Mauro Engel is your on-the-road leader in 48, but a second pit stop is due from that car. There is the Dynamic GT Porsche, that's a lap down. Second going through the shot there was Matteo Cairoli. Lukas Stolz in the background. Now, is he making progress relative to that Lamborghini ahead? We need to be looking at sector times once they've started to get themselves into a proper rhythm, into a proper stint.
Matteo Cairoli needs to clear the Porsche as quickly as possible. The longer he's trapped behind it, the bigger the gap to, what is the 998 BMW. We've still got Dan Harper on the transponder, but we know it is Max Hesse who's behind the wheel. So he's losing time, literally almost by the corner, every lap.
That's right, as now up the inside goes Cairoli, gets himself ahead of 54. So that is Marvin Dienst, who's no slouch, believe me, German Formula 4 champion. He's been a Porsche racer in GT events for a good number of seasons now. Maxime Martin and Valentino Rossi look on because Raffaele Marcello is in their car, and we'll see at the end of the next lap or so where that car is in real terms. Dorian Boccolacci has brought 22 back into the pit lane after his rather frustrating stint. And there, over the line, goes Sven Müller, who is being chased by Christopher Haase, who in turn is being chased by Alessandro Pierguidi. So this is a proper battle for position. And it's Harper, Cairoli, Stolz. Müller is 4th, Haase is 5th, Pierguidi 6th, and Marcello 7th. Philip Eng 8th after that slow pit stop.
So the 22 Porsche is in again. It's made its 3rd pit stop, but remember that one of those pit stops, the second one was actually to detach the I think it was the earthing cable. So that's why it's got 3 pit stops. Everybody's only done the required 2. 46, Raffaele Marcello, currently in 9th position. Looking at his lap times, best lap for that car is a 55.3. Marcello's last lap was a 55.8. And it's not a million miles away. The last lap for the, well, it's on the top lap, the 998. With Max Hesse, we need to see what Max Hesse is capable of doing. That car's best lap was a 55.04. Fastest lap of the race, Andrea Caldarelli.
Here comes Marcello up through the traffic. We've also got Nicky Thiem doing absolute best first sectors in the Aston Martin. A big dive in senior to the inside for Marcello. And he clears number 19, which was the Grasser Lamborghini. That's a lap down. So he's moved himself up past the Cup car. Hugo Cook, the man from Northwich, at the wheel of it, but it's lost time early on. That's in 47th place. Next target for Marciello, though, rather more importantly, is Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah, I mean, a top quality driver in a great race car, but, you know, reputations are not about great this and great that. It's about what can you do. And look, Marciello clearly able to use a little bit more of the, it's barely a curve. You come into Virage de Tour, so he will be wanting to clear as quickly as possible the Ferrari directly ahead of him with Alessandro Pierguidi.
There's an unsafe release being looked at for number 9, the Boots and VDS Mercedes of Maxi Goetz at the wheel of it at the moment. So Maro Engel staying out in 48, and he is the on-the-road race leader. We're concerned, though, about the slow pit stop of 98. Nick Yellerly was the man getting out of the car. He has a better idea of what happened than anybody else, Antonia.
Nick, you were going so well until that pit stop. What happened?
Yeah, not quite sure. To be honest, I'm going to have to ask. It looked like maybe a fuel rig issue or something like that. Luckily, it was rectified for the sister car who's in the lead. So, yeah, all focus on them now and trying to get them to cross the line first.
Yeah, both of the Rover cars are looking really strong. Do you think you'll have good race pace for the whole season?
I would like to think so. I mean, what this would usually, in terms of actual track characteristics, we do struggle in the longer corners sometimes. But here we did a really good test a few weeks ago and managed to dial the car in nicely. Next race is the big one at Spa, so hopefully we can continue this trend.
Absolutely, thank you.
If it's a fuel rig issue, could there be a concern that not all the fuel went in?
Well, you could surmise on any particular aspect of it, whether it was a lack of fuel going in or whether the hose didn't detach. But I mean, to lose that amount of time, there has to be something. I mean, I think, frankly, Nick Yellerly is telling us what he can tell us. What actually may be the real story is a team secret. You don't share that information with your competitors. You might share it with your own brand associates, but not certainly with the paddock at large, and not to the lovely Antonia in the pit lane who's going to tell the world.
True point. So there, Raffaele Marciello presses on. And he's got himself up past past Alessandro Pierguidi, and this is how he did it. So Mistral straight, Ferrari ahead. This is for position. This is for, in real terms, 6th place. And just look at the way the BMW goes here.
Yeah. But he's catching, coming up to the corner. Pierguidi's putting the car right in the middle of the racetrack. But there's enough space without using that blue bit of the racetrack to the right, and he gets alongside, and just the speed just carries him forward. They got a bit of an aerodynamic too. But once he was alongside, it was job done, and already pulled about more than a second ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. So Marciello up to 7th, Pierguidi down to 8th.
Touch 280 kilometres an hour, and then they can also gain another place because 48, which did lead over the line, has pitted for Engel to give way to Daniel Morat. So up into 6th place in real terms now, Raffaele Marciello. There he is, and he's not done yet in a car that's, remember, had contact on the first lap of the race. Let's listen in.
Well done, Lilo, well done.
So the team's happy. Raffaele Marciello's next target then is going to be Christopher Haase. He's 2 seconds behind the Audi. That's doable?
Possible, absolutely. Absolutely. So there is Raffaele Marciello in the 46 BMW WRT team. A good team effort again by servicing the car. Driver change. Raffaele taking over from Valentino Rossi, who got mugged pretty early on by the Mustang, but then clawed back. Dennis Olsen got ahead. Then Rossi got himself back almost onto the back of the Mustang, and as a consequence, in that round of pit stops, the 46 has found itself ahead of the where are we looking at? Christopher Mies in 10th place, the number 46 up to 7th place. So Christopher Mies is 2.4 seconds behind Philippe Eng in 9th, and that'll be his focus for the remaining 47 minutes.
So Max Hesse is now confirmed as the race leader. There he is. But Matteo Cairoli is only 1.6 seconds behind him, and last time through lapped fractionally slower. It's going to be interesting now to see who settles into a rhythm first and at what pace, if you like, that rhythm is, because Cairoli might not know the Lamborghini as well as Hesse knows the BMW, but he's a certainly very, very quick driver. Max Hesse has tended to fly under the radar a little bit. You know, he's done middle stints rather than being given the responsibility of the last one, and in a car that's leading the race. This will be an interesting test of him.
Oh, it's a very big test, because now the responsibility is going to be with him. The thing that Hesse can't control, the thing that nobody can control, is because the field is now spread evenly around the racetrack, you're going to catch, bronze, silver, whatever drivers, some gold drivers even, and it depends where you catch those cars. that will have a bearing on if you lose time. And the skill of endurance racing isn't just about your ultimate speed. It's how you can handle and deal with traffic and mitigate any time that you might ordinarily lose.
There's your leader, that's Max Hesser. In Sector 1 he was quicker, in Sector 2 he was quicker. It's advantage BMW again, despite Cairoli's efforts. But that said, we've still got 46 minutes of the race to go. We're not done yet. As further back, Philip Eng comes up to have a go at Alessandro Pierguidi. The Ferrari just powerless in a straight line, isn't it, to do anything? This is like the first of where the BMW's just breezed past.
Time penalty. A stop and go of 10 seconds for causing a collision.
333, Felipe Fernandez-Leza getting the stop-go penalty for causing a collision, part of last year's Nürburgring 24 winning crew, David Pittard and El Bamba. Right, you've just seen then Eng recovering. That puts him up into 7th at the expense of Pierguidi.
And it was, you know, we've seen it throughout the day. The pace of BMW in a straight line has been impressive. And I'm just going to say Philippe Eng looked like it momentarily stopped, but the speed that the 98 BMW was able to use, some of it is aerodynamic too, but it's just, I think even on its own, the car has got very, very good straight line performance.
So there is the Philip Eng BMW, and he's going to wring the neck of that for 3/4 of an hour. Up into 6th place is Raffaele Marciello. What does Valentino Rossi think about all of this after his stint? He can tell Antonia.
Vale, you've left the car in a really good place after your stint, P6. How was it feeling?
The feeling was not too bad. I feel good with the car. The pace was quite good. Unfortunately, we lose some position in the pit stop, unfortunately, and also I lose one position at the restart after the safety car because I was a bit too slow in the first lap. And after, sometimes it was difficult because I was behind the Ford, so it's difficult to overtake. But I have also the other guys in front that were not so far, so now we hope that Lello, with a good pace, can recover some position.
What's it like watching Lello as a teammate? You were saying you think you've got one of the strongest lineups.
Yeah, the lineup is fantastic because Maxime and Lello are two of the best. So we have to try the maximum. Anyway, the race is still long, and we will see what's happened.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
So you've just, in the background perhaps, heard lots of other cars being given penalties for track limit offences. Now, a little while ago, I mentioned the team manager of 32 BMW, the Charles Weerts car. Remember, it retired with all of that damage a long, long time ago. The team manager was summoned to race control, and on the back of that, the team manager of, car 51 is under investigation for causing a collision with 32. Now, 51 is the Pierguidi Ferrari. Remember, we thought the BMW had already had its problem and came across the front of the Ferrari, but now the stewards are looking at the Ferrari for its part in the accident. So the story continues around that drama, which was down at turn 5, really in the first handful of laps.
Yeah, the way I saw it was I thought that there's contact between the Ferrari and the BMW, and that's what set the whole process off. But then when they got to turn 5 itself, that's the Virage du Camp, that's when the damage was then realised by 32 BMW. Charles Weerts turned in and the back end snapped, and he then had to, the car automatically would veer back to the left, and that's when the collision, secondary collision, but there was, I think, a very, very slight contact, the nose or the front of the Ferrari against the rear of the BMW, which was the initial cut down of the tyre.
Well, the stewards are going to have a look at it, no doubt. As you see in bronze there, 97 Porsche, which is now Dennis Marchal at the wheel. Behind him is Matt Bell in 74 Ferrari. This is 93 you're riding with, so Eddie Cheever at the wheel of it. Up the inside, couldn't quite squeeze past Lorenzo Ferrari's Audi. Then Eddie Cheever is given the responsibility of hauling the Sky Tempesta Ferrari back into the mix in the Bronze Cup here.
Well, he certainly got pace, but losing that position to the Audi was not in the game plan, I suspect, but just actually trying to get back up the inside in turn 14. But will he be wrongly positioned? Yes, he is in that final turn. So while he got ahead, he was slightly wrong-footed when the cars then went quickly back to the right and onto pit straight.
In the meantime, as Max Hesser has gone through, he's 2.7 seconds to the good. 27th overall then, Dennis Marchal. Matt Bell behind him. Now, Matt had a drama in his part of qualifying. He got involved with 19 Lamborghini, and the car was quite badly damaged, damaged suspension, so they missed effectively all of qualifying. The car's up from the back of the grid, and Matt Bell 28th now, John Hartshorn and Ben Tuck having done the other 2 stints, but that's been a pretty good recovery. And it's, at the moment, 5th in bronze. Matt Bell, whose brother Rob was out of the race early on, certainly not giving up and pushing on the back of Marshall in the Porsche.
Well, there have been a number of good efforts throughout the race by drivers, teams, not least of all the 163 Lamborghini, Frank Pereira in 13th place, having that car fall all the way back almost to the tail of the field with the incident in turn 2 on the opening lap. And further through the field, Dennis Marshall in 27th. Martin Bell, another driver, Jake Dennis, back here in the world of GT racing, currently improving up to 34th in a bronze BMW.
Formula E champion, isn't he, these days? But yes, coming back to GT racing, in which he had success a few seasons back. There in 48, Daniel Morad. Now that car had Mauro Engel in it for the most recent stint. It is in 9th place, but look what's behind. Christopher Mies in the Mustang. Off you go, John.
I'm out of superlatives. I'll think of one in a minute. But I mean, it's great. I mean, it's good motor racing.
Yeah. And isn't it good to see a car, okay, it's had some races, but it's the first time with SRO, first Fanatec GT outing for the Mustang, going so well. You know, okay, it's not as fast as the leading BMW, but what has been impressive is the reliability.
I mean, look, the way the race cars are now built, the overall quality of engineering is just at a level beyond anything I would have known. No, look at the way the Ford just breezes past. Oh, well, I thought it did momentarily, but then he had to brake, get out of it. He was going to be maybe just a bit too close to the Mercedes. So he got ahead, technically, but then had to concede he was just maybe too wide on the entry into the quickest corner on the racetrack.
But here you've got Christopher Mies, who for so many seasons was an integral part of the Audi campaign, and here he is now hustling on as he comes up towards the completion of the lap. This his 50th endurance start, his 88th Fanatec GT Europe outing. Christopher Mies, who of course has been winning in Australia, winning the championship there. There aren't many long distance races, 24-hour races. He's not won. Dennis Olsen, you saw a moment ago in the pit lane, grinning from ear to ear, enjoying the race, enjoying the competitiveness of that car as it comes up over the line.
Car 72, 30-second time penalty added to the final racing time for track limit. 72.
It's Barwell Motorsports' second car. But just watching the Mustang, I spoke to the guys yesterday, and this car is not like the, I mean, Fred Ravish and others, you know, they're used to driving an Audi, which was a car would always turn on a dime, a very sharp, quick turning. This type of car, mid-front engine GT car, is going to have a different dynamic. But the pace of the car, I think, and what the team have done, and you pointed out the reliability, for a first outing with a brand new product on tyres they've not raced on before, and that's a very important part of getting to grips with GT racing, I think is pretty impressive.
Go along with that totally. Different note, Max Hesser, now 3 seconds clearing the lead, has done the fastest lap of the race as well. So the leading BMW continuing to show good pace, as there the Porsche of Klaus Bachler was on the inside. Now this 57 is Colin Carasani. He is your leading silver driver. He's taken over from Dan Arrow, who did the most recent stint, and that car then clear in silver. And there's a bit of traffic between it and the Mad Panda Mercedes. In fact, you can just see it in the background there down at turn 6. So a good cushion has been built up by number 57, the Mercedes, for that class lead. The car run by Winwood Racing, Tenant Saturn Tirokul, Colin Carasani and Dan Arrow, the 3 drivers, and that could be on, should be on now for a class win. Although that said, there are still 38 minutes to go.
Yes, and he's got the advantage of 3 cars between his 18th position and the next car up is the number 90 Ezequiel Perez Compact, and the Mad Panda Mercedes running in 22nd.
Is second in silver. It is Ezequiel Perez Compact back behind the wheel, the man behind Mad Panda, the Argentine driver, but the team based near the Barcelona circuit. And on track, the car behind is Aurelian Panis, and he is the 3rd silver driver. So that battle, which was 8/10 at the start of the lap, those 2 cars you can see here, this is a proper fight for class honours. They're trying to catch Carasani, admittedly, but they're arguing over second place themselves. And not a great day overall for Mercedes, but it's good for them in the classes, certainly in silver here. 1, 2 and 3, all Mercedes AMG.
Yes, and at the minute, the lead Mercedes is the 48 all the way down in 9th. Oh, beg your pardon, Lucas Stoltz You're right, didn't see that. So Lucas Stoltz is third. The next best Mercedes is all the way down in ninth, 48.
So not the day Mercedes-AMG might have expected, but they're over the line. Number 8 Ferrari, which has been quick all day. David Fuminelli now at the wheel of that car, which is the leading bronze. So it's been knocking on the door of the class positions, but into the final hour of the race, David Fuminelli leads another Ferrari. Andrea Bertolini is second, and then Aston Martin third of Job van Auter. Dennis Marshall is fourth from Matt Bell, and then Eddie Cheever. So it's been a real shuffle on that most recent pit stop, hasn't it, of bronze. In some cases, they ran the faster driver first. In other cases, the team leaving the bronze in until the very end. And perhaps that was the wrong call. But here, David Fuminelli in the lead of the class. Let's go on board with Raffaele Marcello. He's down a place. Philip Eng has moved ahead of him.
Oh, that wasn't in the script. And that not just in a BMW, but in a rival. Not a rival team, it's all part of the same family, but the Rover Racing BMW Philippe Eng has found himself ahead of the WRT entry BMW.
Philippe Eng, of course, specialising in BMWs these days. Marciello in his first season with the brand, but he comes up, crosses the line. Don't forget, 46 did pick up a little bit of damage after the contact on the first lap, but it had a good run to stay in the mix in Maxime Martin's stint. Valentino Rossi kept it in the top 10, and Raffaele Marciello now trying to emulate the pace. But the Rover car's just looking that little bit stronger today than WRT, and it's this car really left to uphold WRT honour. That's Sven Muller fourth. That's your best Porsche. That's fifth. That's Christopher Hauser. Sixth is Eng, and he's absolutely on a mission.
Indeed he is. And just further through the field, keep an eye out for the battle for what will be the final position in the top 10, currently held by Christopher Mies in the Mustang, because you've got Nicky Thiem in the lead. Aston Martin only just 1.3 seconds behind, and Nicky Thiem, we know, is the Viking racer.
Like the blue touch paper and stand back. Nicky Thiem is on a mission then, going after Christopher Mies, who in turn is going after Daniel Morad. So there is Sven Muller. Now, his last lap was a 55.7. He's lapping a little bit quicker than Lucas Stoltz, but he's got to make up 11 seconds, and he's only a couple of tenths a lap quicker. So I rather fear Sven Muller has plateaued now in fourth place, but Hauser is under attack for fifth. Philip Eng, I think he's going to clear him before the end. Eng's pace has been really impressive. His last lap was half a second quicker. And there, look, to the outside line coach Christopher Mies against Daniel Morad. This is for ninth. Mercedes versus Ford. Christopher Mies having to really work hard in the Mustang. Is there a gap on the inside? Not yet, there isn't. The Mercedes goes a little bit deep. To the inside line looks Christopher Mies, but Daniel Morad closes the door, locks it, bolts it. Mies can't find a way by.
Look, Mies had to get out of the throttle. You could hear the length of time he was off the pedal, keeping an eye on what the Mercedes was doing. Wasn't enough room, or he wasn't sufficiently alongside the Mercedes to make that move stick. But it's the pace that we're seeing from Christopher Mies, getting accustomed to driving a car which is almost the antithesis of what he raced when he was for an Audi. Goodness, how many years was he an Audi contracted driver?
Over a decade, wasn't it? And that adaptability is impressive, that he can jump into something different and straight away deliver. That's what the team needs.
But look, Nicky Thiem has more or less halved that gap, just half a second now behind the Mustang. So these three cars covered by little more than a second.
Through turn one they go. So this battle is 9th, 10th and 11th. The new Mustang ahead of the new Aston Martin Vantage GT3. Nicky Thiem, as John was explaining, at the wheel of the ComTU entered car. Down towards turn 4 then. This is lap 68, 33 minutes to go.
Well, one thing you know about Christopher Mies is he is a fighter. He'll be aware that Nicky Thiem likewise is a fighter. And the Mustang needs to clear the Mercedes at the earliest opportunity, and that'll more or less allow Nicky Thiem to do more or less the same thing. So there is the gap coming onto the straight.
So number 2 Mercedes, Lucas Stoltz in third spot. It's been a tough day at the office for all of the Mercedes drivers. Let's hear the thoughts of Jules Gounon, because he is with Antonia.
Jules, the car doesn't seem to be quite on the pace. What's changed since last year?
There was some adjustment on the BOP for sure. Last year we were very quick. I think our car is very quick on clean air. You know, we can produce lap time, but for us it's very difficult to fight in the straight. My first stint was difficult, especially with the safety car and so on, because every time you have a restart, and that's the beauty of the BOP. The BMW needs to produce a lap time in the straight. We need to produce the lap time in the corner, and that's why you have 9 different manufacturers on the grid. Some cars have a strong advantage in the corners like ours, and some other make it in the straight, but obviously we are sitting in P3, so we are not that bad.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Yeah, P3 could be worse. There is the car. Now, you just saw, as we cut to that interview, the battle between Morad and Mies. And as Philipp Eng has got ahead of Christopher Haase for 5th and is chipping forward, we await to see whether it is going to be Mustang or Mercedes that comes across the line for 9th place. And the answer is it's Mustang, because Christopher Mies has got ahead of Morad, and so has Nicky Thiem.
Yes, that was sort of pretty inevitable. And both drivers needed to make that pass at the earliest opportunity. So now it's going to be a battle for 9th place between Mies and Nicky Thiem. And Morad is down 2 positions down outside the top 10 in 11th.
There it is, the Ford with Christopher Mies at the wheel. Does that make it a Ford Mustang? Anyway, into turn 4, 5 he comes.
Who is your script writer?
I don't know, he's sacked. Behind you've got Nicky Thiem getting closer and closer. This is going to be a really tasty battle, isn't it, coming up?
Oh yes, oh yes. Two, I mean, I call them warriors in a sense. I mean, Nicky Thiem and Christopher Mies, so on board with the 64. There is the pass, that's the Mustang. Just didn't even, barely had to draw breath to get ahead. Down a gear, interesting. Just breathing the throttle before he can get on and flat out at the exit. Dennis Olsen, he likes that as well.
So does Fred Vervish, applauding there. It might be churlish to ask this, but with nice long straights here, how much is the type of circuit flattering the Mustang? I mean, if we were, for example, at somewhere different, let's say like a Spa or a Monza, would it be looking quite so good?
Look, it's horses for courses, and maybe this is the course for the horse.
Yeah, fair point.
The Mustang, it is a horse, I believe.
It is, yes.
An American style.
That's right.
Wild.
So the Mustang saddled by Christopher Mies in this stint, with the Aston Martin of Nicky Thiem behind, coming then up towards the end of the lap.
Everyone's a winner, David. Everyone's a winner.
It's going to be a long year, John. Towards the Virage du Pont they come. End of lap number 69 for these cars. Max Hesser has already gone through. And there is Raffaele Marciello. He comes up to have a go at the Audi now. So Christopher Haase has lost a place to Eng, and he's about to lose another one to Marciello. The BMW's got good speed here. Let's see what he can do. This is the run down now towards turn 4.
Yeah, it's not the easiest pace to pass. It's a pretty quick sort of right, then left. Then you come into turn 5 itself. And some of the quick and the brave do try to dive down the inside, but it's such a short run from the exit of 4 into 5 that it's not really worth the risk. It's a high-risk maneuver, and against a competitor like Christopher Haase, that's something that's not going to be worth taking. Oh, the Audi moving around a lot, coming on through turn 7 onto the straight. So maybe the Audi is struggling a little bit for grip, and that's going to give a little bit of heart to Raffaele Marciello. We can see that if he can put more pressure again onto the Audi driver, maybe he's going to get the result he wants.
Yeah, Christopher Haase is having to go defensive here, but that BMW just looks like it's got that little bit more pace. Marciello to the outside. Christopher Haase might not be able to get away, but he can certainly make the car wide. Whether he can do it for 29 more minutes is a moot point, but as they come towards Le Beausset now, he's going to go wider. There's a gap on the inside. Marciello tries to get up the inside, but as there, Christopher Haase ahead of him. V's off the corner. Audi stays ahead, at least for now.
Yeah, the Audi was a little bit, just a bit too far ahead. I mean, what Marciello was trying to read what the Audi was doing was fine, but the distance between the two cars was more than it was possible for Marciello to dive down the inside and get away with it without having to have contact.
Well, we've had battles all the way through the race and all the way through the field, and this is one of the more intense at the moment. 6th place, Audi 99, Christopher Haase. 7th, 46 BMW, Raffaele Marciello. And as they come up towards the line now, the margin between the two is next to nothing at all. It's just a 1/5 of a second, and Marciello not able to dive up the inside because Haase has already covered off that line, and Marciello looks on the outside, and that doesn't work either.
No, and he's going to think about maybe trying something down into turn sort of 3, 4 before you get to 5. It's a little bit closer this time, but again, Christopher Haase is sufficiently wily to know A, the competitor, to B, know the strength that he's got and what the Audi is good at, and you know, it's a battle of almost of the brain power more than the horsepower of these two cars.
Up the curb goes Marcello then, lap 71. We've got 27.5 minutes on the clock. This is for 4th and 5th now, look. Sven Muller being caught by Philipp Eng. That's your battle for 6th, which is Hase versus Marcello. The lead gap is going up all the time. Hesse is 6 seconds clear of Cairoli, so let's zone in on 4th. Muller, Porsche, Eng, BMW, nose to tail. Has the BMW got the grunt in a straight line here? To the inside line to cover it off is Sven Muller, who absolutely specialises in Porsches, and Philipp Eng, former Carrera Cup champion, can't get past him yet.
I think he deliberately didn't attempt to pass him up the inside because that would have put him in the wrong part of the racetrack at the exit of scene. So he thinks maybe if I can stay close to the exit of scene, there may be an opportunity going into Le Bourget, but we didn't see that, had to cut back. So he didn't get the move made, but that was, for me, the reason why Philipp Eng didn't attempt what would have been a marginal overtake.
So Porsche stays ahead for now as the field comes up towards, in Max Hesse's case, the end of lap 71, crosses the line. Now towards Virage Dupont comes this fight, 4th and 5th. So Porsche fending off BMW. And but for that slow pit stop where the car lost around about 19 seconds, it would possibly be fighting for a race win. Over the line goes Muller, over the line now goes Eng. Yeah, there'll be about 2 seconds off the race lead car, so it was a very, very costly pit stop, that last one. There the inset is on board with Marcello, who's going one side and then the other to try to level with Christopher Hase into turn 1. But again, the Audi is able to fend off the BMW. 26 minutes to go. Marcello is not finding it easy to get past Hase.
No, that's all about experience, the experience that Christopher Hase has had over so many, well, I'm going to say decades, but certainly many, many, many years, and knowing how to use a car that is fundamentally slower in performance than that of Marcello, who's chasing, yet keeping the car behind. That's the skill, that's a racing driver's skill. There's racing drivers and there are drivers. And I think Christopher Hase is a racing driver, a racer.
Onto the Mistral. Comes Hase, comes Marcello, and Christopher Hase in a car that he knows absolutely inside out. Keeps Raffaele Marcello at bay, who is still new to BMW, but has done a lot of miles already this year. And there, look, again, Sven Muller is keeping Philipp Eng at bay. 25 minutes are on the clock. Again, Hase covers off the inside line. Marcello to the outside, but he's not able to go all the way around the outside of the attempt to run Audi, so Hase comes off the corner ahead still.
So, well, Marcello, think about watching what the Audi does to run high, but again, he's not able to close down, and even Marcello himself allows the BMW to run up to the top of the mid part of the Bourget, and nothing lost but nothing gained. And for Marcello, you know, passing into the Bourget is always an opportunity, but you have to be absolutely committed and have a degree of grip beyond the car that you're chasing.
Eng goes wide into Virage Dupont, trying to get the undercut coming out of the corner, but likewise Sven Muller will know exactly where to position the Rutronic Porsche. Over the line they come. 24 minutes and change on the clock now as we get towards the business end of this opening Endurance Cup race in Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. The leader, Max Hesse, 8.6 seconds clear, and a big dive by Eng on the outside. He's going to run out of road. He's off the track. He's going to come out ahead, but that's leaving the road and gaining a position with an advantage. He's got to give that back.
Absolutely, no question about it. Now he will give it back.
Yeah, he does so.
Coming down into turn 4, so I mean he just ran out of road, and he allows the Porsche once again. So there was a maximum attack from Philipp Eng, but it didn't work, and he had to concede the position.
And we've also just had Nicky Thiem, by the way, get ahead of Christopher Mies. So the Aston Martin 9th down to 10th goes the Ford. But let's see what Nicky Thiem can do yet, because the pair of them are not that far behind Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari, so they might yet gain another position. You can just see them in the background going towards turn 6. There is the fight for 6th, Hase versus Marcello, but then behind you've got Pierguidi being caught by Thiem and taking Mies with him, so we're not done yet with the order in the top 10.
No, battling all the way through the top 10. Feels 2 battles going on, almost identical. BMW's chasing, and then it was almost inevitable that Nicky Thiem would find a way past Christopher Mies, the Ford Mustang, in its first competition here, and albeit the Aston Martin is an upgrade from previous years, but it's certainly in the hands of Nicky Thiem a very, very formidable challenge.
Look how close they're getting though to the Ferrari, and there is Thiem, who is, as I say, taking Mies along for the ride. So Alessandro Pierguidi, try as he might, last year's Le Mans winner, can't really relax. And there Marcello is ahead of Hase finally, so that's the change happening for 6th. Marcello through, BMW goes ahead of Audi, so tick that one off. This is Eng ahead of Muller. That's for 4th. That's happened as well.
Yeah. So I don't know whether that's all taken place coming off scene into Le Bourget, or other parts of the racetrack. But certainly, finally, the two BMWs have been battling different marks. Audi and Porsche have found their way through.
So Hesse, Cairoli, Stolz, 1, 2 and 3. That's solid. New 4th Eng down to 5th Muller. New 6th Marciello down to 7th Haase. 8th Pierre Guidi, only just, because 9th, 10th behind him, Nicky Thiem and Christopher Mies are catching.
And we've got three BMWs in the top 6, so let's watch and see where this pass. And there is the Audi, and we're on board with Raffaele Marciello, and surely it's going to happen down in Le Bousset. Oh, it's pretty... I expect to see the nose of the Audi popping up alongside the left side of the... No, it didn't. So maybe Haase just decided, I've done all I can do and I've got nothing left to fight with, and that's given Marciello the opportunity to move up into 6th position.
So Marciello pushing on. Now, can he do anything about Muller? 4.8 seconds back. Sven Muller's last lap was quite a slow one, a 1:57. Marciello's was a 55. So a second a lap. He's got to make up 4.8 in 20 minutes. It's possible. Marciello for 5th before the end.
Yep, anything is possible.
Well done, Lilo, well done. Next car is Sven Muller in the Porsche for position.
So that's the instruction to Marciello. Push the Porsche ahead. That's Sven Muller, and it's a fight for position. So the next car he will come across, he needs to be attacking. Should Marciello need any more motivation?
Well, 4.8 seconds and 20 minutes remaining is, well, one might say with Marciello anything is doable, but I think he's been driving the wheels off the 46 BMW all the way through his stint, and I don't know how much he would have left as we see Max Hesse making his way up through some of the tail enders. And this is where you can very easily lose. He's got a currently hit, but he's got 10 seconds advantage over Matteo Cairoli in the 2nd place Lamborghini. So he's not quite into cruise control mode, but he's being cautious and not risking by sticking the nose of the BMW up on a car that might not be as aware of what's going on around.
So there goes 998 up towards turn 6. Didn't skip over the curb. Max Hesse then 10.5 seconds clear. He now just has to tick off the laps and bring it home. Can't afford to make mistakes, but equally doesn't want to back off too much for fear of being caught by Matteo Cairoli.
54, 30-second time penalty added to the final racing time track limits.
And that's Marvin Dean's car that's being discussed by race director Alain Adon. It's down in 37th place right now. As you see in 2nd place, Matteo Cairoli. 22 Porsche, which so briefly led. Laurin Heinrich is at the wheel of it. It is in 15th place, the Schumacher CLRT car, and is the last one on the lead lap at the moment.
Yes, that was the car that we saw having to make a pit stop with the meatball sign went out because what I consider to be the earthing lead wasn't detached when the car made its pit stop, and then it got a further penalty for an unsafe release or something.
It was being investigated for an unsafe release. Yes, you're right. We haven't heard about a penalty yet, but it was being looked at, so something else might come. Big dive through the traffic there ahead of Lukas Stolz, and there is Philipp Eng, who is the man chasing after him. And last lap for Stolz a 57, Eng's was a 55, so he's determined to get 3rd. And this is how he got past Sven Muller, who went a little bit deep, but the BMW nipped up the inside and was ahead by the time they came out of the corner.
Yeah, I mean, that all began on the exit of Le Bousset corner, so sometimes an overtake isn't just what you see with the car passing, it's the preparation that a driver has to go through, and he is not thinking about the next corner to pass, he's thinking about 4 corners down the racetrack.
So Stolz through the traffic, clears back markers, and Sven Muller is back up into 4th because Eng is in the pit lane. So Philipp Eng, having taken 4th place, has come into the pit lane. Now, why is this? 98 BMW from 4th position is tumbling back down the order. There he is. And it's fuel, look. So the fuel issue before, I did ask whether all the fuel would have gone in. Presumably not. They've had to come in and put more fuel into the car. So that's 98 BMW back down the order.
That's a lot of fuel going into the car as well. So that's very unusual, highly unexpected. So that is, well, to say disastrous for the 98 BMW. And for Philipp Eng, who was doing a great job, finally made his way past and then had to come in because of an issue, a fuel issue. Now, either it's not picking up all the fuel is there, but it's not being picked up, so they need to top the tank back up again to a level where they will pick up the fuel. I've had that happen in a race. There's fuel in the catch tanks or not on
30
the main tank.
seconds time penalty added to the final racing time to car 36. 36 for track limits.
Okay, the Volcanos Aston Martin. Anyway, if you can have a system fault, and it means you've got to put fuel in to enable the engine to draw, but they still have a residue of fuel in the tank, and I just wonder, is that the case with the 98 BMW?
Could be, or as I was suggesting earlier, if there was an issue with the rig, they didn't know how much fuel had gone in because it was connected, but the fuel wasn't pumping in. Anyway, either way, it takes 98 utterly out of contention. And that's a real shame, given how well Philippe Eng had been going. Of course, he just got himself up into 4th place and then into the pit lane. So 998 is the one that upholds BMW honour again.
And number 7, Nicky Thiem in the Aston Martin, up now to 8th place. He's found a way past Alessandro Pierguidi. So that Aston's day is not done. And of course, Philippe Eng will have lost that position. So he will be effectively in 7th position once we complete this lap on the timing and scoring, and will be updated.
So Muller now is starting to edge a little bit nearer to Stolz. Marciello is edging nearer to both. And Nicky Thiem 7th, Pierguidi is 8th, up into 9th is Mies now, and 10th Klaus Bachler after Philippe Eng's problems, and up into 11th has gone Franck Pereira, the number 163 Lamborghini, after being, what, 40-something, 46th at the end of that one, now into 11th place. Mies 9th in the Mustang, that's good news, and there is Nicky Thiem, who is up into 7th in the Aston, and that gives ComTU something to smile about after a tough first weekend with this car.
Oh yeah, I mean at both sessions on Saturday, they had pretty heavily damaged, particularly the rear damage to 2 of their cars, and never really found the reasons why both drivers, maybe the inexperience of the drivers with a very quick car. I don't know how much seat time they'd had prior to coming to Paul Ricard. As we see the gap between the Ferrari and the Ford Mustang as they came across the line the last time, it was 0.6 of a second, and ought to be a doable pass. We've got, what, 15 minutes remaining, so I would anticipate Alessandro Pierguidi losing 8th place to Christopher Mies sooner than later.
Now that is Alessandro Pierguidi. 6/10 was the margin to Mies, who's almost on the back of him. Christopher Haase, 8 seconds ahead of Nicky Thiem.
30-second time penalty to car 97 track limits.
All right, that's significant because Dennis Marshall is 5th in bronze in the Porsche, and he's getting a penalty. We've had a spin also from number 21. He's rejoined Charles Clark, the British driver for ComTU in the Aston Martin, but a spin for Charles Clark at turn 11. And here is the Ferrari 52. Now that's 2nd in bronze. Andrea Bertolini chasing after David Fumanelli. Andrea Bertolini, who wants for nothing in terms of success in GT cars. Initially Maseratis, more recently Ferraris. And with the Machiels father and son combination of Louis and Jeff, he is heading for 2nd in class with the Aston Martin directly behind him, 3rd in bronze. That is Joop van Uitert, whose uncle, Gerald van Uitert, you might recall racing Formula Ford in the UK in the 1980s, had a Marlboro-backed Van Diemen. But up towards senior they come, and Bertolini versus van Uitert through the corner together. This battle has 14 minutes in which to resolve itself for P2 in class.
Yeah, it's Bertolini in 2nd place. He's 14 seconds behind David Fumanelli, who's leading the bronze category, so his focus is not going to be trying to run down Fumanelli. He's going to be keeping the Aston Martin behind him.
In the meantime, Max Hesser is on lap 78. He's still got the fastest lap of the race to his name. That is David Fumanelli just going past you, who is the leader in bronze. The Nicola Rossi shared Kessel Racing run Ferrari that tricks you a little bit with its blue colour scheme, but proof that Ferraris don't always have to be red to be quick.
But actually, the racing colours of Italy are, it's blue.
30 seconds.
It's not red. Ferraris are red because that's the colour they painted the cars.
Final racing time to car 3, track limits.
That is James Kell, number 3, being given track limit penalty. So there, David Fumanelli presses on, as a little bit further back in terms of the track position, Gilles Magnus is currently your Gold Cup leader there in number 25 Audi. He's taken the car over from Jim Pla, and Gilles Magnus, who we got very excited about last year, continuing to deliver here in the Santalok Audi. He's gone from the ComTU team, because that's gone to Aston Martin. He stayed loyal to Audi and switched to Santalok, and he's a class leader.
Yes, but he's just been overtaken by Lauren Heinrich, so that's a pass for overall position, but 2 different categories.
Correct, yeah, pro passes. Gold.
And gold, yeah.
Yeah, so yes, you're right. Gilles Magnus drops to 14th overall. Actually, Porsche 22, Lauren Heinrich carrying on from Boccolacci, who took over from Guven. They've not let their heads drop, have they? Despite that extra pit stop for the cable, they've pushed and pushed and pushed. All right, they're about a minute back from the race leader, but the overall position is getting better all the time. Were we to have a safety car, that would possibly give them a little bit more ground to make up. But now I think the race, with 12 minutes to go, is into a rhythm. And there, over the line, goes Lauren Heinrich, up into 13th place overall. And the Philipp Eng BMW is 15th after that most recent stop.
I mean, I know motor racing is made up of a lot of ifs, ands and buts, but in the case of the 22 Porsche, at one point, that was a race-leading car.
Yeah.
Had it not had that issue leaving the pit lane and having one of the cables still attached to the car and having to then make an unforced pit stop to get it removed, and then a penalty potential, we have to see if there's any further action on that for an unsafe release. That car could be our race-winning leading car.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely right. So as the drone focuses on the cars on the Mistral, track cameras show 57, which is his Silver Cup leader, Colin Carasani. Dan Arrow did a really good middle stint in that car, and Colin Carasani trying to bring it home. We've just had Adam Smalley's Bronze Cup McLaren into the pit lane as well. That's out of sequence, so there's a problem for 188 in bronze, as you see Carasani come onto the Mistral in 20th place overall. That's what the Lumirac display shows, the flashing position, and then the short code for the driver's name. It flicks between the two, so you know where the car is in the overall classification. Lukas Stoltz, in the meantime, is getting ever so slightly closer to Matteo Cairoli for 2nd place.
Yeah, 6.7 seconds, and we've got 10 minutes remaining. So it's a big, I mean, it's going to need something that's maybe directly beyond the control of, I was going to say Cairoli. Yeah, so Cairoli would have to have some kind of issue or problem to get a 6.7 advantage negated.
Yeah, traffic might play some part in all of that, but there you can see the Ferrari of bronze leader Fumanelli on the back of silver leader Carasani. David Fumanelli, certainly not a bronze graded driver, very quick, very experienced, but because he's got bronze co-drivers, he's able to be the gun for hire in that car in exactly the same way that, you know, we had the bronze Porsches up at the front of the Spa 24-hour grid last year after Super Pole, because the entry says you can have one bronze driver, but you can have gold and platinums in there as well. In the right hands, they're very quick cars. Klaus Bachler, 911, has gone through, and he's got ahead of Christopher Mies. So we've got a change for 9th place. Now Bachler is the man on the move and catching Pierre Guidi. Mies yo-yoing up and down the order in the Mustang. It's quick, but others behind a little bit quicker, and so they catch and pass, and then they sort of move forward to attack the next slower car together.
Yeah, this stint is the only stint I've seen the Mustang being overtaken on pace. And lost out initially to Nicky Team. Now Klaus Bachler has done the same thing, so a top 10 finish for Ford would be a great start. There is the Mustang just coming into the Bizet there directly ahead of him is Klaus Bachler in the Porsche.
Indeed, so there is Bachler.
Yeah, that's Bachler, yeah.
Yeah, the red Porsche. Cheryl Sturm, Alex Malikian, the other drivers of that car. Klaus Bachler is the fastest of the three, so they keep him to the very end. And look, he's going after Pierre Guidi, and he's almost within striking distance. Alessandro Pierre Guidi was caught and passed by Team. He's almost been caught by Bachler, and in the remaining 9 minutes, could the Ford Mustang get up there as well?
Well, I would say will. Because I think the pace that Bachler has got, and Alessandro Pierre Guidi has not been able to run the Ferrari at the pace one would normally assume or expect to see. So Bachler is the man on the charge of that group of cars, just rounding out the top 10, and Christopher Mies is the one that was the sacrifice, dropped from 9th to 10th. But Alessandro Pierre Guidi 8th, Nicky Team 7, Christopher Hasse is the bottom of the top 6.
So Bachler pressing on there. His last lap was a 55.7 and Pierre Guidi was a 56.5. So much the quicker car is the Porsche here. That Ferrari, again, just hasn't really come alive, has it, in the course of the race? It's been a solid, regular car within the top 10, but it's never, no matter whose hands it's been absolutely race leadership pace. That's Nicky Team, who's dragged number 7 Aston Martin way up the order after Matthew Drudy and then Marco Sorensen. But the change is imminent, is it not, for 8th, as Pierre Guidi is being caught by Klaus Bachler.
Oh, there's no question about it. Bachler's got the pace, and Pierre Guidi is just sitting there, a sitting duck for the Porsche. to find a way around. We've got, what, 7.5 minutes remaining.
Up towards the right-hander of Senior they come. Out of it turns Team. Now, look at this. Pierre Guidi has got Backler closer, closer, closer. Is there going to be a move to be made into Le Beausset? Only if the Ferrari goes wide and opens the door. And a car does go deep into the corner, then tries to V off the line, but it's not enough because Backler is already through. And that was Lucas Al with a punctured tyre. But look, Backler has gone ahead.
Yes.
So the Porsche is through, and 48 Mercedes, that looked like with a flat.
Yeah, so a tyre on the right side of the Mercedes. You can see the blue tyre smoke coming off the front of the car, or looked like the front of the car. Anyway, Backler made a pass in Le Beausset, a corner that Alessandro Pierre Guidi ran the car up high, the Ferrari that is up high. Backler just saw the gap, put the Porsche's nose down the inside, and once he'd gotten to the very late apex of Le Beausset, he had control of the corner.
Pierre Guidi trying to fight back, but his main concern now is going to be that Ford behind, because Christopher Mies is 1.3 seconds back. Pierre Guidi's last lap of 57.0, Mies of 56.5, and Daniel Morad, well, he's carrying on.
Yeah, but I think there was bodywork rubbing against the tyre, because that tyre smoke has vanished. But looks to me the right front of the splitter there, you can see it about to, well, it's not quite about to fall off, but who has he driven into the back? Look, the whole front of the car is vibrating. I mean, that's not going to be much fun to drive, even though only 6 minutes of the race remaining.
Yeah, Daniel Morad, 48 with lots of damage. You're right, he's hit something pretty hard on that front right corner. So through he goes. But potentially the scrutineers would want that in, because what they don't want is for bits of car to fall apart all around the racetrack. It's going to be an unpleasant car to drive for the last 5.5 minutes, but the team would want him to stay out and just persevere, because to come in now would hemorrhage places.
Oh, absolutely. But there'll be a lot of vibration. There you can see the bodywork now rubbing, whether that's rubbing against the tyre. I suspect that the bodywork is becoming weaker and weaker and weaker, especially the quicker you go down the straight, and that's where the wind pressure on the bodywork will be pushing the bodywork against the tyre. So he's backed out of it. He's seen the smoke himself.
It's like putting the brake on, isn't it?
Well, whether he's in contact with the team or not, we don't know. But suddenly the pace has gone. So you can, I mean, it's almost at the part of the entire front splitter and front guard on the right side is about to detach. Now, I'd love to know where that damage was done, because that's significant damage. You've run into another car at a pretty good rate to do so. These things, the Mercedes are built, literally like the proverbial you-know-what, and it's very unusual to see the front of a car, even having had contact, to be as heavily damaged as that.
Yeah, that Mercedes with lots of front damage, I fear, is going to have to head to the pit lane now. There is Philip Eng, who will have gained a place as a consequence of that. And news on the sister car. Remember the investigation about Farfus on lap 1, gaining a place off the road. No further action. So Max Hesse can carry on now with a 12-second cushion up towards the line. Alessandro Pierre Guidi to Christopher Mies down to 0.8 of a second. And this is Mies.
Yeah, we are. There's the Ferrari directly ahead. We're riding with Christopher Mies in the Mustang. So, oh, listen to that. Oh, isn't it magnificent? So he's got the Ferrari well and truly within his sights, and he's got just under 4 minutes to try, and that's effectively this lap and probably just one further lap.
Daniel Morad has brought the car into the pit lane after all that damage. So 48 Mercedes that's had a sort of average day ends with, I fear, retirement. There it is. Morad in need of more ads.
Yeah, the car's going to go straight into the pits, into the pit box, I should say. There's the Mustang. So the gap when they came across the line the last time was 0.8 of a second. I suspect it's going to be more or less halved. Again, look how high up in the Beausset the Ferrari is running. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi is not able to, whatever the Ferrari is delivering to the driver, it's not giving him the easiest drive through Le Beausset. And it's an open door for anybody who's got a bit of bite left in their car to just lunge down the inside, as we saw just a few minutes ago.
So Mies edging closer, and the target, if you like, that Christopher Mies will be for Franck Pereira, who is a little bit further back, not by much, but Franck Pereira is homing in on the Ford as there the BMW comes up towards the senior right-hander on lap 84. 2.5 minutes to go. Flying lap at the moment is a 55, so there's going to be one more lap at the end of this, isn't there?
Yeah, that's what I would reckon. There is our race leader. He'll come across the start-finish line and have one lap remaining.
And there, traffic ahead, all busy squabbling because the immediate target is Eddie Cheever, but then you've got, look, this is for second in bronze, the three of them together, Bertolini, Van Outert and Cheever, all running together. That's the gold leading Audi. That is Gilles Magnus, and he is in 13th place. 14th behind is Philip Eng. He's got that Garage 59 McLaren to sort out before he can go after Gilles Magnus, but there's an awful lot still to sort out for the class podium positions, but a good effort this by Santalok, proving there's life in the Audi yet.
Oh yes, and this Audi is going to be competitive throughout the season. Some circuits, the victory will come to them, other circuits will be other brands, and right now with what, 1 minute and 44 seconds remaining, victory is effectively that of the 998 BMW. And I mean, a really, really excellent job all round by Augusta Farfus, then Dan Harper, and now Max Hesse.
And there is the leading silver of Colin Carasani, Dan Arrow and Tanat Safran-Tirancourt having done their stints earlier on to get the Winward Racing Run Mercedes clear of Aurelien Panis and Ezequiel Perez Compact for second and third within silver. But we're on the last lap for Max Hesse, the 998 Rover Racing BMW. A car that was strong here last year, and it's strong again, although Philip Eng will be a hugely frustrated Rover BMW driver after that car's yo-yo up and down the order. But when he was racing in this last stint, he was really good. He's back on track and hoping there's enough fuel now to get him to the end after that extra pit stop.
30-second time penalty to car 12, added to the final racing time for track limits.
It's another of the Compte Astons. You see the bronze leading David Fuminelli on the back of the silver leading Mercedes. The last thing they need to do is get together and tangle. There is the overall race leader then on the far right as you look at the screen. That is Max Hesse, and he's up alongside Eddie Cheever. He's trying to pick his way through 4th, 3rd and 2nd in bronze. Back out of it, Max. Just bring it to the end.
He doesn't need to overtake when he's, well, these three cars are battling. They're in their own category. And Max Hesse, I know it's frustrating, and he said, I'm losing seconds, I'm going to lose the win, I'm not going to win. But actually, you're now into the final sector of the racetrack. Just stay calm, bring it home. You had a 14.5-second advantage going on to this last lap. You're not going to lose more than maybe a couple of seconds at most by just staying patient and staying behind these three battling bronze cars.
And it will be a Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup maiden win for Augusto Farfus, for Max Hesse and for Dan Harper. It is going to be Max Hesse who brings the car across the line. The checkered flag will be at the ready, and it's a win for BMW in France. Max Hesse, Dan Harper, and a delighted Augusto Farfus take the win. Checkered flag shown. Brilliant stint by Dan Harper. Really feisty opening stint by Augusto Farfus to get the car up from its grid position. And Max Hesse ticks every box to bring it home. Second, Matteo Cairoli over the line with Mirko Bortolotti and Andrea Caldarelli, the car that led the first hour and a half of the race. And for third, it's going to be Mercedes. Luca Stolz, Fabian Schiller, Jules Gounon come home for the last place on the podium. Right, let's pick off the classes. Gold first up. Gilles Magnus here in the Santalok Audi. Heading to the line. He's behind Philip Eng as well, so there's been a change of place. 13th overall has traded on this last lap. But up they come now towards the checkered flag. And the class win is what the Audi team have been after. So Gilles Magnus with the car shared by Jim Pla and by Paul Evrard, heading for a class win. So the checkered flag at the ready, 14th overall. They come across the line with 12th, incidentally, Laurin Heinrich's Porsche after the enforced pit stop with the cable. But 13th is going to be Eng. 14th to win gold, Gilles Magnus, Paul Evrard and Jim Pla. Then we need to go and find silver, which is that Mercedes, and behind it your bronze leader. Colin Carasani is ahead of David Fuminelli. So Colin Carasani, Dan Arrow and Tanat Safran-Tirancourt will win in silver, and in bronze there, the blue Ferrari. David Fuminelli, Nicola Rossi and Nicola Scioro come through for honours. And 3 hours of drama at Paul Ricard that has absolutely flown by.
Well, it is a 3-hour sprint race, not a 3-hour endurance, albeit you have pit stops, driver changes, refueling. But great fights all the way through the 4 categories. And that bronze category has been one of the toughest, as has the silver, all afternoon.
A 5th win for Rover Racing in the Endurance Cup, and 11th now for BMW. One more endurance win than Audi, interestingly enough. You kind of associate Audi with years of domination, but BMW has come along, and not just with the M4, admittedly, with the old Z4 before it and other examples, but proved to be a really successful car. But a first win in Fanatec GT for Augusto Farfus, which might be a surprise given that he's an IGTC champion, but first win in Fanatec GT, and the same true for Max Hesse and Dan Harper. And if you wanted more proof of it, credit to BMW for getting the right people in the junior program, because Max Hesse and Dan Harper were first brought into the ranks as BMW juniors. They impressed, they delivered enough to be promoted to the ranks of fully fledged factory drivers. And now Dan Harper, British GT champion last year, he and Max Hesse, 2/3 of a race-winning team here in the toughest GT3 championship of them all.
Absolutely, and I mean, for Max Hesse, Dan Harper, as you point out, youngsters in relation to Augusto Farfus, who's got masses of experience and a great career, but the future will be with the Dan Harpers and Max Hesses in the next 5 or 10 years.
Well, as you look down from the drone, which has delivered some great pictures over the course of the race here, the cars making their way round to Parc Fermé. There, Lukas Stolz, Fabian Schiller and Jules Gounon's Mercedes for 3rd place. Jules was pretty sanguine about it earlier, wasn't he? Saying, you know, we've got good pace on the corners, not in a straight line necessarily, but the BOP works out over the course of the season. So, provisional results: Augusto Farfus, Dan Harper, Max Hesse win at Paul Ricard from Andrea Caldarelli, Matteo Cairoli and Mirko Bortolotti. Lukas Stolz taking 3rd with Fabian Schiller and Jules Gounon from Maxime Martin, Raffaele Marcello and Valentino Rossi. 5th, Julian Anwar, Patrick Niederhauser and Sven Muller, ahead of Christopher Hauser, Alex Arca and Ricardo Feller. Behind them, Drudy, Sorensen and Team from Battler, Malikin and Sturm. And hanging on to 9th, Rovera, Rigon and Pierre Guidi, meaning the Mustang of Mies, Vervish and Olsen finished 10th. The winning gold, 14th, Gilles Magnus, Jim Clark, Paul Everard. The winning silver, 19th, Tanat Satrin Tirokul, Dan Arrow and Colin Carasani. And the winning bronze, 20th, Nicola Rossi, Nicolas Hiro and David Fumanelli. After that, you start to find some of the hard luck stories over the course of the race. 2nd bronze, Louis Machiels, Jeff Machiels, Andrea Bertolini, and they fended off Job van Outert, John de Wilde and Kobe Pauwels. The Sky Tempesta Ferrari next in the queue. Quite a few of them also suffering late race dramas, like the 188 McLaren. Adam Smalley pitted in that with a problem. So 38th in the end, not really reflecting the proper pace that car had in the first part of the 3 hours. First retirement was the Ollie Milroy, Mark Radcliffe, Rob Bell. McLaren, we lost Dean McDonald, Benjamin Goethe and Tom Gamble. Trackside, we lost with lots of damage, of course, the 32 WRT BMW, but it's a Rover Racing BMW with only the odd dead fly and rubber splat on the front of it that comes through as the race-winning car. Others come to Parc Fermé. Gilles Magnus brings the Santaloc Audi into place. And we'll clamber from the car in a moment. The winner's board's in place, the winner's trophy there as well. And then the drivers, of course, will go to the podium. So, Gilles Magnus, who was 10 seconds ahead of Mikael Grenier in the gold battle, will in a moment or two squeeze himself out of the Mercedes. I say that because the cars have to park so close to each other to get them 3 wide into Parc Fermé. You can barely open the door. It's a good job racing drivers are jockey-like. They can squeeze out of the cars. It's much easier in a single seat. You just stand up and jump out. There, Colin Carasani, new to Fanatec GT, but doing a very, very good job. The Carasani family, big enthusiasts of historic racing and prime movers behind getting the historic festival to Zandvoort many, many years ago, having been racing with the Masters historic racing movement. Really happy Gilles Magnus. We know how good he is in a GT car and in a touring car as well, in which he's had good success in TCR over the years. Dan Arrow's a happy man as he goes to see Colin Carasani, and there is Tanat Satra Tirokul in the background. So a good result for the Winwood Racing drivers in silver. They get their Pirelli winners' caps to wear when they get up to the podium. Tanat Satra Tirokul receives his. And Gilles Magnus, all smiles. 2 years ago here in the Motorsport Games, it was a mechanical problem that cost him a gold medal in the touring car class. But today, it's a win in the Gold Cup of Fanatec GT. Helmets traded for Pirelli caps, ready for the podium. And so a very, very busy pit lane with all the happy teams and the personnel not allowed into Parc Fermé, but near the cars, and they'll be ready to cheer their drivers as we get to the 4 podiums coming up shortly. We'll also hopefully be able to hear from our winning drivers, Max Hesse, Dan Harper and Augusto Farfus, in a moment, because Antonia Rankin is down there. She's trying to round up as many people as she can, but we're going to start with silver. Colin Carasani, Tanat Siratul and Dan Arrow.
Guys, it was a bit of a crazy race for you to begin with, but it seemed to balance out in the final stint.
Yeah, it was good in the final stint. I mean, Tanner did a great job in the start. It's always, of course, really hard to do the start. I mean, especially in a new car, in a new season. Dan had a good fight in the second stint. I actually had the easiest job, so I wanted to thank the guys for that. So, no, it was okay. I was definitely happy with the car. You know, it's a long-term project for me personally, so I'm happy to gain experience, and start of the season with a win with these guys is nice.
Great. On my side, it was a pleasure. I've had one moment on the straight. We were 4 or 5 cars wide, where I was like, "Damn, this is pretty cool what we're doing here." And to take home the victory was something unexpected, really. But I'm very grateful that we can do it. Thanks to Windward, which did an amazing job, and my teammates.
No, I'm super relieved. Like, thank you for both of them and the team. They did like a really amazing job. I didn't expect it, to be honest, but yeah, we make it.
Congratulations, guys. Go celebrate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Colin Carasani, Dan Arrow in the middle. Tanat Siratul. Here's their winning car, the Windward Racing team. The American squad, Russell Ward's team, has made an increasingly significant impact in European GT racing, and now running cars for Mercedes-AMG for factory drivers, and a silver win as well to kick off the season, a great result. But what about in Pro? Max Hesse, Augusto Farfus and Dan Harper, the 3 drivers. Better hear from them next.
Guys, congratulations. That was not a straightforward race for you.
Yeah, I think we played very well as a team. I had a good start. Dan made a great move, and Max finished keeping the distance. So I think this is a great example how a proper teamwork works.
Yeah, nothing more to add. The car was great. Big thank you to Rove and BMW. Thanks to these 2 boys, and looking forward to Spa.
Yep, they nailed it on the spot. The car was an absolute pleasure. It was so fast and so consistent, and yeah, it's a dream to work with these guys and with Rove.
Were you expecting a victory today?
Well, I always come to the circuit hoping for a victory, so and that's what motivates me to be here. And today, working with the team, BMW gave us a great opportunity, and we could convert the hard work into a great result.
Will we see more victories this season?
Absolutely.
Yes, nothing to add on that.
Brilliant, thank you guys.
Yeah, very happy BMW drivers, and I mean, that car was just faultless.
Yeah, just look at Max Hesse and Dan Harper. I mean, they look like teenagers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost scary that, you know, they're so capable, and I mean, they've been racing now, what, 5-6 years?
Go back 30 years, that first BPR grid, you know, people, as an example, Jean-Pierre Jarier, former Grand Prix driver, you know, it was an entry of drivers that had done a lot in other things before coming into GT racing. Now GT racing is where the young guns go. It's a career move early on.
Absolutely. I mean, the single-seater route is now sort of self-pricing and pricing itself out of the market to some degree, and GT racing, fantastic.
There are the 3rd place drivers. Let's go to the Gold Cup next. Hear from the winners there.
There was a bit of a fight in the first stint there, but once you guys got in front, you seemed to disappear right down the road.
I need to respond. Yeah, what a great race. I mean, in the beginning we were struggling a bit, maybe with not having clean air. Maybe that was what made us struggle. I don't know, we will analyze afterwards. But then once Jim jumped in and he had clear air, he was flying out there. I was struggling a bit at the end again. But anyway, we got the victory. That was our main goal of the weekend. So yeah, super good job by these 2 guys, and happy about the job of the team as well. So it couldn't be a better start. Now we need to continue in this way.
Jim, what was your approach to elongating that lead?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was the first time in the Audi car. It was my first stint, so I had to learn a bit the car also in the race, but the pace was good. So I said, okay, I need to push. I knew that the 77 was just in front, so
and my pace was really good, so I tried to catch him, and I could overtake him, and then I just tried to push. I was a bit lucky because we had the slow puncture at the end, so I tried to just stay on track, and then Magnus finished the job, and Gilles was mega.
Brilliant. Well done, guys. Fantastic drive.
Slow puncture at the end of his stint. It's a bit of a worry for Jim Pla, but they were able to overcome that. Paul Everard, the man in the middle, who did the first stint, and running in dirty air, hampering the pace of the car, the main complaint. But Gilles Magnus doing a good job bringing it home ahead of Carl Grenier, and then Arthur Rougier in third spot. We'll have the winning teams, as I say, on the podium in due course, as the silver graded drivers we've heard from. We've heard from gold, we've heard from the pros, the bronze winners, the David Fumanelli, Nicola Rossi, Nicola Sciorro combination taking success there. But the Santa Rock Audi, you can see of Gilles Magnus there having won its class. Let's go now to the bronze winners.
Well, that was a really controlled drive from you guys. Fantastic. How did you manage that race?
It was a crazy one because in the middle stint it was a crazy traffic, a lot of position to recover, so it was quite fun, unexpected I have to say, but all the team did amazing. Thank you to Kessel Racing, thank you to the guys, to the team, and very happy, can't thank them enough.
To be honest, this is the MVP of the day, the man of the day. We had a very bad quali, so we started pretty far back, and he pulled out an amazing stint. Nico did an amazing job joining a championship like this after just 3 years of racing, so amazing. We didn't expect that, to be honest, but we take it, and we're going to keep pushing.
Is it just that much sweeter when you're not expecting it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's totally a surprise. I mean, amazing experience, and I mean, there is no better way to end a race like this.
Brilliant. Congratulations, guys. Go celebrate.
Nico Rossi up from Ferrari Challenge. Nicola Sciorro, who has been racing in Euro Formula 3 Open about a decade ago, was the champion, and David Fumanelli, who's specialised in GT Ferraris, and they're the 296 coming home as the category winning car. Well, a bitty first hour, a fascinating second and third hour of the race.
I mean, overall, I think it's been a great race. Although it started with safety cars and reasons, because of the opening lap in particular, but battles all the way through, and not just 1-2 cars battling, but maybe 4 or 5 cars all vying, particularly in the silver category and in the bronze. But ultimately, the pace at the front was just stellar, and the fact that the 998 BMW was able to get in Dan Harper when he made that overtake, a great pass, and then consolidated by Max Hesse to bring it home. And Augusto Farfus, Brazilian, full of emotion, absolutely overjoyed with today's result.
Yeah, I mean, Augusto Farfus, we've seen racing in Europe for 2 decades, if not more, and yet the enthusiasm is still there. He's gone from being a single-seater star to a touring car racer, initially for Alfa Romeo, and then to BMW, and then to BMW's GT program, and the DTM along the way as well. But he is still as enthusiastic as ever, and still very, very competitive. He might be older than his 2 co-drivers, but you wouldn't think it.
Well, I mean, age in itself isn't a barrier, particularly if you're racing in a GT category. It's experience and what you can bring to a team.
Yeah.
And as long as you're young and healthy and you've got the motivation and you can still drive quickly, there will always be a place for the Augusto Farfus and others, as we know within our series.
Let's look at the highlights of the opening race of the championship that began with a spin for Christian Engelhardt at turn 2, and that compromised the Lamborghini for the rest of the day. The fact that it finished 11th was quite a remarkable result. Marco Bortolotti led with the opposition chasing after him, but the first hour of the race had a number of interruptions with damage and problems and debris, including this when Charles Wirtz had a lack of drive, tangled with the Ferrari of Alessio Rivera, had a punctured tyre which then ripped bodywork off the car. They had to clear up the debris before David Pittard's Aston caught alight, having already lost its power steering, and that car, needing extinguishment, also triggered a full course yellow. First round of pit stops, Bortolotti handing over to Andrea Caldarelli, but they were jumped on the pit stops by 22 Porsche, which had to pit again because of a cable still being attached to the car, and the technical flag was shown to bring it in. It meant then that after the next safety car peeled in, it was a battle between Andrea Caldarelli and Dan Harper, and Dan Harper tried to get the race lead. Eventually he did it at La Beauce, but Caldarelli wasn't taking it lying down. He tried to get back on the outside and then the inside, but Dan Harper was able to keep him at bay. Further down the order, there were still plenty of good battles raging on as Nicola Sciorro moved through to the lead of bronze, and Raffaele Marciello took over BMW number 46 into the last hour of the race, and he started to chip away, moving himself up on the inside of Alessandro Pierguidi. ultimately, 4th place would be the reward. Philippe Eng's car had lost ground on the pit stops after a fuel rig issue. He tried to get past Sven Muller, went off the road, had to give back the place, retook it, but then had to come back in for more fuel, and that caused the car to drop to 12th place. It meant it was a win for the sister Rover Racing BMW of Dan Harper, Augusto Farfus and Max Hesse winning at Paul Ricard.
Interesting just to see Philippe Eng and the Porsche going into turn 1. We didn't see that in the live feed, the contact that occurred. So all we saw was suddenly the BMW veering off. We didn't know why. There's the story.
And there is 3rd in pro as Jules Gounon, Luca Stolz and Fabian Schiller make their way up to the podium. It's been a tough day in terms of outright pace, but the consolation, the reward, if you like, the points for 3rd position, and that's all going to be vital at the end of the season. Remember, you get more points for the 6-hour racing journey. You get points at 6 and 12 hours, plus the end of the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa in terms of how you win a championship here. 2nd place are on the podium, Matteo Caroli, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti. And now for Rover Racing, up come Augusto Farfus, Max Hesse and Dan Harper, winners of the opening round of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. First blood in the championship then falls to BMW. Winners at Paul Ricard, Augusto Farfus, Max Hesse, Dan Harper for BMW for Rover Racing. And Matteo Braga, Pirelli Racing Activities Manager, is the man with the honour of presenting trophies, first of all to Luca Stolz, Fabian Schiller and Jules Gounon for 3rd overall. The Get Speed Run, Mercedes finishing in 3rd spot. Then another team, another brand, Iron Lynx, Lamborghini for Matteo Caroli, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti. The 2nd place trophies. There's the team trophy, of course, to go to Rover Racing. And, of course, Rover, the official oil of the championship, had that pole award that went to the Lamborghini drivers earlier, but it's winners' trophies to Rover Racing BMW drivers at the end of the race. Augusto Farfus grinning from ear to ear, Max Hesse in the middle that brought the car home, and Dan Harper, who battled it into the lead. A great effort done as a team, and Augusto Farfus makes a run for it. Others do as well, but Max and Dan are ready with the champagne.
A lot of joy up there, I can assure you. Maybe some disappointment on the part of the Lamborghini team. One could say they had the race, it was in their pocket, but it wasn't to be. And when that overtake came in Dan Harper's stint, Andrea Caldarelli had no answer. That was the beginning of the end for the Lamborghini to have victory, and it was the beginning of the start for the 998 BMW to drive away from the rest of the field.
Augusto Farfus has been a loyal BMW servant for many, many seasons now, and whether it's in single driver GT races around Macau, he has triumphed. He's an IGTC champion, remember, from 2020 with Nick Katzberg, and now a race winner in Fanatec GT. So he and Dan Harper and Max Hesse lead in terms of the championship. 2nd placed and a pole position point to Mirko Bortolotti, Matteo Caroli and Andrea Caldarelli. Jules Gounon, Fabian Schiller, Luca Stolz next, ahead of Valentino Rossi, Raffaele Marcello and Maxime Martin. Then Sven Muller, along with Patrick Niederhauser and Julian Andlauer, ahead of Ricardo Feller, Alex Arca and Christopher Hauser next in the championship. Top 10 score points, so the Ford Mustang drivers also take a point away from Le Castellet. Jim Pla getting ready, as you can see him there, to head up the steps for the gold podium. That means that, first of all, up come the 3rd place, Adam Matecki, Romain Carton and Arthur Rougier in the CSA Racing Audi. 3rd in gold, Second in the Gold Cup will be Al-Fazl Al-Zubar, Dominic Baumann and Mikael Grenier for Almanar Racing by Get Speed. And then the category winners, once we've got the Mercedes drivers up there, will be ready to step to the podium for the Gold Cup, a win for Santalot Racing. And the Santalot team of Paul Everard, Gilles Magnus and Jim Pla will make their way to the top step. Sébastien Chataille's team taking honours. Here they come, Jim Pla, Paul Everard, Gilles Magnus, Gold Cup winners at Paul Ricard, and a great result for Jim Pla, first time out in an Audi and a win, and having to cope with a slow puncture at the end of his stint, and helping a French team win at a French circuit. Smiles all round as Santalot Racing celebrates a win in the Gold Cup. So for the two French and one Belgian driver, the win for Santalot Racing. Trophies now presented by Marta Gasperin, the Pirelli head of marketing. They go to the third place drivers for Audi. Mercedes second and Audi winners, as their silver trophies go to the Almunar by Get Speed drivers are Fazal Al-Zubar, Dominic Baumann, and to Mikael Grenier. Santalot gets the team trophy, and then winners' trophies to Paul Everard, in the middle Gilles Magnus, and to Jim Pla. There's Jim's. Gold Cup winners at Paul Ricard, Jim Pla, Gilles Magnus, and Paul Everard for Santalot. So, trophies presented, champagne awaits. And Jim Pla, Paul Everard and Gilles Magnus, first time that they've worked as a combination, but they've gelled pretty nicely.
I think Jim Pla, having stepped out of essentially a Mercedes into an Audi, diametrically opposite kind of chassis, setup, whatever, and adapted to it absolutely perfectly. And his contribution was significant in that success.
Very true indeed, as their bottles are clinked. The winning team very happy indeed, and as we've been saying, don't rule out Audis. Okay, it might not be the huge presence numerically, but still very competitive cars, and in the right hands and with the right team, still winners.
Well, we're going to go to Misano for the sprint round in the middle of May, and that's always been a home ground for Audi, and you know, who's going to bet against them doing certainly a podium in the pro class?
True enough. This is how we look in the championship then, with Paul Everard, Jim Pla, Gilles Magnus being the class leaders, from Mikael Grenier, Dominic Baumann and Al-Fazl Al-Zubar, who get that point for pole position. Romain Carton, Adam Mateki, Arthur Rougier come next. Lewis Williamson, Issa Al-Khalifa, Martin Kodrich. Fourth and fifth today, Lorenzo Ferrari, Leonardo Moncini and Lorenzo Petresi. Arjun Maini, Josef Uvega and Michele Berettas helped Mercedes in the end, 12 laps behind. He had a very, very long pit stop early on, but did soldier on, did persevere, and picked up points. That was the main aim.
Yeah, the whole issue of championships is to pick up points, finish, whatever you do.
Absolutely right. Now we turn to the silver podium, where the Mad Panda drivers are already there. Patrick Assenheimer and Ezequiel Perez Companc. Second in the class, Rui Miojas, Cesar Gazo and Aurelien Panis for Roots and VDS. And a class win for Winward Racing. We've heard from them already, but Tanat Satra and Tirakul, Dan Arrow and Colin Karasani make their way to the top step. So something for Mercedes AMG to cheer about. Tough day, perhaps, but a third in pro, a second in gold, and a win in silver.
Well, it's not what they'd hoped for, but it's better than going away without anything. So
yeah,
their customers have done a great job for the brand.
So for Winwood Racing, a class win, and Matteo Braga now steps forward in order to make the presentations to the winning drivers. The ever happier Ezequiel Perez Compact celebrating, and once again choosing to run this as a two-driver combination rather than take a third, which always helps financially, I suppose, to have a third driver in the car. Second place trophies for the Boots and VDS trio of Aurelien Panis, Cesar Gazo and Rui Meirhas. And there are the winners. The very happy Dan Arrow in the middle, Tanat Satritirikul and Colin Karasani, new to GT racing at this level. The season-long entrants receive the awards from Pirelli as sets of tyres, and there you have our Silver Cup winners. There's one more podium to go here at Paul Ricard. We'll get the drivers for that up very shortly. But for now, all smiles from Dan Arrow and from Tanat Satritirikul, with Colin Karasani fitting in very well. The double Dutch and tie combination scoring victory. And for them, the champagne is ready to spray here at Paul Ricard. So there, smiles all round, and big battle on track, big battle on the podium with the champagne. Again, the way the championship works, everyone in the same type of regulation of car, GT3, all the classes based on the driver grading, and we've got these gold, silver and bronze podiums. Great start to our Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup season here in the sunshine of Paul Ricard. And one more podium to come for the bronze drivers, and the leading bronze car, 20th overall. Good job done by David Fumanelli and the Nicos, Nicola Schiero, Nico Rossi, from the Machiels and Andrea Bertolini, and Jorg van Outert coming home for third in the class with Kobe Pavels and John de Wilde. Fifth, the John Hartshorn, Matt Bell, Ben Tuck Ferrari, that was at the back of the grid after not really being able to do anything in qualifying after its accident in the first part of qualifying, but a very, very good job done by Ben Tuck in his stint, followed on by Matt Bell. I think it was largely Ben's efforts that hauled that car up into contention. Another few laps, it might have been able to gain another place, but Ben Tuck with a good middle stint, Matt Bell a very good last stint, getting the car to fifth. But the top three crews in bronze about to be brought forward. There you can see Jorg van Outert, John de Wilde and Kobe Pavels, whose father was a very, very good rallycrosser for many, many decades. Kobe also started off rallycrossing before coming to circuit racing. Very different discipline, but they take third. Second place then to, there he is, Louis Machiels, to Sanjeev and Andrea Bertolini. Still can do it, still fast, vastly experienced, vastly successful. And then the newcomers to Fanatec GT, Nicola Schiero, Nico Rossi for Castle Racing, which is represented on the podium as our bronze victors. There they are, three happy men, a Bronze Cup win, and David Fumanelli paying tribute to his two co-drivers earlier on, but he had a key part to play in that, maintaining the pace to the very end. The Castle Racing team of Nico Rossi, Nicola Schiero and David Fumanelli win the Bronze Cup at Paul Ricard. So for the Castle Racing team, David Fumanelli, Nicola Rossi and Nicolo Schiero can celebrate a win. The trophies once more presented by Martin Gasparin from Pirelli. And The next Endurance Cup round, of course, is going to take us to the 24 Hours of Spa. Before that, the Sprint Cup will be underway. We can have Brands Hatch followed 2 weeks later by Misano. Brands Hatch first weekend of May, Misano the 18th, 19th weekend. Then there is the Spa test and the Spa race. So only the second Endurance Cup round, so the teams go from a, in quotes, easy 3 hours to the really hard yards of 24 next.
Oh yes, and 24 hours around Spa-Francorchamps is a challenge that everybody is aware of, and the amount of preparation that goes into that event is just truly massive. I mean, just simply think the number of tyres that are required. 32 sets a team gets over the weekend or something like that. And multiply that by, what, up to 70 entries.
And Dale once said there might be the need for wets as well. Yes, there's an awful lot for Pirelli alone to do. Many of the teams running in the support categories as well as in Fanatec GT. Champagne sprayed on the podium here as the bronze-winning drivers, Nico Rossi, Nicola Sciorro and David Fuminelli celebrate success from Louis and Jeff Machiels and Andrea Bertolini. And then Kobe Pavels, John de Wilde and Job van Outert in third. As far as their championship is concerned, of course, it is a class lead for the Ferrari drivers ahead of the Ferrari drivers. Kessel ahead of AF Corsa, and then the ComTU Audi drivers, I've done it, Aston Martin drivers third. Sky Tempesta fourth today, ahead of Kessel's John Hartshorn, Ben Tuck and Matt Bell, with Sam de Haan, Ahmad Al-Harthi and Jens Klingman for the OQ by Oman Racing Team. Next from Herbert Motorsports, Robert Renau, Ralph Bone and Maurice Schuring. So, what a way to start the championship season. Some great racing, some great battles, lots of talking points, and first-time winners in Max Hesse, Augusto Farfus and Dan Harper. An 11th win for BMW, another win for Rover Racing, and that sets us up nicely, not only for a fascinating Endurance Cup season, but also looking forward to the Sprint Cup as well. We'll be at Brands Hatch over the first weekend of May for that. But from Paul Ricard for now, from Antonio Rankin in the pit lane, from John Watson and David Addison, thanks for your company and goodbye.